Number 1. Okay, so a little backstory before I tell you one of the crazy experiences of mine that happened during my 2-year security career from 2013 to 2015. I'm a 6'7" male in Australia. I'd like to think I'm a fairly tough and intimidating guy, but some of the shit that used to go on at the mall I used to work the night shift for still gives me goosebumps to this day. So the mall I worked at was very, very large, probably the largest in my state, I'd say, and all the way up to about 8:30 p.m. it would still be quite busy. Only around 9:30 would we manage to usher all of the stragglers out, and only at about 11 p.m. would all the business owners have left. My job was basically to patrol the mall and make sure there was no one sticking around after the doors were closed during the night. We didn't have guns or batons, only a can of mace that was very rarely used. There were multiple occasions where we would find would-be thieves hiding around, trying to break into shops after dark, but they were normally far outnumbered by the 4 to 5 of us on shift at a time, and they would usually be intimidated by me or some of the other imposing members of security. This one night, though, shit started getting really weird for me on the night shift. So, I'd say it was about 2 o'clock and I was standing in the middle of the empty food court eating a sandwich. This was the only part of the mall that had any light at that time of night due to the skylight, so it was comfortable to eat there. While I was eating, though, I heard a dull scraping noise from the hallway leading off from the food courts and towards some toilets. It sounded like a piece of metal dragging across the floor. I was immediately put on edge and I flicked on my torch without a moment of hesitation. I can remember creeping down the hallway with the flashlight in hand, illuminating a good 6 or 7 meters in front of me. As I got closer and closer to the end of the hall, the noise became louder and louder, until I reached the end of the hallway, and there was the toilet doors to the left and right of me. I could tell the sound was coming from the female toilets, though. I gripped the handle and opened the door a tiny crack. The noise was now very clear and had me not scared, but confused. I yelled, "Oi, who's in there?" The noise quickly stopped. I paused a moment, listening hard through the tiny crack of the door, and I swear to fucking God I could hear breathing. Low, male breathing. I shut the door, still gripping the handle tightly, and flicked on my radio. "This is 1-3. I need help in the food court bathrooms. I think someone's here." No response. This was really strange, and it put me further on edge. Policy was to always answer the radio, and now I was truly becoming quite alarmed. "This is 1-3. Does anyone copy?" Still no response. I can remember whispering to myself, "What the actual fuck?" I again opened the door a tiny crack. "Listen, mate," I said, sounding as intimidating as I could muster. "If you don't fucking come out of here with your hands up, you're going to end up eating your teeth tonight. Do you want that?" I sat there at the door, quite honestly terrified at this point. But there was no response. As a matter of fact, there was no noise at all. I yelled into the bathroom, "Okay, mate, I'm coming in. If you do anything stupid, it's not my fault you'll never walk again." I tried my hardest to sound scary, but my voice was quivering by this point. This whole situation made no sense at all. Why would someone be in the female bathrooms? What was that metal noise? What the fuck was even happening? I slowly opened the door and scanned my flashlight across the room. All of the cubicles were open, which was weird. But other than that, the room was totally empty, and I was totally shitting myself about now. I walked into the center of the bathroom, closing the door behind me, scared to the core. I let out a faint, "This is some horror movie shit, come out," when I heard the long, whining squeak of the door behind me. I span around, basically crying at this point, and shone my torch on a fucking massive man, at least a head taller than me, or so it seemed in my state at the time. He was Caucasian, and at least in his 40s, with matte gray hair all over his forehead. He was mid-opening the door, but he stopped dead still in the middle of his action. He just looked at me, smiling this guilty fucking smile like a kid would make when he gets caught stealing biscuits or some shit like that. I'm not gonna lie. I was so scared I froze. He lifted his finger up to his mouth. Shh. Before swinging the door open all the way and sprinting out with what looked like some sort of small metal box in his hand. Turns out, he was just behind the toilet door when I was opening it, and I totally missed him. I was so fucking close to him, and I didn't even notice him. He could have killed me if he had a knife or something, and that thought still haunts me to this day. Later that night, my radio miraculously began working again, and I got right on to telling my coworkers about my story. They collectively went pale when I told them what happened. They all had similar stories, but none that were as much of a close shave as mine. I worked the night shift for another week after that before I quit. I'm not sticking around in a job like that. I needed help, and for some reason my radio fucked itself. Why? So, weird old guy in the toilets, let's not meet again. Number 2. This story happened to me just a little over a year ago, sometime during March of 2015. One thing about me, I'm a guy who lives in the southern end of a neighborhood in Brooklyn called Bensonhurst, not too far from 86th Street. I was simply walking back from getting some basic groceries at night, about 8:30 p.m., in between the HSBC Bank and the Italian Market on 86th Street and 23rd Avenue like it was nothing, since this part of Brooklyn is largely safe. These two shady guys approached me and asked, "Hey, do you know where insert address here is? My phone died and my buddy here left his phone at home, so I can't look it up." Now, I've had people asking me directions before around here, but this was completely different. I intentionally gave them the wrong directions, leading them towards Bath Beach just down the street. The reason why was because the address they had given me was my building, down to the apartment number. What's worse, is that in the darkness of the night, I could faintly see the handle of what looked like a really huge knife slightly glinting from the light of a nearby street lamp in the waistband of one of the guy's pants. It likely was a machete. To this day, I have no idea who they were. Bensonhurst is a largely safe part of Brooklyn, but it does have a reputation for burglary, and the neighborhood has had its moments of violence. Anybody who's lived here within at least the past 5 years knows how bloody the summer of 2012 really was. Maybe they were looking to rob me in my house, but I don't know. Something about their vibe seemed off and menacing to me, almost reminiscent of the druggies and junkies I'd sometimes see skulking around Avenue S. I may have become largely jaded, but it makes me shudder with fear at the thought of what could have happened if the other guy had his phone on him. Number 3. About 5 months ago, a friend of mine got expelled from his program due to bad marks. He was only halfway through his lease, and he didn't see a point of staying in the city, seeing as he was only here for school. He told me that if I wanted to take over his lease as a subletter, he would only charge me half of the rent, which I thought was a pretty sweet deal. So naturally, although I'm from this town, I thought it was time to leave my parents' place. I had already graduated, and although I had been looking for a new job for a while, I felt like I couldn't miss out on the opportunity. So, I took over his lease and moved into his place. The house itself is actually pretty nice. It's 3 floors, including the basement, and it's located near the university of my town, which is not a very safe area overall, but I spent a lot of my university years here and never felt unsafe. The room in the basement is pretty small but cozy, and the only other room down here is a girl who is currently a student, and she's pretty quiet. Actually, all the girls living here are pretty good roommates. I wasn't thrilled about living with 3 girls, but now I don't see why I would have thought it was an issue. They're all pretty great, and a good time. I'm the only one in the house who isn't a student, and also the only one who's originally from this town. The other roommates are actually all from cities that are only about an hour or 2 away at most, so unless there's something special going on, they all go home on weekends. My friend who got expelled also only lives 2 hours away, so he would always go home for the weekend as well. One thing I forgot to mention, which is pretty crucial to the story, is that the house actually has 5 rooms. But right when they all moved into the new place together, one of the girls had a seizure on her bed and passed away. This was pretty upsetting for everyone, and the landlord told them not to worry about finding anyone else. Their rent never went up or anything, and the room was left vacant. According to the landlord, he just found it insensitive to try and find someone because he didn't want to turn someone's death into a financial inconvenience for them. So after the girl's death, the parents came and took her belongings out of the room, and it just remained empty since then. I actually have never looked in there because it just remained locked, and I don't really have much curiosity to see the room. It's on the 2nd floor, and I never go up there, so I never paid any attention to it. The first weekend I spent there was pretty uneventful. I remember that I spent one night at my boyfriend's place, and then the next night he slept over, and we went out drinking at one of the college bars near the place. We were pretty wasted, so we passed out as soon as we got home. The next weekend I was at home in my new room, and I couldn't sleep, so I decided to read a little bit. I was really enjoying the quietness of this new house since the girls weren't home at all. I come from a Latino family, so this quiet and serene environment was pretty rare. I thought that I heard a few noises upstairs, so I figured that one of the girls had probably decided to stay the weekend at the house, or she was getting last-minute things ready before heading home. I really didn't think much of this. I wasn't very close with the roommates, so I didn't even bother asking them if any of them have stayed home. I just felt like it was none of my business. The girl in the basement was for sure gone for the weekend because she apparently sleeps with her door locked and keeps it open when she's not home. One weekend, the same month, I woke up to pee and I could hear a toilet flushing upstairs, which was kind of weird since I knew that none of the girls were home. I was going to go check it out, but in my tired state, I was too lazy and, frankly, I just didn't care enough. It's funny. Horror movies are supposed to make you paranoid, but the biggest lesson I got from them was that there's always a rational explanation for things. This would prove to be my biggest mistake, because for a couple of months I was always brushing things off and, ironically, creating irrational explanations to rationalize what I thought were irrational thoughts. For example, I heard creaking coming from the 2nd floor and figured one of the girls must have forgotten something and decided to come by to pick it up. The girl must have driven 2 hours down and 2 hours back to her town in the middle of the night to pick something up. One Saturday, I woke up to get some water and noticed that the roommate in the basement was gone. Her door was open and her car wasn't in the driveway. There weren't any cars in the driveway, but I should mention that one of the girls doesn't drive. A couple hours later, I woke up because I heard steps coming down into the basement. At this point, I yelled out the girl's name who doesn't drive because, well, she's the only one who could have been in the house. I didn't get a reply, and instead, just heard the steps going back upstairs. At this point, I started getting uneasy about being home on weekends, so I decided to just spend them at my boyfriend's house. One of the girls made a house Facebook page, which was supposed to address any issues like washing dishes or leaving messes, but it remained pretty inactive since everyone seemed to get along. I posted on there that some creepy stuff was happening on weekends and asked them if they could start just letting me know if they'd be home for the night or not. They seriously thought I was joking around. The replies weren't receptive at all and consisted mainly of LMAO or OMG, you're so funny. Even my boyfriend agreed that I was being paranoid because he too believed that everything has a rational and perfect explanation. The thing is, when you say that everything has an explanation, you're only invalidating paranormal explanations or ghostly activity, which isn't what I was implying at all. I've never believed in ghosts or spirits or any of that jazz, and I never claimed to when I spoke to my roommates or to my boyfriend. They kept on saying that the house was old and made noises. But I know the difference between old house noises and someone walking down the stairs and then walking back up the stairs. Fortunately, my roommates actually did start posting things on the Facebook page to let me know if they'd be gone. It was always to the effect of, "Hey, gay and fired. LOL, I won't be home this weekend, so don't worry about the ghosts." One weekend, they all let me know that they wouldn't be home, and my boyfriend was on the midnight shift, so it looked like I had to spend the night on my own. My boyfriend called me on his break, and while I was on the phone with him, I heard noises on the main floor. I told him I was going to check it out, and he told me to go ahead, 'cause the motherfucker still thought I was being paranoid. As I said this, I heard the footsteps going back up to the second floor. Once I got onto the main floor, there was nobody in the kitchen and all the doors into the house were locked. I was extremely paranoid and didn't feel safe. My boyfriend calmed me down and convinced me that everything was okay, so I never went to the second floor, and it's probably best that I stayed on the main floor. After that weekend, I told my roommates in all seriousness that I was convinced that someone had been in our house at some point that night. I told them what I heard, and the fucking bitches still claimed that it was the old house making noises. My boyfriend was almost permanently on midnights, so I did what I never wanted to do and started spending weekends at my parents' place. The girls still posted on the page whether or not they were leaving the house, and I decided that I should do the same. So I also started posting when I was and was not sleeping at the house. One Friday night, the Facebook page looked something like this. Roommate 1, not sleeping at home. Roommate 2, not sleeping at home. Roommate 3, staying home because of midterm exams. Me. I'm staying at my parents' place. The next morning, I received a frantic text from one of the roommates saying that the roommate with the midterms had been attacked. Apparently, she was in her room studying and heard a noise right outside of her bedroom. When she went out to inspect it, she was greeted by a man walking out of the dead girl's room. I later found out more details about the whole thing from the roommate who was attacked. The man looked rough. Greasy hair and just a dirty, dirty face. When they made eye contact, he held his finger up to his mouth and uttered a shh while smiling. The nail on his finger was long, and his beard was apparently really scraggly and uneven, as if it only grew on certain parts of his face. She screamed out of instinct even though she knew there was nobody in the house to hear it. He lunged at her as she tried to shut the door, and she wasn't beaten up too badly. He just growled and told her to shut her mouth and said something like, "I'm not gonna rape you, but shut your mouth." He beat her, but not completely unconscious. And then, when he walked out of the girl's room, he went downstairs and walked right out the front door. So, he left the dead girl's room unlocked. My roommate locked herself in her room and called the police, who were there almost immediately. What's pretty creepy about the whole thing is that when they inspected the dead girl's room, they kept asking for clarification. So, nobody has lived in this room for how long? Nobody's been renting this room, right? Did the parents take everything after the girl passed away? The guy had a really sweet setup, actually, and had brought his own small mattress to put over the bed frame. Obviously, the mattress was too small for the bed frame, and he left most of his stuff because he probably didn't expect a confrontation that night. I don't think he knew she'd be there that night because she never was. It probably sucked for him when I moved in because before me, the bastard had the whole house to himself 2 days a week. The police did ask quite a lot of questions and were very interested in hearing my statement about hearing footsteps at night. My 3 roommates and my boyfriend are now convinced that maybe the girl didn't die the way they said she did, and maybe the guy murdered her. But I think the autopsy would have been able to distinguish a murder from a seizure. In their defense, the whole thing is really creepy. We're not really sure how long the guy had been living here, but it's very likely that he'd been there for at least a few months. My theory is that the guy had been climbing in through the window, so it's possible that he was even there at times when all of us were there. The police are really interested in talking to the landlord because they want to know just how the man found out about the vacant room. The landlord is a pretty decent guy, so I don't know if there's anything going on there. I don't even feel an "I told you so" attitude from this whole thing. I think that I'm just glad that the girl is okay because she seemed pretty shaken up. I just wish people were more willing to listen to me when I told them that I thought somebody was coming into our house. Hell, I even said it might be a squatter, which everyone laughed at. This happened very recently, so it might be a while before an update. But as of now, the man has not been found, but the police remain optimistic about finding him. Whatever that means. This has been a pretty terrible month for me, and I don't know if I want to be at this house anymore. I don't have much left on the lease, and I recently lost my job, so it might be best for me to leave the place now. I doubt the guy will come back because all of his stuff has been taken out, but I still find it creepy in this house. I definitely don't spend weekends here anymore. Number 4. A few years ago, my friend Allison and I decided to head to a local beach on a hot summer's day. We were in our preteens, so I had my mother drive us there. When we got there, it was incredibly crowded with little kids playing in the sand and on the nearby jungle gym. Allison and I decided to sit ourselves down in the sand and enjoy the heat while my mom and one of her friends that she invited to come along kept an eye on us. We'd probably been there a few hours, and at this point, the beach started to clear out as it got colder. Allison and I took a break from taking photos of each other planking and sat across from each other chatting about the new Iron Man. I sensed something approaching us and looked over to see this 25-year-old Hispanic man coming up to us and starting to chat with us. At first, everything was fine, but then I noticed he kept nudging closer to us and looking around and behind him. I'll be honest, it kind of freaked me out. He then asked if we had boyfriends or if we liked older men, to which we both replied, no. He scoffed and tried to convince us that we're basically the same age, which we didn't buy at all. While this was happening, Allison and I were texting each other back and forth, frantically trying to figure out how to get this guy to leave. She then told me that I should say, I have to go to the bathroom. After a quick glare in her direction for making me have to do it, I did it, and she quickly said, me too. We both stood up and walked to the brick bathroom house, while he of course followed us, pausing and waiting just outside. When we got inside, we started freaking out to each other about what to do. But when I poked my head out a few minutes later, he was gone. My mother was standing in front of the bathroom with her friend and told us that they noticed the guy acting weird and panicked when he followed us. She then said that her friend told the guy, "Hey, how about you get out of here?" When he tried to tell her that he was our friend from school, she made a scene. She was a small, young woman, but still could be very intimidating. The guy then looked flustered and walked away. Allison and I were relieved after that and decided to go hang out in the jungle gym next to the bathroom house. When I looked to my right before we reached the jungle gym, I felt my stomach drop when I saw the man along with 7 other sketchy guys quickly leaving the area and going into the woods. I don't know what would have happened if the guy convinced us to somehow go somewhere with him. I'm just thankful my mother's friend stepped in and told him to beat it before we ended up on a milk carton. Number 5. At the very end of 2014, I became extremely invested in true crime and spent countless nights researching and reading about all different kinds of crimes, mainly the Columbine school shooting of 1999. I had dabbled in the Tumblr true crime scene in the previous year for the Dokbar Tsarnaev case in 2013, so I ended up returning to it at this same time. The scene was subdivided into many cliques, but there was one that was extremely prevalent and consisted of the fandom's cool kids. Only in real life they weren't cool at all, they just sat at home, planning mall shootings. But I'll get to that later. Many of the people in that group came across as really shallow, moody, and distant, which one can only expect of people who love murderers. But they were something else. They all lacked compassion and heart, except one boy who we'll call Billy. He was nice and compassionate, but he hid it under a cold and shallow facade which could only be slowly uncovered when you began to get closer to him, which me and many other of my friends eventually did to our pleasure. This boy was one of the most beautiful things I'd ever known. He was straight out of some indie coming-of-age film where the love interest is a bad boy from the wrong side of the tracks. He was just mesmerizing, no matter how fucked up he was. He was just so hard not to love, and I don't think there was one person in the Tumblr true crime scene that didn't love him. In February 2015, he began posting a lot of things on Tumblr about the date of Valentine's Day that year, even going as far as to create a playlist on 8 tracks about what was going to happen on that date, which consisted of basically anything that sounded like trash cans being thrown against a brick wall while someone screams over it. My friends and I began to speculate. Of course, with the state of his blog, one could only assume what would come on that very date, and many people silently caught on and reported it to the authorities. Then, the day before Valentine's Day, authorities showed up at his house and had a showdown with him before he eventually shot himself at the scene. It was revealed that he, along with a couple other people from the Tumblr true crime scene, had been planning a mall shooting on Valentine's Day and could have killed hundreds of people. The entire Tumblr scene was in shock at what had happened, and I eventually grew out of that dark period of my life, being caught up in darkness. And now mine and many of the other friends I made from the Tumblr scene's lives are back on track. Unfortunately, Billy never had the opportunity to fix himself. But fortunately, many other people's lives were saved for the loss of one, which is a gain at the end of the day. Darkness and sadness, let's not meet again, on behalf of myself and many of the other friends I met along the way. May no one else ever do what Billy intended to. Number 6. My high school runs a program where we research people that have died in a local cemetery, then dress up as them and perform a skit in the middle of the night. It's part of a bigger program of celebrating the town's history, and is very popular, so the line for parking is insane, and people often wait in line for an hour or more. This program's been running for 25 years now and is very well known in the community, so there's almost nobody in the town that doesn't know what's happening. This is my second and final year working in the program, and I was in charge of parking this year along with my girlfriend and a few other seniors. So this was the first week of the program on a Friday night, our most popular night. The area of the cemetery that we parked the cars in was filling up pretty quickly, and we were all very busy. At about 8:30 or 9, a blue minivan drove toward me at the spot I was directing and stopped in front of me. This is unusual, since my job is just to direct them around a corner towards someone who helps them into their parking spot. They rolled down the window and called me over. The second their window rolled down, a wave of smoke, not entirely cigarettes, hit me. There was a very thin woman inside coughing at me, and next to her was another woman about her age, I'd say 30s. They stayed staring straight ahead the whole time. Once the driver was done coughing, we had this conversation. Her. I'm here to visit a grave. Me. All right, where's the grave? I can move some barriers for you. Her. Obviously not knowing what direction she was going. The grave is that way. She pointed right behind me, an area of the graveyard almost entirely full of really old graves, so I knew if she was looking for a grave, it wasn't that way. Me. All right, I can move this for you, and once you need to leave, let another director know and we can help you out the back gate. Her. Okay, who died? Me. Huh? Her. Who died? I've never seen this many people for a funeral before. I didn't know how to respond, so I just directed her toward the direction she pointed. Keep in mind, this was at 9 p.m. and there were about 500 people here for this event. The woman went about 2 rows back and sat with her friend in front of a very old grave for about 30 minutes, and then got in her car and left without getting anyone's help. Every day past that, she came back to the cemetery at the same time and asked the exact same questions, still wondering who had died. Number 7. This happened several years ago, when I was about 17. I had just gotten my first job at a local pizza joint and sailed by the first few months without incident. One particular night, I was closing shop with my manager, who I'll refer to as Evelyn. She and I were getting close to finishing up, and one of my last tasks was to take out the trash and old used pizza boxes to the dumpster. I got what I could and stepped out the back door, making my way to the dumpster at the opposite end of the parking lot, when I got an odd vibe from just standing out there. When I approached the dumpster, I heard a tiny bit of rustling and something move further behind the dumpster, as if attempting to stay hidden. I get spooked easily, so I warily called to Evelyn while backing away. When my voice resonated in the lot, a tall, thin man springs from behind the dumpster and hauls ass in the opposite direction. I scream and run as fast as I can back into the restaurant. Nearly crying, I explain everything to Evelyn, and after hearing the whole story, she does a quick sweep of the lot, only to find a dirty coat the man had left behind. She assumed the man was homeless and just warned me to be careful next time. A couple weeks later, I'm opening the store and make it home around 2 in the afternoon. My mom shows me a news article she'd found about a man in our area who had abducted 3 teenagers over the course of 4 or 5 months. I immediately thought of the man behind the dumpster. As much as I would have liked for the story to have ended there, it gets worse. Several months later, I'm closing with Evelyn again and another manager, Steve. Around 9 p.m., I saw a man pull into the parking lot, and as he did, he turned his headlights off. I was standing there where you pull pizzas out of the oven, which was behind only the registers and with a large glass front, and I was clearly able to see the man as he slowly pulled in. I was uneasy, but didn't say much about it as I had work to finish. Half an hour later, I look back and see the man, still with his headlights off, very slowly circling the parking lot. I call Steve over, and after a few long moments of looking out, Steve hurriedly rushes Evelyn and I to the back end of the store, where he tells us not to move. Soon after, the police come rushing into the lot, and the man is arrested. After Evelyn and I come out, Steve explains to me that as he looked out the window, the man parked, opened the trunk of his car, and pulled out a long rope, a cloth, and a large knife. Steve dialed the police as the man circled around the building to the back lot. That man was hoping I would come out there again. I quit that job not long afterward. Number 8. So this actually happened to my mother in the early 1980s when she was about 12 or 13 years old. From the time she was born to about 17 years old, my mother lived in Myanmar, a small Southeast Asian country that is considered one of the poorest nations in the world. That being said, my grandparents were quite wealthy. Not in the sense that they lived in a mansion, but they had a good-sized house in the central city, Yangon. My mother grew up playing in the streets and being allowed to wander about as she pleased. She says this is due to 2 things. 1, my grandparents had her at a very young age, when they were both 17, and this isn't uncommon there, and thus didn't really parent her as strictly as they should have. And 2, contrary to popular belief, poor countries are not always teeming with murderers, rapists, and kidnappers. Myanmar circa 1980 was actually pretty safe, especially in the city parts. It wasn't uncommon to see kids running about in the streets past nightfall. This information is tedious to tell, but all relevant to the story. My mother and her friends, a mixed group of guys and girls, decide to go up to a Buddhist temple at the top of a large mountain. I'm not sure what it's called in English, but it's actually a pretty popular tourist attraction these days. Some may find it odd that their parents let the group of kids go alone, but it was to a holy temple, and once again, it was pretty safe back then. So instead of taking a bus up to the mountaintop, they walk, as my mother says the journey up is actually the most fun part. A lot of people actually choose to walk up as the scenery is unbelievably beautiful and there are ranges of mountains and forest in the surrounding areas. I've actually been to this particular temple myself on a trip back to the country, and at the very top where the temple is located, there are a lot of monkeys. It's weird, but the place is teeming with them. Some of them are chained to trees as tourist attractions, but some run free up and down the roofs. Apparently, back in the 80s, the monkey situation was even worse. They were everywhere, but you couldn't touch them or they'd bite. Anyway, My mom and her friends are about 3/4 up the mountain, and it's midday, as they set out early because the climb takes quite a while. It's almost unbearably hot, but there are vendors set up almost like pit stops that sell water, fruit, hat, fans, etc. In a particularly long stretch of winding road where there's no vendors, my mom and her friends are getting bored. It's been a long day and there's not much else to do at this point. That's why when they turn the corner of a mountain face and see a man holding a monkey perched on his arm like a bird, they stop. My mom says he's a Caucasian, and obviously a Westerner based on his attire, which is strange because tourists usually take the bus straight up. Then he starts speaking broken Burmese to them with a really thick accent. He asks if he can walk the rest of the way with them as he doesn't want to get lost. They say sure, being a bit naive and still in awe of his monkey. The man sees them looking at his monkey and tells them it's actually well trained and that they can play with it if they want. My mom and her friends accept, and for a good portion of the way up, they're entertained by the docile animal. Then, as they reach the top of the mountain, the man points to a car parked in a ditch about 50 feet from the temple gates. He says he's got a lot of trained animals in the car, and that he can show them to the group if they go with him. My grandparents weren't strict with my mom, but they drilled into her head a concept universally known as stranger danger. She was immediately suspicious as cars weren't allowed to drive up the mountain as the buses made wide turns and a car could easily be flipped off the mountainside. One boy in the group is very interested and starts to go with the man, but the rest of the group runs to get him back. The man seems very angry at this point and begins pointing at the monkey and yelling to look how cute it is. He then makes a swipe to grab the nearest kid to him, but my mom and her friends scatter and run to the temple entrance. There were a lot of people passing them by, and you'd be surprised just how many people follow a "it's not my problem" motto in these kinds of situations. My mom looks back to see if the man is following them, but he's standing at the car and leaning down to talk to someone in the driver's seat. So they all book it to the temple, and the rest of the trip goes fine as they take a bus on the way down. When she gets home, my mom says she didn't tell her parents as she didn't think it was a big deal. However, she says that if she did report it, the police wouldn't do much as they were, and still are, pretty useless and corrupted. Looking back, my mom says this whole situation was much scarier than she realized at the time, and a couple of things kept sticking out to her. First off, there was someone else in the car, sitting in the driver's seat and waiting to go. The man didn't tell them there was anyone else in the car, but there obviously was. Secondly, the man was just seemingly standing around in the middle of the path, as if he were waiting for someone. And finally, and perhaps most telling of all, Myanmar, like all impoverished countries, has a notorious underground human trafficking trade. My mom's not sure if this is what he wanted, but she knows he definitely had bad intentions. Number 9. This happened when I was about 10 and a half. It had been raining all of that day and evening, and I went to bed at 9 p.m., which was normal bedtime on a school night, and fell asleep almost immediately. I woke up in the middle of the night, which was really weird. I mean, it probably happened twice a year. I was the type of kid to sleep through anything. My dad always said I slept so heavy one day a tornado would carry me away in my sleep. The clock on my nightstand said it was 3 a.m., and the house was completely silent. I realized I was very thirsty, and got up to go get a drink from the kitchen sink. Our kitchen sink was a pretty typical setup. Long counter, with 2 sinks in the middle, some counter space on one side, and a cute little window over the sinks. It was very dark in the house, but I knew my way around and wasn't afraid of the dark, so I didn't bother to turn on a light. I had my drink of water and then decided that I was kinda hungry. I grabbed sandwich fixings out of the fridge and a couple slices of bread and set them up on the counter. I started making my sandwich, feeling my stomach grumble. I reached up and pulled the cord for the overhead light so I could see how much mustard I was putting on my sandwich. Flick. Squirted the mustard on my sandwich. Good to go. I gathered up all the sandwich stuff and reached up to turn the light off. This time, my eyes caught the window and I couldn't help but scream. Ham, cheese, and mustard dropping to the floor, I backed across the room and continued to scream. There was a face in the window. Not your regular face, but the creepiest, crazy-eyed, dirty, methed-out face I'd ever seen. I wanted to run from my parents, but I was afraid to take my eyes off the face, so I just kept screaming. Eventually, my parents came to see what the racket was. My father grabbed a golf club and chased the man out of our yard. We had no idea who the guy was. He wasn't anyone that we'd seen around town, and it didn't seem like he was trying to break in or steal anything. When I got older, I decided he must have just been a creep who happened to be passing by and saw me through the window or something. Whoever he was, he scared the fuck out of a little girl who just wanted a sandwich. Number 10. When I was in middle school, I met a kid named Rob. He was working with a friend of mine. He was being loud and disrupting the class, which caused the teacher to send him to detention after a few complaints. My friend wound up working with me, and Rob was unable to find a new partner because no one wanted to work with him. The class soon ended, and my friend decided to introduce us. I didn't care for him one way or another. However, he seemed to latch on to me because I was so accepting of people. Almost all my friends in middle school would be considered weird or outsiders, so we took who we could get to socialize. Middle school flew by and I loved to write. Rob complimented me and was always reading what I wrote. In fact, he got in trouble in class because he was reading my work instead of paying attention. To me, it was flattering and an ego boost. I was finally the center of attention for someone. The flattery was something I craved, with me constantly being overshadowed at home and school. Rob and I became friends, but he was very clingy, talking on the phone with me for hours. This was before everyone in school had cell phones, but I'm sure he'd be texting me constantly if these things happened today. I still found him annoying, but I liked the praise too much to cut him off. In hindsight, I was a bitch to him at first. Then high school came around and I moved. I lost contact with a lot of friends. Once again, this is before cell phones and Facebook were everywhere. However, those I had the number of, I talked to constantly. I was having trouble making new friends, and it was a new environment. Then, I heard that Rob hadn't stopped talking about me, how much he missed me, how depressed he was that I wasn't around. To 14-year-old me, this was almost like a declaration of true love. I was so happy that I was so missed. After all, a guy has to be constantly thinking about the girl he loves, right? We started dating, talking on the phone when we could, saying we were boyfriend and girlfriend, etc. He mentioned that he had started drawing and writing, just like me. He'd kept all the pictures I'd drawn for him, and said his stepmom had stolen some of the writing I had let him borrow to read, and refused to give it back. We maybe saw each other twice during the few months we dated. He had suddenly gotten very touchy-feely, and began showing me written erotica. Being as young and religious as I was appalled. This grossed me out, and I expressed that it made me uncomfortable. He merely shrugged and promised not to show it to me again. Then he asked me to hide it because his bitch of a stepmom would take it away from him if he found it. I started to get a nervous feeling in my stomach, but I thought it was just a normal problem. I was terrified of talking to my parents because I had been sneaking around to go see him, saying I was going to a friend's house, but he would be there, albeit in a big group of people. I finally decided to break it off. I called his house after a church meeting, and his mother answered in tears. I asked her what was wrong, and she explained to me that he'd been hauled off to a mental hospital. Apparently, as she put it, he'd been writing disturbing things, but she didn't want to talk about it. I decided to not make it worse and continued to date him until he got back. After that, the calls got more needy, and he would call me all the time once he found out about my cell phone. He called me when I was out with friends, and when I couldn't talk, he'd say, "Okay, I guess I'll go write or something." When I asked to see his writing, he claimed it was embarrassing and wouldn't match up to a professional like me. At this time, the sugar-coated praise had started to annoy me, and I'd become more self-critical in an attempt to improve. He was still acting like we were in middle school when talking, refusing to move on to different topics. But I bit my tongue because I was worried of what would happen if I broke it off with him. It all came crashing down one afternoon when I got a call from him. It was almost summertime and we were going to make a plan to go swimming and maybe finally lose it to each other, as he jokingly put it. I'd been miserable leading up to it and I was trying to make him happy. After I hung up, I was immediately called back. I recognized the number as his and wondered what was wrong. "Hello, is this Alice?" a woman answered. "Yes, who is this?" "This is Janice, Rob's stepmother." The stepmother, who he constantly claimed was being a bitch, was stealing everything I'd given him, was trying to keep us apart? My teenage stupidity almost made me hang up on her, but then she followed up with, "You need to cut off all contact with Rob. He's dangerous." Dangerous? How? As it turned out, the real reason Rob had gone to the mental hospital wasn't due to his depression, but because of how his writing had focused on the two of us. He had planned on killing his family first, then having sex with me, before killing my family and the two of us running off together. She read a few excerpts from it, which freaked me out. He went into so much gory detail about how he would mutilate the female members of my family. He'd started to make plans, and had even begun hoarding knives in his room. I ran out of my room screaming for my mother, who snatched my phone from me and talked to Janice. They talked for so long. I remember rocking and pacing, white-knuckled as my mother finally hung up. We went to my father's. The two were separated, something Rob and I had bonded over, and he sat me down and had me tell him the entire story. My parents told me I would pick the direction it would go. I didn't want to press charges because Rob was obviously sick. They agreed, but only on the condition that I would give my phone to them if he ever tried to contact me again. I agreed, too scared to think it through. Luckily, once my parents got involved and criminal charges were threatened, Rob backed off. His mother blamed me for everything, accusing me of stealing her son's virginity, despite us never having sex. She then said I was a horrible person for breaking up with him and lying about everything, despite Janice bringing out the evidence. She then tried to blame Janice, and I told her that I never wanted to hear from her again or I would call the police. Aside from a couple of attempted messages on Facebook, Rob has never contacted me again. And I'm thankful to his stepmother for telling me everything. While nothing got much worse, I realize now how many red flags there were. Bottom line, don't stay with someone out of pity. You never know who may be manipulating you.
Number 11. This is a story I asked my older sister to share about her and my younger sister. This happened about 9 years ago. My mother asked me to go to the shopping center to buy groceries. Not wanting to be by myself, I decided to bring my 4-year-old sister along because she was cute and made everything fun, even things as mundane as grocery shopping. As I walked through the aisles, I noticed a rugged-looking dark-skinned man. I live in Hawaii, so a really tan homeless-looking guy wasn't all that uncommon. After a few minutes, I keep noticing this guy is almost in every aisle I am. At this point, I'm pretty creeped out, so I hurry to the checkout. I walk out of the store and think that I escaped this man, and think to myself that I was probably just being paranoid. I decide to go to the neighboring drugstore to buy snacks for my baby sister and I. As I walk hand in hand with my sister, looking at all the candies and chips we can buy, lo and behold, that man is there again. Once I saw him again, I knew something was up, so I hurried to the checkout again. This time the man followed us to the counter. As an employee bagged my items, I listened to the creep behind me talk to the cashier, because he had nothing to ring up, so I was very curious as to what he would say. This man asked for a rubber band. A stinking rubber band. Now I am certain he was trying to follow us and stay close, because who in the world asked the cashier for a rubber band? I speed walk to the exit, and I can hear this guy gaining on us. So the second I am outside the store, I pick up my baby sister, whilst having a bunch of groceries on my forearm, and I sprint to my car. I open my passenger door, and practically throw my sister in, not bothering to put her in her car seat. I hurry around the hood of my car, and get into the driver's seat and lock the doors. By the time I lock the doors, I see the man about 100 feet away, slowing down from a running pace into a fast walking pace towards my car. He doesn't make eye contact with me, but as he passes my car, he slaps the hood of my car with his dirty, long fingernailed hand and continued to walk away. Very rattled, I drive home looking in my mirrors and looking over my shoulder a lot. But luckily, I never see this man again. Thankfully, my sister was kind of carefree and clueless, because she didn't seem shaken at all. Thinking about it now, I could have easily just screamed and made a scene, and that probably would have deterred this guy. But when you're in fight or flight mode, you don't have much time to think, I guess. I am glad he didn't get me, and I'm glad I didn't have to find out what his true intentions were. Number 12. This happened a couple years back, but my nephew likes to remind me frequently enough that I still remember it pretty well. A little background. I had a kind of crappy car, with some issues that I was too broke to fix at the time. The car would occasionally die when idling with the AC on, and the driver's window had the propensity to never fully close. Or, when it did, it promptly fell down at least 3 inches. This is important to know later on. Which is just as well, because I'm a smoker that can't turn on the AC. Anyways, it was a pretty typical day as I was making the short drive back home after picking my nephew up from preschool. We were about halfway home when I came to a 4-way intersection on one of the back roads. We live right on the border of a farm town. As I rolled up to the stop sign, I looked both ways for traffic and saw a bald Hispanic man in front of me, chasing after a car passing by me on the opposite side of the road. He slowed down near my car, seemingly out of breath and upset that the car had left him. From what I had witnessed, it looked like this was just a normal guy whose ride had accidentally passed him up, and he was trying to flag them down. I looked back over my left shoulder at the car that he had been running after, and noticed that they had slowed down. always taking the opportunity to be a helpful citizen. I rolled down my window and said, "Sir, was that your ride? They slowed down. You may still be able to catch them." He spun around to peer at my window, and everything about his appearance made me realize my mistake almost immediately. He had dirt, dead grass, and a couple of specks of blood on his jeans and shirt. This wasn't too alarming. As I said, we live on the edge of a farming community. It could have easily been blood from livestock or an injury out in the crops. But his eyes were wild, bloodshot, and burning into my face with malevolence. Sweat pouring down his shiny dome as he started shouting in my face. Fear washed over me. It wasn't his yelling that scared me. It was that they were unintelligible half-sentences. I was terrified and confused, but for some reason I couldn't bring myself to move. Like, instead of fight or flight kicking in, my response was to freeze, as if he were a T-Rex, and he wouldn't be able to see me if I just didn't move a muscle. Finally, I found some semblance of order and spoke up again. I said as calmly as I could, "I'm sorry, I don't quite understand." But I knew the fear in my eyes betrayed my outward chill. He again responded with his now screeching and gibberish, with occasional phrases that I could vaguely understand, one of which was, "You stopped. You're the one." At this point, his head was mere inches away from mine, with one hand grasping my half-rolled down window. I shakily told him to calm down, and asked if he needed any help. At the same time, I cautiously and stealthily locked my door with my elbow, and tried to roll the window up. He banged on my door when he recognized what I was doing, and the window fell back down. He looked me dead in the eye and screamed, "I don't! My mom! Ugh, my stomach!" He was screaming so loud by now that his spit and sweat dripping down his face was actually landing in little flecks on my face, and he quickly maneuvered his clammy hand through the opening in the window and grabbed my arm, squeezing my wrist with a death grip. My only thought at that point was, one of my poor nephew's first memories is going to be the witness of my murder in broad daylight. Suddenly, I hear a honk behind me and look back out of my rear window, desperately trying to make eye contact with a middle-aged woman in the driver's seat of her gray sedan, silently begging for help, but she didn't seem to notice or care, only that I was holding her up and she needed to go. Several cars backed up behind her. I looked up at the guy who was still babbling on, and managed to cut him off mid-speech. I told him, "Look, sir, I'm sorry I can't help you, but there are cars behind me that are waiting to get a move." And before I could react, he took off running towards the cars behind me, wailing in a fervor at them. Out of sheer terror, I slammed my foot on the accelerator and peeled out through the intersection, narrowly avoiding sideswiping the woman in the gray sedan, who had tried to pull around me. After I was a safe distance away, I breathed out shakily and glanced in my rearview mirror to see his silhouette still running in the middle of the road. Something flashed in the sunlight in his hand. It didn't hit me until the shock wore off that he could have had a knife. After I put a few miles between us and the man, I apologized to my nephew for being stupid and putting him in a dangerous situation, and took him to get ice cream, both of us being visibly shaken. We talked about it over some soft serve, and it calmed me down enough to soothe my frayed nerves and forget about it a bit. I kept an eye out for anyone fitting the man's description, or of similar events on the local newspaper or police scanner, but that incident was the last I saw or heard of him. Thankfully. I still have no idea what was wrong with him, whether he was on drugs, mentally ill, what have you. We were pretty close to the men's prison, but it was for the non-violent offenders, and he seemed pretty damn violent. I hadn't even realized until I told my sister about what happened, that the same thing likely occurred with the other driver of the other car that was speeding away from him just as I showed up. Anytime I drive anywhere near that intersection now, I feel uneasy, as if he's ready to pop up out of nowhere and stab me through my open window. And I no longer feel comfortable being the good Samaritan that stops to help someone on the side of the road, for fear of hearing, "You stopped. You're the one." Again. Number 13. Before I begin, let me apologize preemptively for being a bit sparse on detail. This is not my story. This one was told to me by my aunt one Memorial Day when I was visiting up north for a family reunion. Unfortunately, I didn't find this subreddit until long after she had told me this story, so I'm unable to ask her about the specifics. However, it's the first story that came to mind when I stumbled across this subreddit, and after some careful consideration, I think it'll fit here pretty well. Back in the late 90s, very early 2000s, my aunt worked in an office. Pretty ordinary workplace. Cubicles, water cooler chatter, copy machine jams, etc. The guy in the cubicle next to her, Thomas, however, was anything but ordinary. He was the weird guy at this place. You know the type. The guy everyone kind of feels on edge around. The guy that all of his coworkers think has the capacity to go postal one day. The guy no one really wants to spend too much time alone with. Being his cubicle mate, my aunt had to put up with a lot of his oddities. Sometimes, he'd peek over the divider at her and just stare. Oftentimes, he'd make strange comments about female coworkers' appearances. One thing that really struck her as odd was oftentimes she'd hear him whimpering, as if he were quietly weeping on the other side. Nothing super threatening, but enough to make her feel a tad ill around him. One day, she notices Thomas is gone, and his cubicle is cleared out. The water cooler chatter picks up. It is revealed that Thomas has been axed and charged and convicted for making threatening phone calls to a couple of female coworkers, one including a rape threat. Not only that, but hidden surveillance cameras during the stealthy investigation of these allegations had revealed that the strange whimpering my aunt had heard from Thomas was not from him crying, but from him masturbating in his cubicle. He is subsequently sentenced to 75 days in prison with 3 years parole. My aunt thinks, good riddance, and moves on with her life. A few years pass by, and my aunt is watching the news one night when something catches her attention. Thomas had apparently been arrested again, this time upon investigation of a murder of a 9-year-old girl in Tahoe. Once proceedings began, and media attention was being garnered, she was overwhelmed by an influx of new information about Thomas. It turned out that the bad vibes everyone at the office felt were for good reason. Thomas was one sick fuck, much worse than they'd once thought. Trials had brought to attention that Thomas had been sexually abusing his son, TJ, since he was 5 or 6 years old. As TJ got older, Thomas got him to bring young girls for him to molest regularly, including TJ's own girlfriend. Eventually, Thomas had dragged TJ so far into his depravity that this culminated into TJ luring a 9-year-old girl into their apartment, where his father brutally raped and murdered her. TJ even covered for his father when the girl's parents came searching for her, as she lay tied up in the back bedroom before going off to dump her lifeless body down an embankment alongside the highway. Tragically, a very bright young girl had to die for him to finally get caught. But Thomas was convicted, and furthermore, died in prison in 2001. No one will ever have the misfortune of meeting him again. Number 14. This is actually about my cousin and her life, although I was involved in her life. We were close and lived right down the road from each other at the time this was going on. My cousin Annie got married in 2010 to this guy that was in the army at the time. His name was Brad. When they got married, it was out of the blue, and all happened very fast. Annie was only 21 at the time, but she had a little girl that was 1 year old when they married. Our kids were about the same age, only a 2-week difference of age, so they would often come over so our kiddos could play together. As the time went by, we all kind of got used to Brad. He was very high-strung, and just had that typical army guy feel to him. My boyfriend at the time and Brad started to become pretty good friends, so it went from letting the kids play every once in a while to an every weekend get-together at our house, or theirs. It was fun. We would grill and hang out and let the kids play. But I started to notice little things about how Brad would treat Annie in front of us. It started small, with him just nitpicking her over absolutely nothing, to him just snapping and blowing up literally for no good reason at all. All of this kind of stuff continued to get worse and worse every time we would hang out with them. Then one day Annie came over to our house upset and crying, saying that Brad had just gotten physical with her and hit her and pushed her off their porch in broad daylight for the entire world to see. She was all banged up head to toe. This was not the last time it happened. We begged her to leave him, to get away before it got too bad. Finally, in 2012, she had had enough of her abuse and she left him. She didn't tell anyone where she was going, not even us, because she was in such fear for her life. She was scared he would find her if anyone knew. He tried his best to get to her and to find where she was. He would stalk her kids' daycare, wait around by her parents' house to see if he could catch her out there. Just scary kind of behavior. One day, she agreed to meet him in town at a spot where a lot of people were, so he could say goodbye to the child. He used the baby against her. He had actually adopted her during their marriage, so he used that as a ploy to get her to come around. They met that day, and as soon as she got out of the car with her baby, he ripped the kid out of her arm and took off with her. Gone. She was frantic, scared to death, didn't know what his intentions were with the kid. She called us and the police, and the police could not do anything because his name was on the birth certificate, so that legally made him the father with equal rights to the child. This was a terrible situation. Needless to say, she had to play by his rules to get the baby back. He finally answered his phone, and he told her the only way she could see the girl again was if she agreed to come back to him and put all this in the past. She agreed, but not without putting her own plan in motion. She told him she was ready to come back with him, and he came to meet up with her, and the cops were waiting, because at this point, her family had told the police that he was a threat to them all. And as soon as he pulled up and got out with the baby, they arrested him. This is where the story ends basically for my cousin and him. She immediately filed for an order of protection, filed for divorce, and sole custody of their child. She hid the entire time all this was going on, and he finally, after a few weeks, gave up looking for her and started dating this other girl named Brianna. She was only 19, and also had a 2 or 3 year old baby girl. The weird thing about this situation is that it was like he was using this girl to literally take place of Annie. They had so much in common it was eerie. So they dated for a few weeks, when he then convinced her to come stay with him in another state, the state over from us. He was working construction for a job over there, and claimed he wanted her and the baby to be with him while he was out of town. Mind you, they hadn't barely even known each other at this point, maybe like 2 weeks, and from what I was told, he was already asking her to marry him. Anyway, I'm not sure of all the details, but Annie called me up one day in August of 2012 and told me that the girl Brad was with was missing. Well, they ended up finding her body a while later in a field, miles away from where they were staying. He had killed her, set her body on fire, and threw her away in the field. The most disturbing fact of all this is that he had her little baby with him the entire time. I can't imagine what it must have been like for Brianna and her poor baby. They arrested Brad, and he was charged with capital murder and held on a very high bond. I can't believe that he would do this terrible thing to this young girl who had her entire life in front of her, and her baby at that. This very well could have been Annie if she hadn't gotten away, and my thoughts were that he was so enraged with Annie that he took it out on this other girl. Number 15. I grew up in a very small Wisconsin town with a lot of strange folk. I'm a petite, not intimidating female. I was living with my father and my younger sibling in an average home at the time. My grandparents frequently came over for shared dinners. I was a senior in high school, and for my final semester I was able to leave school about an hour and a half earlier than usual twice a week. I relished this time at home alone, and would often use it to take long, hot showers since no one was there to scold me for using all the hot water. One day, I arrived home early as usual. Even though it's a small town, I am always very careful about locking the doors, because at the time, we had a young, 6-ish, neighbor boy who thought my dad was really cool since he worked on cars, and would occasionally just walk into our house to ask my dad questions about cars. Weird, yes, but I knew he was still at school at this point, and I was just being proactive. So I get home, go upstairs to my room, go into my walk-in closet, this is important, get into my robe, and go back downstairs to shower. Mid-shower, I hear what sounded like someone walking downstairs very loudly. We have pretty thin walls, and the stairs are on the other side of the one bathroom wall. I knew there was no way anyone could be home, because my dad always works late, my grandparents only come around dinner, and my sibling was still in school. But in an effort to try and not freak myself out, shower vulnerability is the flippin' worst, I just convinced myself that the clear footsteps were most certainly the house settling. None of this was helped by the fact that our bathroom didn't have a functioning lock, and anyone could have burst in. I searched the shower for the sharpest, most weapon-like shampoo bottle, and quickly finished up. Still uncomfortably moist, and in a flimsy old bathrobe, I decided to search the house, despite that creepy, off feeling that almost everyone has experienced. I ran to our knife block, snatched up a meat cleaver, and proceeded to ninja my way through the house with the full illogical intention of hacking an intruder down with my beefy 17-year-old girl's strength. I searched every nook and cranny, and didn't find a single thing. The doors were still locked, and since I didn't hear anyone go back upstairs, I figured the footsteps were just a figment of my imagination, and I calmed down a bit. I get back to my room upstairs, and I'm about to walk into my closet, when something immediately catches my eye. There's something white in my doorway. Something that could have not possibly been there before. A crisp, white, gently placed, smoothed and flattened out pair of men's underwear. Someone had been, and may still be, in the house. Never in my life have I had such a pure flood of fear. Earlier I had mentioned that I walked into my closet to change into the bathrobe, so I would have noticed a flippin' pair of men's underwear in the doorway of my closet if they had been there earlier. I booked it downstairs, and sat in a corner with a knife and a phone until my sibling and grandparents came over a short while later. They were freaked out, but not too worried since we couldn't find anything else. And then it gets weirder. Later that night I told my father about the incident. We decided to search the rest of the house for anything out of the ordinary. While searching my dad's room, we noticed one of his dresser drawers was open. Unusual, since he is very neat. And in this dresser drawer, we found a newly opened multi-pack of men's underwear, with one missing. He had gotten a pack of underwear years ago that were not quite what he wanted, and instead of returning them, he just left them in the bottom of his dresser, completely forgetting about them. So someone, somehow, got into, or was already in, our house, opened a package of men's underwear that was in the back of my dad's bottom dresser drawer, took one of the pairs of underwear out, and gently placed them in my closet doorway while I was showering. What the ever-flipping heck? Weird underwear closet guy in my house. Let's not meet. Number 16. Johnny's Pizzeria is half a block from my house, and Wednesday is a cheapo pizza night. I live alone in an Oklahoma neighborhood, a few miles outside of a rough, but improving, city. On many a Wednesday, and then Thursday and Friday, I have some pizza. I usually walk to get the pizza, but it was raining tonight, so I drove the half a block. The only patron inside, 5'7", dark-skinned, slight build. American Psycho's Patrick Bateman, without Christian Bale's build or looks. Or personality, I reckon, as I watched him awkwardly engage an employee. He asked him if he had seen Hateful Eight, with the break in the middle. He asked him a few times about the break, but never using the word intermission, and the employee looked a bit confused. The guy behind the counter said that he saw it, on the website, with no intermission. I thought maybe Mr. Bateman was an old friend of the employee. He said that he was moving to LA in June to pursue a career in stand-up. Based on the counter guy's lack of reaction, I didn't think he knew him. I was bemused, but avoided eye contact with Bateman. My desire was for cheese, pepperoni, mushroom, red sauce, and dough, without the crazy. Bateman then bought a $1.63 cookie, and the woman at the till rang him up and told me that my pizza was finishing up in the oven. So I sat at the booth nearest the counter, and the Law & Order's theme song and title credits blared out of the sole, large TV in the place. Cookies in hand, Bateman sidled up to the booth and said, "You know, these special crime unit cases, they're all anal crimes. Like crimes involving people getting anally raped." I was aghast. Fuck. Is this guy's idea of a stand-up routine? It needs some work. Yeah, well, it's the holiest of holes, I guess, I blurted out. In retrospect, I wonder if he got the Tarantino reference. I saw the mental illness in his eyes. Bateman sat, uninvited, at the narrow booth. Our knees locked, and he offered me some of his cookie. "No, sir. Thank you. I don't want any of your cookie. You bought it. It's yours." I wanted my pizza, goddammit, not a cookie. Bateman stands up and says, "Don't be such a creep. You don't want any of my cookie, that's fine." He then awkwardly staggers around the room, looking for anyone else to engage. The staff are busying themselves. I'm his only victim. "So, what's your favorite band?" "Sir, don't take it personally, but I just don't want to talk to you." He hovered around the joint, pacing around. Standing in front of the exit, I thought he was going to stand there to be an obstacle after my food was done, then moving when another patron came in. Apparently, Mr. Bateman ordered a chicken taco, and it arrived. Thankfully, he left to eat it. I kept an eye on the ovens and the parking lot to see where he went. When my pizza was done, I asked the woman at the till whether she knew him, and told her I was disturbed by my interaction with him. She said no, but said that earlier a man came in, ate the sugar packets, and bummed a slice from a family eating there. Typical junkie behavior. I said it must be a full moon, and thanked her. I saw that he was at the edge of the parking lot looking out toward the road, far enough away that I could easily get into my car. I did, and pulled out, and saw him staggering up the sidewalk towards my house. He was looking at the houses along the way. When I passed him, he spun around to look at my car. I drove around the block and realized, because I had only gone out for 5 minutes and I'd be coming back home with a pizza box in my hand, I didn't lock the front door, and I left my phone at home. When I came around the block, he was still on the sidewalk near my house. It was raining out. Mr. Bateman was, to all appearances, mentally ill. What if he was looking at the houses to seek shelter? What if he was trying the doors to get in? I went to my cousin's and called a non-emergency line for the police and gave them a description of the man and asked them if they'd come to my house to make sure it's secure. The dispatcher said, at the end of the call, 2 things. 1, always lock your door, even if you're just going to Johnny's. And 2, I hope you got the breadsticks, 'cause they're great. I told the officers what happened and suggested that if he was still in the neighborhood, this might not be the last call they get tonight about him. I'd rather have a torn ego and an intact cornhole than a torn cornhole and an intact ego. What if it hadn't been raining and I had walked? Anal Mr. Bateman, let's not meet. Number 17. I'm a 26-year-old female from India. This happened when I was 16 years old and living in Kolkata, India, in a building that had 3 floors and 1 flat on each floor. It was not really secure. We had a security guard downstairs, but he was drunk most of the time. Since he was old, we didn't feel like firing him. It was the end of the summer, and someone had rang our doorbell one afternoon, and my younger brother opened it. It was a man saying, "Do you want me to sculpt a Ganesha, a Hindu god, idol for you?" My brother politely said no and closed the door. We didn't think much more about it that day. It became a habit of this guy. He would show up at the same time every afternoon, asking the same question, and getting a negative response from either my mom, my brother, or me. Since he usually left, and was extremely polite, we never reported him. Then he stopped coming. He did not come up for 2 weeks, and we forgot about him. The monsoon season had begun by that time. It rained heavily almost every day. I loved going up on my roof to get drenched in the rain. One afternoon, it was raining, and I decided to go up on my roof. There is a huge cupboard at the corner of the stairs, which leads to the roof, where we kept some household supplies. I went onto the roof, and after about 45 minutes of rain-soaked fun, I stepped out. I was dripping wet, and soaked the stairs with my wet clothes and feet. I decided to wipe off the water from the stairs, and I opened the cupboard to take out a mop. As I opened it, I saw someone sitting inside. I screamed. It was the idol guy. He calmly said he was busy making Ganesha idols for us, and I should join him, and he tried to grab my hand. I slammed the cupboard door shut and ran back upstairs. Nobody was home, so I called my mom and told her what happened. She called the police immediately. I waited, in my wet clothes near my door, sitting in the puddle of rainwater my clothes had made. My heart was thumping. Soon, I heard the sirens and a couple of policemen rushed up to my flat and asked me what happened. I led them to the cupboard. The man had vanished. Only tiny bottles of alcohol and a blanket were inside. All of our supplies were gone. Maybe he threw those out to make room for himself. We were wondering where he might be, so we made our way to the roof. It was still pouring outside. We went onto the roof, and there he was, completely naked. He was standing with his arms out and chanting prayers and encouraged us to join. The policeman grabbed him and cuffed him. He was still smiling and chanting. He was taken away by the police, and that was the last I saw of him. I never got to know the details of who he was. The police talked to my parents and said they had taken care of it and he wouldn't bother us again. To this day, I am still scared to open cupboards, even if it's my own wardrobe. Number 18. I met this guy in 2015, in a class I was taking to learn French. I used to sit next to this girl called Rosita, and we quickly became friends. She told me her friend was interested in me. That's how I met Alex. He was extremely handsome and very tall, and I was blown away by the fact that someone this divine would even consider me. We met up quite often, and soon enough, we began dating. The first 2 months were amazing. We would talk for hours, take long walks. Every touch made me tingle with excitement. I was too much in love, and so was he. After 3 months, we were out having dinner at a fancy place. I ordered for a scotch, and that set him off. He began saying things like, women should not drink, and it was unseemly of me to do so. It came out of nowhere for me. I was stunned. He then walked off when I dared to take a few sips of my scotch. He did not contact me for a week, and I did not apologize, because I knew he was clearly in the wrong. I was out of my love trance. This conservative attitude was a deal breaker for me. He contacted me a week later, all apologetic, saying how he grew up with conservative parents and did not know how to react to me drinking. I was cold towards him for a few days, but we patched up. I did drink in front of him after that, and he seemed okay with it. After a few weeks, we were alone in my apartment, and we were fooling around. We proceeded to do the deed. We had never done it before. This time would be our first. He refused to put on a condom, saying it was against his religion to use protection. So I refused to do it. He slapped me 3 times and ran into the bathroom and locked himself in, and didn't come out until morning. I was horrified. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to kick him out, but he did not answer me or open the door all night. Morning came. I hadn't slept, and I cried all night. He finally came out, apologized, and begged me not to break up. I asked him to get the fuck out, and told him it was over. He began to cry, picked up his things, and left. We had no contact for 2 weeks. I forgot this humiliating experience and moved on with my daily life. Then one day, I get a frantic call from Alex's mother. Alex had cut himself around his wrists, thighs, and stomach, and had to be hospitalized. She begged me to come see him because he kept saying my name. I decided to go, even though my gut was telling me not to. I reached the hospital and rushed into the emergency room. There he was, semi-conscious. He asked me to come closer. He held my hand and said that if I didn't take him back, he would kill himself the next time. "This is just a preview of my love, princess," he said before passing out. I ran out of there. I did not feel any sympathy for this lunatic, and I decided to keep my distance. His mother called me non-stop. I had to switch off my phone. All week she kept calling, messaging me to marry him or he would die. I picked up one of her calls and told her bluntly that her son needed psychiatric help. She called me a whore and kept the phone down. 4 weeks later, my doorbell rings early in the morning. I found a bloodied handkerchief on my doormat. It was fresh blood. There were fresh drops all around my doormat. I screamed and shut the door. I knew he was out there. I peeked through the peephole. Sure enough, he was there, clutching his right arm, bleeding through his shirt. He screamed, "I'm going to kill myself for you, babe," and began slicing his wrists. He was smiling. I opened the door and asked him to stop. He lunged towards me and kissed me. My top was covered in his blood. My neighbor had heard all of the ruckus and came out, pulled Alex aside and called for an ambulance. Alex kept saying, "I love you," the entire time. My neighbor asked me to get some clothes to stop the bleeding. After 5 minutes, we heard the ambulance. The paramedics came up and took him. I slouched in the corner and began to cry. I did not expect this. None of this. Luckily, he did not make any contact with me after this, at least for a few months. This year in January, I was attending a friend's wedding in Kerala, India. I checked into the Marriott. I drew myself a bath, and the phone rang. It was the concierge. He said my guest had arrived and was waiting for me. I thought maybe my friend had come over to discuss the wedding. I got dressed and went down to the lobby. Alex was standing there with flowers. I asked him how he knew I was there. He smiled creepily and said he just knew. "Forgive me for my behavior, princess. I love you. Let us be together," he said. I created a scene in the lobby and demanded that he leave. The hotel staff was supportive and escorted him out. My mind was still reeling from this encounter. The wedding was in 2 days, and I barely slept. I was scared. I was alone, and he knew I was here. There were many mute nuisance calls all night, and I knew it was him. The wedding went off without an incident, and I rushed back home. He hasn't done anything so far, but I'm sure he will try to get in touch somehow. I'm scared. I get calls from private numbers all the time, and when I pick up, all I hear is breathing. Number 19. So when I was younger, I lived on this street that sort of circled around a park. Rather than spend about 10 minutes trying to explain it, I got an outdated Google Maps pic instead. I lived on the outside of the area, and the only other kid my age lived opposite of me. We were the oldest on the street. I was 10, and he was 9 when we met, so we hung out most of the time. Soon enough, we'd been best friends for a couple of years, and our families were also friends too. And on New Year's Eve, or Christmas, they'd often go with each other to parties, usually at my friend's house. Generally, my parents would all get drunk, and we'd be left to do whatever the hell we liked, since nobody paid attention to the kids. The kids being me, my brother, my friend, and his sister. The 4 of us were usually just stuck playing Spotlight, or climbing around on the shed roof, or whatever our parents wouldn't let us do when they were sober. I don't really remember the occasion, but one night while our parents were having one of their parties, our little group decided we were going to the park, which is that big oval of dead grass you see in the image up there. It was about 1 a.m., and my friend's sister, being the youngest, didn't want to go. That left me, my brother, and my friend to go to the park. I was maybe 14 at this stage, so I was the oldest and the responsible one. We headed off to the park, and we hung out on the swings, and we noticed this big van come crawling down the street, really slow. Its headlights were off. It was dark, and I have no clue what color it was. We were immediately alert. We stopped dicking around, and my friend said that we should all lie down so they wouldn't spot us. "Especially because you're a girl," he said to me, and we had a brief whispered argument about how he was a sexist dick. But I digress. While we'd been arguing, this van had disappeared from our line of sight. If you look in the screenshot, you'll see that the top of the street is where you enter the suburb, and it comes around to the bottom street, which ends in the cul-de-sac. So we frantically shuffle around, because there's nothing worse than not knowing where something is. And we see the van has come all the way around the park, and is now sitting in the cul-de-sac. Of course, we were like, well shit, we're gonna die. After 5 long painful minutes, the van started up again and crawled off nice and slow around the park and out of the suburb. We sprinted back to the house, yelling about what had just happened. Nobody listened in their drunken state, of course. Anyway, days went by, and eventually the school holiday came, so we could stay up as late as we wanted. We told our parents about the story, but they thought we were just being overdramatic, and were more annoyed that we'd snuck out at 1 a.m. As the school holidays went by, I would stay up until 3 a.m., because I was just one of those rebel cool kids. You know the type. My friend and I would Skype occasionally. Both of our bedrooms are located right in front of the houses, so I'd see his lights on, and he'd see mine, and we'd Skype until one of us fell asleep. Anyway, 1 a.m. comes rolling around again on one of the holidays, and we're Skyping. I hear a car coming down the road, and thought it was odd, since I know most of the people on my street, and none of them really went out this late. I looked through my window, and lo and behold, there's a mysterious van with no headlights creeping past my house. I immediately tell my friend to look out his window, and we watch this van do its rounds, even parking in the cul-de-sac for a couple of minutes, and then creeping off again. This persisted all holidays, every night for 2 weeks, without fail, at 1 a.m. through 2 a.m. I even got a few videos of it so I could prove it to my parents. At this point, they finally believed us. A few weeks later, I'm hanging out at my friend's place. It was late. I was sleeping there because I was home alone for the weekend since my parents had to take my brother somewhere. I forget where now. So my friend, his sister, and I are all playing video games in his room, when suddenly we hear that goddamn van coming by. My friend's parents were still awake, so we quickly rushed out of the room in fear of whoever was driving the van would end up peeking through the windows and seeing us. We told my friend's dad, and he grabbed a metal baseball bat and waited by the front door for the van to stop in the cul-de-sac. Then the dad barges out the door, yells a whole lot of swearing and insults that our delicate ears had never heard the likes of, threatened the guy, told him to fuck off, and threatened to call the cops. He stormed out there with his bat, barefoot in PJs, and just managed to dent the guy's back door as he sped off. Fortunately, we got the license plate number too, and reported it to the police. The whole story was in the newspaper, which I'd link to, but it discloses a lot of personal information about where I live. We found out later that the person in the van was our local suburbs ice cream man. And if there's one thing you need to know about our local ice cream man, he had an eye patch and about 4 teeth in total. So yeah, that was creepy. So I guess the important life lesson is, don't trust the ice cream man, kiddies. Number 20. This happened a couple of days ago. For reference, I'm a 17-year-old female in Australia, and I live a half-hour drive out of town. It was about 10:30 p.m., and I had just finished work. I was on the close shift, and it was on a Tuesday night, so naturally, it was dead, and nobody was around. I was driving home alone, and I was stuck behind this 4-wheel drive UTE thing. Not good with cars, sorry, and needed to get in the next lane. He was indicating, but wasn't actually going anywhere, so I indicated and overtook him in the next lane over. As I was level with him, he began veering towards me, and all I could think was how much it was going to cost to fix that, so I slammed my hand on the horn and made the "fuck you bro" gesture as I passed him. In an awkward coincidence, the light turned red, and we stopped side by side. He motioned for me to wind my window down, and I obliged. I was about to apologize, but I didn't even get a word out before he started screaming at me, calling me a cunt, a fucking bitch, a stupid fucking pea-platter mongrel, and then threatened to ram into my ass on the motorway. I was tired, it was late, and I couldn't be bothered with him, so I just rolled my eyes at him and wound my window back up while he was talking. That royally pissed him off. He turned bright red, and I saw him reach down, and the UTE door opened. I panicked and floored it through the red light onto the motorway. I thought I was all right for a second, but I saw him in my mirror speeding up behind me. He was clearly speeding up to catch me, since I was going like 10 kilometers over the limit. He had his high beams on, and kept flashing them. He was right behind me, and I could only think about what he said about crashing into me, so I tried to go a little faster. I looked for his license plate number in the mirror so I could report him, but either the lights were way too bright for me to see, or there was nothing there at all. And there was no way in hell I was going to stop after that performance before. I finally got off the motorway, and he was still behind me, and I was a little paranoid that he was following me, even though the motorway only really led to one area. It could have still been coincidence, so I pulled into the nearest street, and he was still behind me. So I did a prompt U-turn, and when the guy did as well, I realized he was absolutely following me. I was about 20 minutes away from my home at this point, and I didn't want to lead him anywhere near my house, so I decided on a split-second decision to go to the nearest police station to hopefully get him off my ass. Unfortunately, the nearest police station closes at 9:30, and I only ended up pulling into an empty dark parking lot. I pulled over facing the entrance so I could see if he had followed me. I didn't see him coming, thankfully, and I figured he'd chickened out once he saw that I was going to the police station. I debated calling the cops, since I didn't think I was in any danger anymore. That was, until I noticed out of the corner of my eye, a certain white UTE slowly creeping up to my left with its lights off. Once again, I panicked and floored it out of the car park and back towards the main road. I had no idea where I was going, no intention to pull over, and no clue who to call. I was going in the complete opposite direction of my house. I eventually spotted a nice, brightly lit petrol station and pulled into there, parking as close to the doors as I possibly could. I jumped out, frantically waving my arms around at the doors. They lock them at night and have to be manually opened. When I was let in, I started screaming at the poor lady at the register to lock the doors and that someone was following me. I was absolutely terrified, but thankfully she was quick on the uptake and locked the doors. I realized I'd left my phone in the car, but she offered to call the police. I was keeping an eye on the road outside while the clerk called the cops. I absolutely saw the car drive past, but he didn't come in. The clerk waited with me for the cops to show up, and eventually they did. It was almost 11 by the time they got there. I had literally never been happier to see a cop in my entire life. They asked me to describe the guy and the UTE, and asked for the registration. I gave them what I could, and one of them drove me home. I haven't heard any follow-ups from anyone, but it was absolutely terrifying. Enough so that I asked to be taken off night shifts for a little while. I've only been driving for a little under a year, but honestly, I don't think anything is going to top that experience.
Number 21. I used to work at a photocopy and shipping place. I primarily set business cards and brochures for customers, helping them print resumes and so on. My boss was genuinely a nice man. The job was pretty stressful, but he let us know how much he appreciated our hard work. If he had a flaw as an employer, It was that he tried too hard to please every customer. This is how I ended up meeting John. John appeared in the store with my boss at his side. My boss explained that John would need some help with his book. I was supposed to sit with myself at the keyboard, John beside me, and make corrections to his manuscript as he rambled them off. Now, this is a huge no-no in any publishing setting. If the client sits with you and directs your work, you'll be on the job for ages, as the client uses you to make tweaks after tweak. The boss has strict rules against this for that reason. We didn't have time to hold every client's hand like this, not at the rates we charged. We're just a photocopying place, not some high-end graphics house. However, my boss was a nice guy, and if he wanted to break his own rules, fine with me. I agreed to help this John person. The book was called The Book of Wisdom. It was a gigantic Word document, no chapter breaks. Each entry consisted of one line of this fellow's brand of enlightenment, followed by 3 blank lines of underscore. I'm guessing that the reader was supposed to read the wisdom, then write out beneath it what they thought it meant. If you ever worked with a long, old-school Word document, you'll know that if you make a small change at the top, it can completely ruin the formatting below it. And if you opened a file like this on your computer, and it had been written in a font that you just happened to not have installed, you get a mess of misaligned text. This file was a nightmare. Most of my tinkering was just to get it sorted out so it would print correctly, John hovering over my shoulder all the time. Much of these lines of wisdom were pretty obvious or, borrowed from other sources. Samples included, there is always tomorrow, but tomorrow was never certain. You can have daydreams and night dreams, but you can't have them together. And some were unintentionally funny, like this one. Sometimes you come to a fork in the road, and sometimes it's a spoon. I didn't keep a copy of the manuscript, so those are the only ones I can remember. It was absolutely massive, about 500 pages of this, and he insisted having it printed out on one side of the paper in Surlax bond. The job took ages, but we got it done. John paid and left. That wasn't the last time we'd seen him though. Every month or so, John would show up again, disc in hand, with a bunch of changes he needed made, or new wisdom he wanted to add. Since the boss had let me sit by him once, he was sort of cornered into letting John continue this practice. Over the next few months, John's appearance started to degrade. When he first came in, he was clean-cut and presentable. As time went on, he stopped shaving regularly, his clothing got shabbier, and his wisdom got weirder. He loved to corner me and tell me how any day now, some publisher or other was going to pick up on his book of wisdom, and he'd be famous. It all came to a head one day, when one of my co-workers came running in, looking panicked. She'd been at the bus station and saw John, in a kilt, with no shirt on, threatening people with a hunting knife. He was ranting that my boss had stolen some Native American art from him, and that he was going to get even. He apparently attempted to assault someone there, and the police were looking for him. Right behind her, I could see John entering the parking lot. I didn't see a knife, but he had a grubby gym bag over his shoulder. He had this wild look in his eye that I've never seen before or since in a human being. My co-workers weren't sure what to do. We had no time to lock the doors. I hissed at them to get into the office and call 911. They scurried off just as John entered the shop. I had the foresight to remember the box cutter from my pencil cup on the counter. Not that I intended to use it, but I didn't want John to grab it and start swinging. John stormed in and demanded to see the boss. I honestly enough said that he wasn't here, and started to try to talk him down. John was raving that my boss owed him $10,000, that he'd stolen his Indian art, as John put it, and he wanted his money now. At one point, John looked at me with what I can only call an evil snarl and said, "You're not calling the cops on me, are you?" I replied, "Of course not, John. How can I? I'm standing right here." This seemed to appease him, and he grinned at that. We made some sort of small talk and kept him occupied until the police pulled up and took him away. He went meekly with them. The police asked me a few questions and left. I was pretty shaken up by this event, as you can imagine. Some months later, I came into work and there was John, sitting on the computer with my boss, working on his book of wisdom again. I couldn't believe it. After he was gone, I confronted my boss about it. He said that John had been off his meds, and that he was sure that it would never happen again. I found another job and left the position soon after. Later on, I heard my boss eventually gave John a part-time job at the store. I avoided the place, and eventually my boss closed the shop and moved on to other things. I haven't seen John since then. Author of the Book of Wisdom? That's not me. Number 22. There's fantasy and there's reality. And for some, there's no dividing line between them. I've been a fan of role-playing games since high school, which was further back than I'd like to think about. Fantasy was pretty much the standard theme of all the games I played, and still do play. People like us love to make up stories about our characters, the places they grew up, the towns they live in, to the point where they feel pretty real to us. But we can all agree on one thing: none of it is real. We work our largely mundane jobs and get through the monthly bills like everyone else. We escape every other week or so for a night of snacks, friends, geek talk, and telling stories. We play around at the kitchen or coffee table, show off our newest addition to our dice collection, and generally break things up before midnight, as we all have to get up at a decent time the next day. My ex and I started a local gaming convention that ran in the local library once a year. It was an excuse to get together for a weekend, try out different games, and meet new players. Sometimes out-of-town vendors would rent a corner and sell products and books we, in those pre-internet days, couldn't easily get a hold of. We usually invited a guest of honor too, someone who worked in the industry, who would run some events and generally drum up interest. I met Harold at the second convention we held. He came up to me, loaded down with some gaming paraphernalia, and bluntly asked if he could be the guest of honor next year. He was writing a role-playing game, he said. Now, the writing a game part by itself wasn't that odd. Every gamer who's ever rolled a die has tried to write their own game at least once, and nerds who have an inflated sense of self-importance aren't that rare either. I said that if the game got published by a big company and it proved popular, we'd talk then. He seemed satisfied with this and moved on. Harold became something of a fixture in the local gaming community. He was a bit socially awkward, but most of us were. Had thick glasses and was on the short side. He was far from the worst offender, however. He was at least presentable, watched regularly, and if he did tend to dominate the convention when he got you cornered, he at least didn't hit on you. He was by all accounts a decent game master. That is, he was good at remembering the rules and setting up a balanced scenario with characters that could battle or think their way out of it. Several of my friends also gamed with him outside of the convention. Harold wasn't my favorite person to deal with, but he wasn't the most dreaded either. He was a nerd, but that I could handle. He was one of the delicate members of the species that we all considered harmless. I was never threatened or afraid of him. There was nothing to be afraid of, other than getting stuck listening to his long-winded gamer stories. Harold worked at a toxic waste handling plant. At the time, this meant basically warehousing dangerous chemicals. Factories would pay the company to take barrels and crates of the stuff off their hands, and the company would either find creative ways to store it or break it down into something less terrifying. Harold worked mainly nights and largely did watchman duty, although sometimes he told stories of having to help move various containers into holding spaces. He'd laugh when he'd tell us how he found out later what they contained, although he never encountered a bad spill and was never in any regular danger. Some of his friends had seen his pay stubs and noticed that Harold didn't make a vast amount of money. Harold also paid a portion of his wages to his mother, a widow who I met exactly once. She was a frail thing that walked on a cane, always dressed in black, and looked like she'd been born 85 years old. Like Harold, she'd corner you and pull you into a conversation, telling you all about her dead husband, how she missed him, and how much Harold was like him. For the next 5 years, he saw Harold at the local game and hobby store, and at the convention. His life wasn't really going anywhere. Still working at the waste treatment plant, still helping out his mother, still gaming. He flirted at least once with the idea of a girlfriend, but it didn't take. He still met up with the gaming buddies once a week, always at their house. Then one day, I wasn't at work. I worked Friday nights in a local comic shop, if you can believe it. Yes, I am that much of a geek. When one of Harold's friends ran in with news, Harold was in jail. His mother had been calling around to his gaming buddies for help, not knowing where else to turn, not for the reasons you'd expect. It turns out she was the one that had him up on charges. Harold, it turns out, had beaten her up so severely she ended up in the hospital. We found out that Harold never worked at any plant, toxic waste related or no. He'd forged the pay stubs, or possibly altered stolen ones, and had planted them where his friends would find them. He'd even have work clothes, coveralls and the like, that he showed up in from time to time when he was on his way to work, that he didn't wear otherwise. Where the hell he went at night is anyone's guess. We lived in a pretty small town, and I never remember seeing him when I was working. He'd been living off his mother for years. She owned several rental properties, and the income had somehow fallen into Harold's control. Legally, he didn't own anything. He'd bullied his mother into handing over control of her money. He'd also hit her on the many previous occasions. She was afraid of him and had no idea what to do. I know guys tend to protect each other in times like this. I've watched my male friends defend just about anything their other male friends do, sometimes to the point of absurdity. Not in this case. I guess beating up your hopeless mom is where you draw the line. When confronted by his buds, Harold strongly said that he needed his stuff at his mom's house to be moved to a storage locker he'd arranged, probably through his lawyer, but told them to keep any gaming stuff they wanted too. The room was packed with games Harold had never been known to play. Some of it was still unopened. He spent more money on gaming materials than we knew of. It's possible, as he had a car, that when he was working, he was actually driving out of town to buy more product. He'd shove under his bed or in his closet and never touch. In some cases, there were duplicates of games and books. I'm not sure if he did this intentionally or if he'd just forgotten that he owned and bought it again. Harold had role-played a mundane life. None of it was true, but all of it had been believable. Why he picked such a boring fantasy life to fake, we'll never know. Maybe he was smart enough to know we wouldn't buy anything grander. Maybe he thought this particular job made him some macho somehow. I wonder sometimes if Harold's mother had also made up a fantasy life. Harold never spoke about his father or his childhood. Certainly never to me. Maybe his mom faked widowhood, wearing black to mourn a man who left her when she fell pregnant. It wouldn't be unheard of for a gal of her generation. He did a brief stint in jail, and then moved out of town. Where he is now, I have no idea. I'm sure wherever he is, he's still living a fantasy life. Harold, the role player, let's not meet. Number 23. My friend Tom owns a window fitting company. He's a pretty successful guy, a man of the world, not easily scarred, and can most certainly handle himself. He's a real man's man, and not one for overreacting. In fact, he's probably the calmest person I know. So when something freaks him out, I know that there's really something to freak out about. So, one day, he gets a call from a croaky-voiced elderly man sounding at least 80, asking him to come over and measure his windows for a future replacement. The old man gives him his address, and they agree that the next day, Tom will go and measure his windows at 1 p.m. Nothing unusual there. He has many calls like this every day. The next day, he arrives at the house, knocks on the door, and there's no answer. He tries a few more times, and there's still no answer. So he pulls out his phone to check the address that he tapped in the day before. Yep, it's the right house. He then goes through his contacts to call him, but realizes that he must have forgotten to save the number. So he goes through the recent calls list because it specifically remembers that it was a landline number, and he didn't get many calls from house phones these days. He calls the number and almost immediately hears it ring inside. An old, startling phone that sounded pretty close to where he was standing. He lets it ring for a minute in case the guy needs a little more time to pick up. As he's pacing up and down, waiting, he sees that there's a long path by the side of the house, which leads to a small gate, obviously to the back garden and easily accessible. He'd come to the conclusion that the old man had simply forgotten what time he was coming and had gone out, so he decided to measure up anyways. He does the front and makes his way to the back, and as he's standing there, with the tape measure, trying to do his job, an awful feeling of terror comes over him, so strong that he was dreading having to do the upper windows, and found himself rushing to get down and get out, which is exactly what he did. He called me shortly after to describe the feeling, and even though I didn't really know what to say, I didn't make fun of him or make light of it. This guy throws himself from planes all the time, and quite the adrenaline junkie. So if something scared him, even if he wasn't sure what, I'm not going to disagree. So later on that day, Tom calls the old man, who had actually forgotten what time he was meant to come by to do the measurements, and he schedules his replacement for a fortnight later. Tom doesn't mention the feeling or the yard or anything. 2 weeks pass, and it's time to do the job. Now, Tom doesn't actually do any of the heavy lifting anymore. He has guys who do work for him. He measures up and answers calls and checks in on the guys from time to time these days, and that's all. He figures they'll be okay on their own this time, and doesn't need to check up. Because even though he hasn't mentioned being so spooked, he had been thinking about it. A few days in, he decides that he's being ridiculous and gets in his car to check on the guys doing the job. They're in the backyard almost done when he gets there, so he goes to take a look. They tell him the old man is out and has been all day, that they're almost done and that he should take a look at this. One of the guys leads him down the long garden, down a few steps onto the lower levels, and there, obscured by a tree on the higher level, was a concrete shed about 6 feet tall, with a huge padlock on the door. He'd seen it while doing an upstairs window, and thought it looked interesting. Tom hadn't really looked at the garden when he was measuring up, as it was behind him, and he was rushing, and even though this was just a concrete shed, it did look unusual somehow, and it did intrigue him. So he rattled the door, and to his surprise, the padlock wasn't actually clamped too, so he opened the door. Behind the door was blank dark space and steps that led down, and for whatever reason, I don't know, they decided to crouch and go down the steps that led them to a small room, completely black. I don't know what they were thinking, honestly. And they both flicked the flashlights on their phones, to be greeted with stained walls, with chains and cuffs and all kinds of odd-looking things attached to them, that they didn't stick around to look at the details of, as they both shoved each other out of the way to get out. Now obviously a call to the police came next. They didn't want to jump to conclusions, as it could have been an old sex dungeon or something. They were certain they had been dried blood, but maybe their imaginations were getting the better of them, so wanted to sound like together, manly men. They played it more casually than they'd have liked on the phone. Plus, they still had to see the old man to see if it was happy with the job, which was very awkward. The police never showed, and the old man liked his new windows very much. And for God knows what reason, the worker that ventured down the steps with Tom chimes in. You don't see concrete sheds like that often, pointing in the direction of the shed that can't even be seen from where we're standing. Tom glared at him as if he says, "What the fuck?" and expected the police to turn up at any moment, which, as I mentioned, they didn't anyways. The old man looked noticeably uncomfortable, and it seems trying to change the subject. So after a while of trying to keep him talking, it became quite clear that the police are going to be no-shows. They leave. Now a few weeks go by with Tom and his workers talking about this. The opinion swaying from "we need to go to the police station" to "we shouldn't have been down there," and then to think that we're probably over-exaggerating this, until the young worker decides to hell with it, I'm going to the police. And this time they actually went to check. The worker was told off pretty badly for his fake report. There was nothing at the bottom of the sweet old man's yard but a squared-off gravel pit with a fence around it and a water feature in the middle. I like to add that the police in this particular area are not concerned with much unless your head is falling off. It has some pretty nasty areas with a lot of going on all the time. I'm really sorry about the terrible title. I couldn't think of anything else. Oh, and I know this story so well because it's been told to me many, many times over the past 5 or whatever years it's been. Number 24. I worked in fast food for a good deal of time during high school. Several terrifying things happened during this time, as I worked at a store right off of the street well known for drug dealing, and I usually closed, which happened to be at midnight. Keep in mind, I'm a 5-foot girl, around 130 pounds, yes, chubby, I know, 18 years old, and pretty defenseless considering I was working. The back window, where one would pay, is called the hole, and I was stationed there one night at about 10:30. From my spot in the hole, I had the view of the drive-through monitor, and saw a big, rusty white truck with a windowless topper. The man belted out his order in a gruff voice and drove off screen to pull up to the window. I was usually pretty decent at getting a feel of what people were going to be like when they placed their order, and based on this guy's voice and attitude, I was already getting a bit defensive in case he was going to get confrontational with me. His truck pulled up to the hole, and I opened the window to take his money. He was a 50-something, dirty-looking guy, with short and stringy hair and really piercing gray eyes. He handed me the cash silently and watched me intently as I made his change. When I turned around to hand it to him, he finally spoke. "You are really beautiful, you know that?" Flustered, I tried to deflect his words. "Oh yeah, my boyfriend tells me that all the time." He scoffed. "How old is your boyfriend, sweetheart? 20? Well, when you're looking for a real man who's experienced, well, I'm right here in town for you to come find me. My name's John." He then drove off. I reported the incident to my manager, who told me more or less, "Well, that's creepy, but since he's a customer, there's really nothing we can do." He turned up at least 5 times in the next 3 weeks at the same time at night. Each time, not saying anything, just staring at me with those gray eyes of his. I never initiated conversation, and panicked a little every time he drove up. Eventually, he stopped coming for a while. In the meantime, my boyfriend and I got engaged, and naturally, I had begun wearing a ring. About a week before I quit the job, the guy pulled up to the window again. "Well, hi there, sweetheart. I haven't seen you in a while. I missed you." His attention flicked down to the diamond on my finger that I had subconsciously hung out of the window. His face was quickly flashed through several obvious emotions: disbelief, then jealousy, rage, and finally, he chuckled to himself and drove off without a word. I quit right after that, and haven't seen him or his truck around town since. So creepy drive-through guy, here's to hoping we never meet again. Number 25. As I've talked about a few other posts, if anyone digs into my post history, I worked in fast food during high school and when I started college. I was a fairly small 18-year-old girl at the time, and was scheduled to close the restaurant that night at midnight. We had been particularly dead, and labor cost was pretty high, so at about 9:30, I was the only one left in the front while my manager took drive-through orders and money. So around 9:30ish, this guy walks in wearing really nice designer clothing, including a brand new looking Aeropostale jacket with the hood up, pressed khaki shorts, and sunglasses. He keeps all of this on as he sits down at the bar-style seats at the end of the counter. This raises immediate red flags for me because, being dark outside, I feel like the guy is keeping his sunglasses on and hood up to obstruct my view, and the camera's view, of his face. I hesitantly stand there, unsure of what to do. I pretend to be busy and wait for him to say something. Sure enough, in a few minutes, he's behind me at the counter. "Excuse me, ma'am, but what could you give to me?" "I'm sorry?" "You know, when the food expires. I know that's not really bad. Could you get me something?" This guy still has not taken off his glasses, and when he speaks, he does so slowly. When he opened his mouth to talk, I noticed he is missing most of his teeth, despite the fact he is a very young man. "I'm sorry, I can't. My manager needs everything to count the waste products. I can get you a glass of water." He accepts, half smirking. I hand him the water cup and dip behind the grill to find my manager. She seemed thoroughly unconcerned and told me to go back up front and get to work. Uneasy, I obliged. I continue to work myself up front and see the guy sitting there at the counter again, sipping water and watching me behind his sunglasses. I duck back onto the side of the grill, not visible from the counter, and pull out my phone to text my boyfriend and father, both of whom live close by, trying to get someone out to keep an eye on the situation. I'm one word into my first text when my manager clears her throat behind me. I turn around and she has her hand out, waiting for me to put the phone in it. I'm trying to get something out here. Make sure nothing happens. I'm scared. "You're fine. Give me the phone. You can have it back for music when the restaurant closes." Helpless, I surrender my phone and the only chance for rescue I had. I come back to the front and he sits there for a while, staring with a weird half smile on his face. About 11:30, he gets up and walks out. Relieved, I go on with closing duties and forget about him. We close and get ready to leave the restaurant. I didn't have a car of my own, so my boyfriend would come to pick me up at about 12:30 in the morning. As I stepped onto the sidewalk from around the corner of the building, I saw a movement headed my direction, and I quickly jumped into my boyfriend's car. As soon as I touched the door handle, the movement immediately changed direction and headed the opposite way. I locked my car door, realizing who the person in the shadow was, and what the intention was. It was the same guy that had sat in the lobby earlier watching me. I fully believe he intended to wait for me and follow me to my car, believing I had driven myself. I told my boyfriend to step on it. Number 26. Around 2004, I was about 15 and in my 4th year of secondary high school. I lived in a suburban street that had a large open field a short walk away, and we would always walk the dogs around the field. Sometimes I'd go for a jog there to get outside and do something. A long time before, I would have my PC and sit around indoors doing sweet FA. As a side note, something I'm looking to change lately. At the time, I was very into high fantasy fiction, including LOTR and Ergon, and looking into role-playing, tabletop games, and so on. In my first year of secondary school, 2001, our former tutor, Mr. Smith, had surprised us all by letting us into his life as a long-time Dungeons & Dragons game master and a full-on LARP enthusiast. Naturally, we had a D&G after-school club. The big surprise was when he brought his LARP group to battle on the school field. Seeing crossbow bolts fly and learning how chainmail was forged was a real eye-opener and made me feel more comfortable in the D&G tabletop hobby. Flash back to 2004. My parents were out for the day, seeing my aunt and uncle in the next county, so I was walking the dog alone across the field. It was an average walk. We chased the rabbits and the dogs rolled in every bit of dirt I was possible to roll in. Suddenly, out of the cluster of trees near the bottom of the hill stepped an elven ranger, bow and arrow in hand, pursued by a warlock wearing a Black Sabbath t-shirt. A fighter with a massive unwielding greatsword, and a tall mustachioed man with a quarterstaff. I was actually quite taken aback when I saw it, but there was no mistaking it, that this was a LARP group. Here in the field, mere yards from my house. It took me a few moments to work up the courage to approach, but I did, with the dogs in a leash, muzzled, not because they are vicious, but because it stops them pulling the walker every bloody which way. I was thinking that would be enough of a deterrent if things went south, but hoping that they would be friendly. Being a teenager with conflicting thoughts drilled into me from an early age. Don't talk to strangers. Don't judge a book by its cover. Anyways, I figured I could approach safely, and they seemed friendly enough, starting by immediately embracing me as a fellow tabletop gamer, and regaling with tales of how their party had vanquished a goblin king or whatever. It was all very enthralling, and before too long, we were introduced. I forgot most of the names, but it was the mustachioed man who was the game master, who sticks with me and is the focus of this post. Damian Rogers. After introductions were done, it was just starting to rain, and the dogs were becoming restless. Damian said that, as the weather was worsening, they were going to go inside to his house and play Double Dash on the GameCube, and did I want to join them? There would be cookies and hot chocolate and video games for everyone. That was tempting. But I at least remembered that strangers were still strangers, and you shouldn't enter someone's house randomly, since that was a massive risk. I said I had to take the dogs home, but maybe when the weather cleared up, I'd be up for joining a LARP group. It didn't quite go that way. It turned out that Damien had moved into my street, a far distance up the road, closer to the field. So if I ever wanted to walk the dogs, I had to walk past his house, and conveniently, he was often just by the door or leaning out of the window when I went past. He'd ask when I was going to join the LARP group, which I occasionally saw practicing combat in the field on the weekends. I was busy studying for school, of course, so I could only say when I had the time. He'd also ask if I wanted to come and play the games or have a cookie, to which I still politely declined. I mentioned Damien to my parents, and my dad says, "Seems like a weirdo." Mom says he's being a grumpy old fool about it. But then my dad does have a quite astute observation and contextual common sense. I probably should have listened to him earlier. School comes back into the picture. My first year form tutor tells me he hears from a close friend that I'm interested in getting into the LARP scene. I wonder who is it? It's Damien. This is unsurprising actually, since Mr. Smith was in fact the head of the LARP group in the county and would have ties to a lot of people in the hobby. Turns out that Damien and Mr. Smith are indeed quite close friends. I heard from Mr. Smith that Damien hasn't quite finished the moving out process, and needs help moving things out of his mother's house. I feel like this is the opportunity to change my dad's mind about Damien, and let slip that he has a van large enough to move a considerable amount of furniture, intending to ask him later about it. The next time I pass Damien's house with the dogs, he waves me down and asks if my dad is available to help move the remainder of his things out of his mother's house. I'm a little bit jarred by the suggestion, but again, he and Mr. Smith were quite close friends, and it seemed natural that the information would get passed on. On the way back from our daily walk, Damien's just leaving the house and asks if he can meet with my dad to discuss using our van for the move. I agree, and we walk to the house. This is my first mistake. Now he knows the exact number of the street where I live, if he didn't already. I tell him to wait on the front yard and take the dogs down the side alley to the back garden to let them off the leash. I do not lock the side gate. This is my second mistake. I go inside, take off my shoes, and look for Dad, but can't find him. I go to the kitchen and speak to Mom, and say I have Damien outside, and he would like to talk about using Dad's van to help move his extra furniture. Mom turns to me from what she's doing and literally drops everything with a yelp of terror. Damien is standing right behind me. He's quite tall, so his mustache face is fully visible behind my head. I have no idea how I didn't hear him. He entered the house completely silently. The dogs made no noise about it. The door didn't slam, etc. This is my first warning that something is not quite right with this man. Initial fright over, he introduces himself quite pleasantly. Mum berates me later for leaving the side gate unlocked, and quite rightly, too. Dad gets back from the job he was working on out back behind the garage. He is a car mechanic for a living, and is surprised to see the weirdo standing in our house. Handshakes and names are exchanged, and Damien gets straight to it, asking a price for moving his furniture this upcoming weekend. To my surprise, Dad jumps at the chance and says, "No charge, for neighbors." It's what we do for each other. My dad at this point in life is a xenophobic, homophobic cynic who is convinced there is no one in the world who doesn't have their own perverted agenda. He's since changed for the better, and I can say he's just a plain cynic now. So this neighbor's bull is literally an act. He would only help out the next door neighbors because he's known them for 30 plus years and trusts them impeccably. New neighbors up the street? 10-foot barge pole. I don't question it vocally, and certain not here in front of Damien. I wait for the weekend. The weekend comes and Dad seems very excited again, unusual. I get in the van with my mom and we tail Damien and his wife, Alice, in their car back to her mother's house in the next borough. Up to this point, I've only ever seen Alice briefly. Sometimes gardening, sometimes with an actual tray of cookies, perhaps to prove they exist. She doesn't seem all there in the head. Unfortunately, sometimes muttering to herself the same phrase over and over, or pacing back and forth doing nothing. It's a real shame because on the few occasions I've spoken to her lucidly, she's only ever been polite and cheerful, usually pointing out butterflies or interesting flowers nearby. Turns out, Damien actually has a fair collection of junk that needs bringing to his new home. So we set to work. Mr. Smith shows up too, with his family, to help clear out the old house. It's refreshing to see him as a person instead of a teacher, with what seems like a happy family. His wife is Scottish, loud, and absolutely bubbly, immediately making everyone tea. It's a busy slog of a day, clearing out cabinets and chairs and so on. Apparently Damien's mother's house is mostly his possessions, with his mother occupying just one of the bedrooms. We, my parents and I, attempt to tackle the upstairs bedroom belonging to him, while they stop for another round of tea. Removing the mattress from the bedstead reveals some objects which I wish I could forget, including a stack of tantric sex manuals, and Kama Sutra, sex toys, etc. There is also a pair of passports. My dad picks up the passports and opens them, then puts them back down where they were, and writes something down in a notebook he puts in his back pocket. We let the Rogers tackle the rest of their bedroom, and I noticed Dad had returned to his absolute state of cynicism, and what my mom refers to as an old man grump face. Nothing more of note happened for the rest of the day, even moving everything back to the new house. That night, my dad warned me to stop talking to Damien Rogers and his wife Alice. Ever since the first mention of him, my dad had been keeping notes in his daily diary about his activities like a paranoid conspiracy theorist. The passports had been cross-checked immediately with multiple authorities to discover that this person was a registered sex offender. He ensured the entire street knew about it before Monday. Angry reports were filed with the council and police by multiple people. I believe Damien's window was smashed by a thrown brick on one or more of the days. Smashed, repaired, smashed again. Boarded over. His house was spray painted with nasty words. I would not wish this on anyone. It actually made me quite sad to see the violent response from my neighborhood. Mr. Smith claimed he had no knowledge of Damien's past, and told me that he had cut ties to him immediately after he found out what had happened. It was reported to the school by both parents and police that a sex offender was living nearby. I believe Mr. Smith wholly on this and bear no ill will, as he has continued to be trusted friend and mentor. Damien did not live in our street for very long after that, I have since seen Alice wandering the streets of my hometown, carrying bags of shopping from the supermarket, occasionally smiling, but very often wearing a sullen, empty, blank face. I have, however, never seen since Damien, and hope to do not cross paths with him again. Number 27. I grew up in a military household, which meant that my family was always moving around. Some might find it interesting because you get to see new places and meet new people. I, on the other hand, despise it. In the year 2013, I was a sophomore in high school in Southern California. I had recently moved to a city called Menifee, which is mainly a suburb for the working folk and a riverside county. This had been the first time my parents were finally able to buy a house of their own instead of living on a military base or renting a home. Being the new kid, especially in high school, I would have thought I'd be harder to make new friends, but I did within a few weeks. Their names were Bradley, Jacob, and Austin, Bradley still being a very close buddy to this day. They were the main group of friends that I preferred to hang out with when not in school and did very frequently. Anyways, this is one particular day that sticks out from the rest. I remember it being a Friday in that year's fall season. My trio of friends all happened to live on a cul-de-sac, which was over a mile from where I lived. Since my neighborhood consisted of mainly elderly people, I usually spent most of my time over at theirs. Frankly, I don't remember what we actually did that day. All I do remember was since it was a Friday, my mom allowed me to stay out later. When the time reached around midnight, my mom texted me and told me it's time to come home, as she and my dad were going to sleep. I would have asked my friends if their parents could have given me a ride home, but on second thought, they'd probably also be heading off to bed, and I didn't want to bug by asking if I could sleep over. So I gave my friends a farewell and headed home. I honestly didn't mind walking. The air was nice and cool, and I always loved the night sky. Between mine and my friend's home, there was an elementary school with a wide green flat park right next to it. The park at the time had no lights surrounding it, and was totally pitch black except on the corners where there was a lamppost. As I was about to pass the park, I noticed a man sitting on a bench near one of the park's corners around 100 feet away. When I got closer and was about to pass him up, I gave a quick glance towards him. I couldn't see his face because his head was facing down, but could decipher that he was a bald Caucasian man wearing a black hoodie and shorts. Besides that, I didn't really pay much mind to him and continued my way. I kept moving forward, occasionally glancing at my phone for no particular reason. Maybe to just pass the time. As I neared a lamppost, I noticed when glancing down that a second shadow was being cast alongside mine. Somebody was behind me. Maybe the guy from earlier. I quickened my pace while trying not to make it too obvious to get some distance between myself and whoever was behind me. Now, some people probably wouldn't mind or care if they had to share the sidewalk with a stranger, but since it was late at night, and because I'm a pretty skinny dude, I didn't want to risk being mugged. Eventually, I decided to cross the street. I looked both ways for cars, but obviously it was to see who was behind me, and sure enough, it was the same man. It was a little brighter due to there being more streetlights, and I was able to get another look at him. He was built and over 6 foot. After I crossed, I continued down the same route, and shortly after, I noticed that the guy had also crossed the street, and was once again right behind me. Okay, now I was starting to really freak out, as my heart began to beat faster. Up ahead, the street which turns off the road and into my neighborhood was within sight. At first, I felt relieved, but then realized that I didn't want the guy to follow me home and know where I lived. Instead of turning into my street, I continued walking forward until I approached another street coming off the main road. I quickly sped up and turned into the street, and once I knew I was a little out of sight, I began to jog away quickly, but quieting my footsteps. When I was like 100 yards away from the mouth of the street, I twisted my head around to clarify if the man had continued following me. He was, and not just following, he was full-on sprinting. There was no way I could take him on a fight, or know if he was armed. At that moment, I decided, fuck it, and I also began to sprint away. I didn't even know where I was at this point, or which new street I'd been running into. All that mattered was getting away. After running for a while, I ended up thinking of an idea to run into the side of a house that had 2 trash bins next to it, and lay on my stomach behind them. I was flat on my belly and was facing the street. Luckily for me, I'd been wearing a black jacket, so I was hoping to be able to blend into the darkness around me. I laid there for like a minute when the guy happened to stop running on the sidewalk near where I was laying. He stood there and scanned the area around him really fast. My heart stopped when he faced my direction. When he couldn't see me, he cursed under his breath and continued running in the direction he had been previously heading. I waited there for like 5 minutes so I could be sure that he was long gone. Afterwards, I bolted straight home, but it still took half an hour to get there because I was unfamiliar with these neighborhoods. My biggest fear was bumping into that man again. I never told my parents about that experience, since we had finally settled in, and I had already made my own group of friends and didn't want to risk moving again. My only precaution was to never walk home alone at that time again. The event itself slowly faded from my mind until recently when I came across stories similar to mine online forum and internet posts. I never found out who that guy was, but in the years following, I discovered that in the early 2000s, the local high school had a neo-Nazi problem, but had since been rooted out. I'm not positive that's why he ran after me, or if he was just trying to get money out of me, but it doesn't seem possible that a white supremacist wouldn't mind roughing up a small Latino in the middle of the night with no one else around. So to the Midnight Stalker, let's not meet again. Number 28. Several years ago, I was working in retail as an assistant manager at a very popular men's and women's clothing store in a large, upscale shopping mall. Most of the time, I had opening shifts and came in very early to open the store alone, or occasionally with one other sales associate. I would sometimes get creeped out being in such a large store all alone, but the introvert in me preferred the quiet, slow morning shifts on the weekends before the whirlwind of crazed afternoon shoppers. We communicated over headsets in the store, and one Friday morning, my sales associate Kate called to me over the headset. "You have a phone call." She explained that it was a customer I had helped earlier that morning who really liked the items I had sold him and wanted to thank me for the exceptional customer service. I hadn't been much busier than usual that morning, and I didn't remember selling anything in particular to a male customer. I figured maybe Kate misunderstood him, or maybe he was thinking of someone else. Either way, he asked for me by name, and I was delighted to take the phone call from a satisfied customer as opposed to an angry one. I walked over to the register and picked up the phone at the desk. "Hi, how can I help you?" "Is this Ashley?" a man's voice asked. "Yes, this is Ashley. How can I help you?" "Ashley with the red sweater and dark hair?" "That's me," I replied. "Thanks, Mom and Dad, for cursing me with the ultra-popular 80s baby name. People have to triple check that they're talking to the right girl." "Oh, I'm so glad I got a hold of you, Ashley," said the man on the line. Something about his voice was setting off tiny alarm bells somewhere in the back of my head. "I'm sorry, who is this?" I asked. "Oh, this is Mark," he replied. "I just want to say thank you for helping me pick out this shirt earlier." I started racking my brain as he prattled on how much he liked his outfit. Definitely didn't remember a Mark with a shirt. I glanced down at caller ID. Unknown. "And you're so friendly and beautiful." Oh, Jesus, guy. Asked me out under the disguise of a customer service call? I rolled my eyes and looked over at Kate, annoyed. She smiled, waited for a little bit of customer gossip that would be surely coming her way after I hung up. "Thanks for the compliments, sir, but I have to get back to..." He cut me off. "You know, you have a perfect ass." I thought about it the whole way home. I jerked off thinking about it as soon as I walked in the door. Mark proceeded to go into sickening detail about all the things he wanted to do to me. I didn't need to hear anything more. I slammed the receiver down, feeling sick. After telling Kate what had just transpired over the phone, I continued to go over the day's events in my mind. Definitely didn't remember anyone named Mark. But I was selling 100 shirts to 100 different guys every week. Mark could have been any one of them. Mark might not have been his real name. Soon enough, customer traffic picked up in the store, and more of the co-workers filtered in for their shifts. I told my manager and a few other co-workers what had happened on the phone that morning. Although I was thoroughly disgusted by it, they helped me shrug it off. Just a one-off weirdo customer who would probably be too embarrassed to ever come in the store again. By the end of the day, I'd forgotten all about Mark. Unfortunately, the phone calls didn't stop. Mark continued to call the store several times a week. He would give different names or start out with some made-up customer service issue, changing his voice at first to ensure that he got me on the line. Sometimes he'd make perverted sexual threats. Sometimes he'd clearly be jerking off, and sometimes he'd say nothing at all. He also called from a private number. Generally, as soon as I realized it was him, I'd hang up the phone and go on to my business. It wasn't until the third or fourth phone call that it dawned on me that he wasn't harassing me from the comfort of his own home. He always seemed to know what I was wearing. That green dress, those black boots, your ponytail. He was watching me. He was calling me when I was working alone, or when I was the only person behind the desk to get the phone. My coworkers confirmed that no one was calling me when I was off duty. He could see me. During that epiphany phone call, I looked around the store. There was a few men in the store, but none of them were on their cell phones. I looked out at the big front window of the store into the mall. Plenty of people were milling about out there, but no one seemed suspicious. I had a creepy feeling that stuck with me for the rest of the day after that. I was only 21 or so at the time, and pretty naive. I had grown up in a very sheltered, under-middle-class bubble. Aside from an errant catcall or the occasional creeper at the bar, nothing like this had ever happened to me. I didn't know what to do. After a few hours of being unable to shake my feeling of unease, I called mall security to tell them what was going on. They said that there wasn't much that they could do, but offered to have someone walk me to my car after my shift. The officer that they sent up to the store was hardly bigger than my 5'7", 115-pound frame, and he was armed with a flashlight. Politely declined the escort. I don't know why, but after a short series of increasingly threatening, disturbing phone calls, one day, Mark just stopped calling. I had taken a few precautions in that time. I made sure I scheduled a male coworker to open the store with me, and always walked to my car with another person at the end of the day. I don't know what happened to Mark. Maybe he found a different target. Maybe, hopefully, he dropped dead. It actually creeps me out even more now than it did back then. How did he find out my name? Was he coming into the store or just watching from outside? Did I ever interact with him in person? Retrospectively, I was really dumb for thinking that a person who was stalking me over the phone and who had already located himself very near to me wouldn't take it any further than making phone calls. I'm glad he didn't follow through on any of the creepy plans to assault me. But still, let's not meet Mark. I'll give you the kick in the teeth you deserved in 2008. Number 29. I recently moved to a new city, and I've been walking almost everywhere in order to get a better handle of the surroundings. It's actually kind of nice to live someplace where everything you need is in walking distance. I live in a large metro city on the west coast, and it's pretty well populated, so I feel safe walking alone most of the time. A couple of nights ago, I had just gotten back from running errands when my boyfriend texted me from work and asked if I could pick up something from the store for him. I was admittedly a tiny bit annoyed as I had just got back to the apartment, but I said okay. I figured I could just drive back to the store. Then again, the weather was finally starting to get nice here, so I decided to walk instead. The store is just a little over a mile away, and I was sure I could be there and back in no time, so I headed out. I'm prone to getting lost in grocery stores, drugstores, Target. I'll go for one thing and find myself wandering around for quite a while, and suddenly, my basket is full of things I never knew I needed. This evening was no exception. I wound up lurking around the store for about an hour, tossing random things in the basket. I realized time and daylight was getting away from me, and quickly checked out. I stepped out of the store. The air was still warm, but the sun was beginning to set. I started walking back towards the apartment the same way I had come. It was uneventful for the most part, and quieter than usual. I passed a few people out of the evening jog and a dog walker or two, but no one else. I was about halfway home and headed into a slightly less populated or more industrial neighborhood when I stopped at a crosswalk, waiting for the light to change. The walk light was about to come on for me when a man who looked like he was about to cross the street heading towards me suddenly walked in front of traffic that was beginning to move and crossed perpendicular to me. So once I crossed, he was now heading in the same direction as me instead of away from me, just on the other side of the street, if that makes any sense. He was a young guy, maybe younger than me, early to mid-20s. He was decent looking and seemed well groomed. He was wearing gray jeans, a black t-shirt, and an orange hoodie, but something about the way he walked put me off. I don't really know how to explain it, but something about his walk just struck me as strange. The way he just ambled out into the street, something was strange about him. I actually needed to cross the side of the road he was on, but I was on alert, and something told me to keep my distance. So I stayed on my side of the street and kept heading in the direction of my apartment, feeling his eyes on me as I walked. Sure enough, as soon as someone passed him on the sidewalk, he began accosting them. Better them than me, I thought. There were two of them, and at least they had a dog. I quickened my pace and looked quickly over my shoulder. The people had brushed him off, and he was hurrying a bit more. It seemed like he was trying to catch up with me. I felt as though he was following me, but I couldn't be sure. He kept talking to himself, or maybe to me. It was hard to make out what he was saying from across the street, but he sounded pissed. We passed an office building. With him being on the same side of the street as the building, a man stepped outside just then to smoke, and the creeper man began accosting him as well. I used the opportunity to quicken my pace again. I wanted to get away from this dude. I glanced over my shoulder again when he pointed at me. "See that pretty little thing over there?" he said with a smirk to the man having a cigarette. I tried to give my best help me eyes to the guy with the cigarette. Smoking guy looked super annoyed, and he immediately put his cigarette out and went back inside. Thanks for nothing, smoking guy. I was totally alone now, and still about a 10-minute walk to my apartment. My city is definitely a walking city, and there are usually people everywhere, but of course, tonight, there was no one. Maybe I'm just being silly, I thought. I did have a tendency towards being hyper-vigilant, so I decided to test him. I quickened my pace to almost a jog across the street. So did the man. I slowed way down, he did too. I stayed standing at a crosswalk where I had a walk signal. So did he. I crossed against the light when it changed, and he did too. Fuck. And now he was really pissed. He was cursing up a storm and flailing his arms about, and his hoodie was off now. I really needed to be on his side of the street in order to get home at this point, but I was too scared to cross, and even if he left me alone, I didn't want him to follow me all the way to my apartment. I wasn't really sure what to do. I patted my jacket pocket where I usually keep my mace, and realized I had left it in a different jacket. I was alone and armed with a bag of drugstore goodies, and now it was getting really fucking dark outside. I had walked several blocks out of the way at this point, afraid of getting too near to him. I don't know what kept him from coming to my side of the street that whole time. I was trying my hardest to ignore him, and I think I was pissing him off, but maybe also keeping him at bay. The whole time, I never felt him take his eyes off me, and he was staring right at me when I dared to glance over. Finally, by some miracle, I came to a busy intersection where several people were standing on the corners. Crazy Creeper Man threw his arms in the air one last time and yelled, "Damn it!" and continued muttering to himself before suddenly turning and running in the opposite direction. I did a run walk across the street and all the way home, glancing over my shoulder the whole time. I don't know what his intentions were, but it's one of the few times in my life where I've gotten that truly awful feeling in the pit of my stomach about a person. I'm so glad I chanced upon all those people at the right moment, and now I always carry my mace with me. Number 30. So I live in Dallas, area in a suburb called Irving. There is a story I heard since I was a young kid about a butcher of Looper Road. Now this is just town superstition, but something traumatic happened to me that has been pretty hard to talk about. Figured this sub was the right place to tell those that would listen. Looper Road is right next to the city dump, which was a huge landfill that could be smelled from miles away, and the butcher's so-called workshop was at the end of the street, which was a dead end. No outlet type street. You can go on Google Maps and see. All that's at the end of the street is the ending of pavement, which has a huge patch of wilderness behind it, extending all the way to the Trinity River. This is where this alleged abandoned home lies. Apparently, in the 50s, this man went on a killing spree of about a dozen children and women, and disposed of their bodies in the dump. Now, I know this seems fake, and I was skeptical too as a kid, but I had an experience when I was 10 that I wouldn't ever forget on Looper Road. My dad took us out there one night for some spooks and fun, and I had all my Little League football teammates with me, so nothing could go wrong, right? Well, we walked past the end of the street, and went into the wilderness to go find the abandoned home. Soon enough, we came across an old farm-like house that was tattered and falling apart. As kids, we were shitting our pants. We weren't allowed to go in, because it would be trespassing on the county's land, but something caught my eye in the window of the kitchen. I saw a dark face in the window looking out, with bloodshot eyes. I was stunned, almost confused on whether my mind was making up something or it was actually something in there. I started to gasp for air. All of a sudden, one of my teammates yelled, "Run!" playful, and began sprinting back to the road. I have severe asthma, and at the worst time, I was having an anxiety attack on the gravel. which made it hard for me to breathe. Everyone didn't see me collapse, so I was left alone while my dad ran back with the kids accidentally. While I was gasping for air, I saw the door open and saw the shadowy figure approach me. I could smell a stench smell, which I now deduce as liquor on the dark figure, and he grabbed my arm firmly and started to drag me. Somehow, I fought off the man's arm and sprinted with all that I had back to the end of the road, where my teammates and father were waiting at. I was hysterical. They all clearly thought I was joking with them, but in the morning, they could see that there was clearly bruising on my wrist from the man. My dad called the police. Turns out, it was a homeless man who was a sex offender, was caught digging in the dump next to Looper Road, and was trying to lure kids back to the old abandoned house. To do something really, really bad, I'm guessing. I don't rag on my dad much, cause he feels bad, but they did it a lot as kids and thought that it would be a good scare. Everyone he knew went out there as a dare. He never expected the place to be inhabited by a child predator, but thank goodness, I was able to catch a second wind, or else I would be a victim.
31. This happened this past weekend. My father is a head coach at a high school in the Dallas area, and recently created a Pop Warner team for the suburb we live in. He did it so the kids could play against better competition in each city, since the local league is lackluster to say the least. My brother is in the 5th grade, just for relevance. So when my dad scheduled a day for a uniform and pads fitting, all types of people, kids and parents, came out to the community center. I arrived about an hour into the whole event to make appearances and talk to kids, former college player. As I sat through the next few hours, I noticed a grown man who looked like he was in his 20s, and he kept walking around the community center, real suspiciously. He was walking around in some navy blue drug dealer jumpsuit pants, a plain white t-shirt with a bag of chips and Arizona tea. He acted like if he was special ed, and the parents and people around him thought nothing of it. I always read L&M, so I was cautious of people that stuck out. And boy, was my gut right about this one. The man kept walking around, asking kids where their parents were, and the faces of the kids were so truth-telling because they looked very uncomfortable when this man kept following them around and trying to touch them. He approached my brother, and that's when I intervened and approached him. I asked him what his business was being here at the community center, and he said something about his little brother being fitted. He looked incoherent, and I was afraid that he was mentally handicapped, so I tried not to come off as an asshole. I told him to not talk to my brother or the other little kids because they were uncomfortable with a grown man following them around. He replied with some gibberish, and it looked like he understood what I was telling him. Well, at the end of the day, as we were all leaving, he somehow strayed a kid away from the group of kids playing outside and took him into a car in the back of the parking lot. Thankfully, the parents saw the end of this and began to scream their baby son's name, and the man threw the kid out of his car and drove away as fast as he could. The kid was crying hard, with his pants halfway down his legs, but nothing had happened yet. It was not a good situation. I took my brother home and explained to him that people are in this world that will hurt you. And I said to always look out for creepy or uncomfortable people, just to be safe. Thank goodness for somebody paying attention to their kids, and thanks to L&M for giving me a perspective on certain suspicious behavior that some may not pay attention to. I hope this man gets what he has coming to him. 32. For a bit of background, I'm a black female living in Texas. This happened about 4 years ago when I got my first apartment. It was in, for lack of a better term, the hood. Robberies and murders happened a lot in the area. I was 23 at the time and worked at a call center. My best friend was going through a rough patch, so I told him he could come crash at my house, as long as he's respectful. I had the 12 to 9 shift, so by the time I got home, I would just crash out. So this occurred around the month of February. I had started talking to this guy. I'll call him Silver. He would come over from time to time and spend the night. So anyways, my best friend, not having a job at the moment, started talking on gay sites and bringing guys to my house for hookups. This annoyed me, but I let it fly. I mean, we all have to get some, I suppose. One night, me and Silver were sleeping. This was around 12:30 at night, when knocking came on the door. I stumbled out of bed, half asleep, and I cracked the door to see a black guy, about 5'6", skinny, shifty, staring blankly at me. "Can I help you?" I say. "Say, is D here?" the man said. I look at him for a moment, trying to think who the hell D was, before I realized that this was the name that my best friend must have given him. I shook my head and said, "No, I think he's at his family's house, sorry." He looked at me for a moment and said, "Princess, what's up with you?" I was caught off guard for a moment, then responded, "Oh no, I have a boyfriend. He's in the other room right now. You have a good night." I closed the door and chuckled it off, but I made a mental note that I would speak to my best friend about the visitor. The next day, I had to address the situation with my best friend. And he looked at me and told me he had met that guy when he was walking around the apartments. He has seen the guy and they had some small conversation, and the guy wanted him to go into a vacant apartment so they could hang out. But my best friend declined. The guy was really persistent on getting him into the vacant apartment until my best friend turned and walked away quickly. He must have not noticed the guy watch him go up to my apartment. When he would see the guy, he would try to avoid him after that. I had informed him that this guy came to my house, knocking on the door, and asked for him. He said, "Well, just tell him I don't stay here anymore." I was extremely annoyed. Some time had passed, and I had forgotten all about the guy until, you guessed it, 12 p.m. The guy comes knocking on my door again, asking for D. I had informed the guy that D no longer lived here, but once again, he just stared at me and then said, "So what's up with you?" I had to remind him that I was involved yet again, and then I wasn't interested. To that, he would just walk away. A few days later, a Friday night, I had just gotten dropped off from a coworker, said my goodbyes, and I got into the house, played some music, and was about to start cooking when there came a knock at the door. I thought it might have been Silver, but he hadn't called to say he was coming over. I made my way to the door and opened it. It was the guy. I rolled my eyes and said, "Yes?" Once again, his blank face just looked at me, and he asked, "Was D here?" I told him no. He doesn't live here anymore, and could you please not come to my house asking for him? He then once again said, "So what's up with you?" I said, "Nothing. There will never be nothing up. You have a good night, sir." He tried to say something else when I closed the door in his face. I began to walk off, and then I heard a tap on my window. He appeared out of the window through the blinds, and he was just looking at me. And I looked at him like, okay. He just shut down with his hand, and I looked down to see that his small penis was exposed. I laughed. I couldn't believe this was actually happening to me. I mean, you hear about creepy people flashers and all doing things like this, but I never thought this would happen to me. I said, if you don't get your little dick ass away from my apartment, I will put you on blast for being a DL dude. He quickly stuffed his penis back in his shorts and began to walk down the stairs, cussing and talking loudly. I stepped out onto my porch and began to promptly argue with the guy, telling him to get his down-low ass away from my apartment. Seeing that there were a few people outside getting into their cars who stopped a little, he felt a tad embarrassed, and so he said, "Oh yeah? I'm gonna come back and shoot your shit up." I said, "Oh fuck yourself." I know this is crazy, and I know I shouldn't have provoked him, but I was feeling very pissed off and annoyed. As the guy rounded the corner, I got back in the house and called my best friend. Now, I know I should have called the police, but at the time my best friend was the only thought in my head. As he answered, I told him to get his ass over here now. This dude is threatening me, and you need to handle this. Let him know that you are not interested in talking to him. My best friend was running from his mom's house, which is a couple apartments away across the street. I was so pissed off with this situation. It's still occurring time after time. I had told him to get rid of the guy. I explained the situation of what was happening, and I told him he said he was going to come back and shoot this shit up. Then I hear footsteps running up my stairs. We both looked towards the door, too nervous to open it. Then we heard jiggling of the door handle and beating on the door. My best friend started hyperventilating and said, "What the fuck?" I tell him to call the police. And then the pounding of the door gets louder. So we ran to the kitchen. While she spoke with the dispatcher, as they talked, I noticed that the sounds got quieter. So I walked towards the door. Then I heard a loud bang and the windows shake. My best friend hit the floor and screamed to the dispatcher, "Oh my God, I think he shot a gun." I closed my eyes and thought, I'm expecting to be shot dead. But I wasn't. I peeked out of the window to see him standing a few steps down the stairs. He had thrown an actual brick that hit square dead in the middle of the 4 window panes, but it didn't shatter. He turned and ran. Sometime later, the police arrived. We filled them in on what had happened, and they treated it as if it was a joke, or some lover spat. I was highly annoyed, so I told them thank you for doing nothing, and I closed my door and tried to calm myself down. I called Silver to come over just in case, if the guy had came back, but I had never seen him since, and glad that we never met again. 33. I've been stalking this Reddit for about 4 to 5 months now, reading the various stories, and one of my friends told me I should post because I've had an eventful life filled with weird, creepy encounters to the point where it no longer bothers me. This specific encounter happened only a few weeks ago, as of writing this on February 22, 2015. First, a bit of information. I'm a 6'2", 250-pound guy. At no point did I really feel threatened, more uncomfortable. A friend and I had made plans to meet at the bus depot in the middle of town, to go to the card shop nearby and then the comic shop. and like normal, I got there about 45 minutes early. After about 10 minutes of waiting, a man walked up to me and asked if the next bus would be here soon, and I said yes. And I continued looking at my phone, texting friends. The man incoherently babbled on for a while, and I just nodded and answered his random yes-no questions. After 10 or so minutes, I decided I have had enough of this man and walked around the corner to have a smoke and call my girlfriend so I can at least have an illusion of being busy. However, she doesn't answer. So I call my best friend instead. We talk for about 5 minutes and I get a beep on the other line. It's my girlfriend. So I tell him I'll call him back and answer my girlfriend's call. We talk for about 5 minutes, and the man walks up to me and gets right in front of me. Now I'm standing in a corner with a man standing in front of me getting closer. And he asks me, "What you doing?" I stare back at him blankly and reply, "I'm talking to my girlfriend." To which he smirks and holds out his hand with a wad of cash and looks at me in the eye and asks me, "So, how legal are you?" I started to move to the right and did so with a brisk pace, and he stood there and said something while I walked off to another secluded section to hide from this creep who was trying to proposition me. So, creepy dude, let's not meet again. 34. So, let me start off by saying I move around a lot in between SoCal and Arizona. At the time of this, December 2015, I was still living in Southern California at my grandma's apartments. I had gotten a seasonal job at Toys R Us to do something with my time and to learn some people skills. I'm a 24-year-old girl and have some pretty extreme social anxiety and find it really hard to talk to people. So I figured this job would help. Another important thing to mention, my grandmother is on a government program with reduced housing cost and has a 2-bedroom apartment ever since my grandfather passed. But due to the annual check at her complex, she is supposed to be the only inhabitant of her dwelling. So technically, I was not supposed to be living there with her, but she liked the help and company, and I liked being rent-free. Now, since I wasn't supposed to be there, I technically had to sneak around and most definitely couldn't park on the parking grounds for the complex as it would draw attention. There was a cemetery across the street from the complex and then half a mile of houses leading down the streets next to the cemetery, along which most of the visitors for the houses, apartments nearby, including myself, parked. I was getting free rent and staying with my grandma, which was awesome to me, even if it meant I had to usually park half a mile away from the complex. I didn't mind the walk. So, all was well for a few months, from when I got the job in October, minus a scary incident with a stalker at work, but I'll leave that story for another time. But eventually, they started putting me on night shifts, which I definitely did not mind since I tend to be a night owl. Also, if you've ever been on a closing shift at any retail store, you'll know you can easily stay an hour or two overtime after the store closes during reshop during the holiday season. It was early December at the time. I ended up getting off work past 2 a.m. Around this hour at this time of year in this part of SoCal, the mist gets unbearably thick, to the point of having to drive 30 miles per hour down the freeway with brights on and still being unable to see a foot or two in front of your car. Tonight was one of those nights. I wasn't too bothered by it at that time, but it does set off my anxiety a little bit, so by the time I got home, and it took me nearly 20 minutes to find a parking space, I was pretty anxious. Of course, with my luck, I parked at the very end of the half-mile stretch. Now, it's kind of a tradition of mine to get out of the car, close the door, and linger near my car for a minute while I audibly stretch a bit and sometimes complain, "Fuck, today sucked," etc. It's just a little habit thing I do, and tonight was no different. I immediately after tucked my purse under my arm, turned on my phone flashlight, and stuck it in front of my face to see where I was going because the fog was so thick I couldn't see a foot in front of my face. I had walked in this weather many times before, so I knew my way home. A straight shot walk for half a mile, and a sharp turn left at the end of the cemetery, then crossing the street and into the gated complex. So I was on my merry way, until I heard it. A loud, almost obnoxious cough, and footsteps. My alert mode set in, and I instantly started walking faster and trying to be quieter about my movements. Call me paranoid, but I've had a fair number of let's not meet moments, and I certainly wasn't keen about meeting the stranger walking behind me. Especially given the fact that I can't see a foot in front of my face, even with streetlights and my phone flashlight. This continues for a few minutes, with an occasional cough behind me. And then I hear a whistle, the kind catcallers do, which bewilders me because 1, you can't see shit. 2, since you can't see shit in this weather, I assume the person is purposely intimidating me, at which point I give up on walking and break into a run. The steps behind me break into a full-blown run, and I hear panting. Clearly the dude isn't in the best shape. Neither am I, but the run didn't win me as bad. By now, I'm speed walking next to the cemetery, and for some godforsaken reason, my panicked mind tells me it would be better to duck into the cemetery and hide instead of walk the straight shot home. Had there been no fog, I would have a very clear view of my grandma's apartment from the area in the cemetery where I stood. I quickly hid by crouching behind the entrance post to the cemetery gates, and I knew I fucked up, because his footsteps stopped too, and I could tell he knew I was hiding because of my lack of audible footsteps. I crouched there for what seemed like 10 minutes, too scared to turn on my phone for fear of him being close enough to see the light and find me, and too scared to make a run for it, for fear that he was intently listening out for me. I had figured out he was standing probably 5 to 10 feet from where I was at the entrance driveway to the cemetery, right before the gates, which was confirmed when after minutes I heard his voice say, "I know you're there, sweetheart." I heard the distinct sound of a lighter being struck, and then smelled cigarette smoke. Figured the dude was focused on his cigarette, and I made a run for it, across the cemetery, somehow not tripping over any graves, all while intently trying to listen behind me. The cemetery's main entrance has wrought iron fencing, but the back and right end is wooden, and serves as a separator between the cemetery and the backyard of various houses. And the other side, which is in front of my grandmother's apartment, is chain link. There is no other entrance or exit to the cemetery, but I know the chain link fence doesn't go all the way to the ground, so I laid on my stomach, pushed the fence out and up, wriggled across, and ran directly across the street to my grandma's house, pounding on her door until she opened. I don't know how this dude found me. He must have been standing around nearby as I parked and heard me complain to myself loudly when I got out of my car. But either way, that was one of the most terrifying experiences I've ever had. So, creepy stalker guy in South San Diego who likes to come out of the mist and terrify women at 3 a.m., let's never meet again. "35. This happened when I was about 5. My mother and I had been watching television, and it was about 11 on a Friday. My mother politely asked me to go to bed, and as I was crossing through the kitchen to go to my room, I heard something smack lightly against the glass. I stopped and listened. Again, there was a smack against the glass. This time a bit harder. Again it happened, so I looked out the window to see a man standing outside the window tossing rocks up. I called for my mom, and she came to look and said, 'Great, it's John. What the fuck does he want? It's 11, it better be important.' Quick bit of backstory. John was a guy who was obsessed with my mom. Up until this point, he had always been more just wanting to ask my mom on dates and calling all the time. He never really came around. I only remember meeting him one other time when I was about 4. Back to the story. So my mom goes downstairs to talk to him, and he walks in and comes upstairs and is telling my mom how much he loves her and how much he wants to be with her. My mom shooed me off to bed, and they started to fight. About what, I'm not sure, but at one point after my mom asking him to leave or she would call the police, he called her a bitch at the top of his lungs. This is my favorite part of the story. My mom immediately reacted and threw a fork at his head and caught his right eyebrow. He then started to bleed profusely, and she just called 911. I have no idea if he tried to strike her or anything. I just remember seeing all the blood on the floor and asking what happened. He got hauled off to jail and had a peace bond put on him. Peace bond is the Canadian version of a restraining order. Sorry this story wasn't about me, it was more about my mom, but it always tickled me and it could have gone so much worse than it did. 36. Hello everyone. I hope you enjoy my weird, creepy experience I had a few years ago. It was winter 2012 and I was 18, 19 at the time. I was working in a petrol station in an average-sized town in England. It was an okay job, good money for somebody who was at college at the time. It was just a shame it was a weekend job. So while my friends were getting drunk and having fun, I was in a petrol station, serving taxi drivers and the occasional drunk. Anyway, back to the story. It started off like any other night. Serve people, clean up, do stock, the average night shift work. Since it was winter, the night was really dark, and you could only see faint outlines of people walking back and forth, even with the street lights. The place where I worked was situated across the road from a pub and had an alley running beside it that led to a housing estate. Around 3 to 4 a.m., as I finished cleaning a set of shelves, I noticed a figure standing in the alley, just out of the light, but just enough to hide his face. But you could make out his clothing. I initially brushed it off as somebody waiting for a taxi, and it seemed harmless enough. I sat down in my chair behind the counter and looked at my phone and played some games for a bit. When I looked up, it was 5 a.m., and he was still there, waiting, watching me. To make my situation worse, after 5, there is hardly any traffic or passers-by. I had that guttural feeling that he had some harmful intent. I was safe, however, as I was locked in till morning. I stared back in a trance, trying to keep an eye on whatever he would do next. After a while, I needed to use the toilet, so I went and came back thinking he might have walked off. But he didn't. He was still there. I then decided to not do my last job until my coworker came in to start their shift, as my last job was to take out the fire extinguishers and sand buckets. It got to about 6 a.m. The figure faded back into the alley, and I didn't see him for the rest of my shift. When my coworker arrived, it was still dark, and I usually walked the 10 minutes back home. But I got a taxi home after that shift. I felt that guy could be anywhere, still watching me. I told my coworkers and family members about my experience, and they said they personally haven't experienced anything like it, and wouldn't like to either. I was very nervous when doing my shifts from then on, feeling like as soon as I let my guard down, he would strike. But thankfully, nothing else happened after that. I quit the following summer to go to university. Safe to say, I don't want to meet the person in the shadows from that night. 37. This happened a few years ago. I was about 16 years old, and my best friend Doug was over like normal, and we usually hung out on weekends until the wee hours of the morning, usually until about 3 to 5 a.m. So, we're doing what we normally did. That night we were just playing some music and talking. And out of nowhere, I hear what sounds like someone jostling one of my doors. I stop the music and listen intently. Now, someone breaking in wasn't new to me, as my house had always been targeted for break-ins, and I've been home for one of them. So I quietly tell him to go check the front. I'll grab the back. So I quietly pop my back door open. I see nothing, and peek my head around the side of the door to my driveway, and see nothing. Doug, however, he goes to the open door, and the handle spins in his hand as soon as he grabbed it. He gripped the handle, and found a man standing against the door trying to open it. The man looked up, panicked, and took off of the porch and into the dark alley beside my house. He came back and let me know what the man looked like, and I recognized the description. It was a man I'd seen recently for the last week, sitting in the alley beside my house with a backpack, feeding and petting the neighborhood strays. I thought nothing of it, until I realized I had lived here for a few months, and I'm just now seeing this man, and I knew all of my neighbors. It also validated all the times I felt like I had been being watched while outside in my neighborhood late at night, or coming home from my friend's house. I don't know how long this man had been watching me or my house. I only happened to notice him the week before this happened. I'd see him every day about 8 p.m., sitting outside, and he would be there for hours, staring at my house, and I would occasionally catch him looking at me. Doug stayed for a few hours more. This had happened at about 1:30 in the morning. He left around 3:30, 4 o'clock. When he left, he thought he had seen the man in the alley beside my house again. So when he left, he did what he normally did, and took the alley across from my house. And just past where the light reached, it became pitch black. He sat in the seat of the forklift, hidden within the darkness, and seen the man approach my house again. The man stepped onto the porch on the side of the house and opened the screen door. The porch on the side of the house actually went straight into my room, and I actually heard the door open, and it got me out of bed. He popped out of the shadows and yelled, "Hey, fucker! What do you think you're doing?" And again took off into the dark alley beside my house. I came out and seen Doug leaving towards the shadows again, yelled goodbye, and called him in the morning to find out what had happened. He told me about the man coming back and whatnot, and after that night, he never showed his face near my house again. Well, he did one other night. We happened to be outside that night, though, talking, and I happened to be brandishing a baseball bat. Never seen the man again. I moved a couple months after. So, creepy stalker dude, let's not meet again. 38. I've never shared this before because, really, where do you talk about something like this? Well, that and the fact that I had just been really hesitant to talk about it and make it real again, after working so hard to make it a faint memory, like a faded dream after you wake up. Do you know how some dreams leave that impression that doesn't fade? Even when actual memories do. Things like what you did 3 Easters ago, or who came to your 10th birthday party. Real memories just seem to drift to the waste bin, while some bit of a dream where you were running away from your father and your legs turned into big orange flashlights stays at the front of your mind. Yeah, I know it sounds stupid, but it was a real, recurring dream. Too dumb to make up, it's true. I would be running, knowing that he was chasing me to kill me, and my legs would turn into these stupid, cheap orange flashlights that we used to own when I was a kid. Of course, with flashlight legs, I could hardly run. I had no knees to bend, and I would just start clomping along while he got closer and closer. Thankfully, I always woke up right before he got to me. But that crap still sits in the front of my ready recall, while something nice like what I got for Christmas when I was 13 is lost to me. That was a dream anyway. But there is this real memory that I wish would drift off. I really will it to, but it won't. Maybe it's because no one else knows it, and it doesn't want to die. Maybe if I share it, give it another home, it will leave me and let me forget it. I know that it's not very kind of me, passing along something terrible like that. But I figure no one is forcing you to read this, whoever you are. And maybe you can take it and forget it like I cannot. Anyway, I think that I'm stalling. I cannot believe how my heartbeat and pulse are rising just as I start thinking about writing this. Okay, here I go. I was 19 years old. 19 years and 8 months, actually. I remember because I was born at the end of March, and this was Thanksgiving. I'd already had an early dinner with my family. My grandmother had passed away just a couple months earlier, so this was not a very festive time. We pretty much ate in silence and then just went our separate ways. I decided to go for a drive. I knew where there was a pond back behind a development. It was in a nice grassy valley just past some woods and about a half an hour drive away, so I figured I'd head there, just stare at the water and smoke a cigar. Yeah, I know, just what every 19-year-old does with his evening. I was a dumb teen. I smoked cigars because no one else my age did it. Stupid. Anyway, I drove back to the end of the houses, to the end of the court, which ended at some trees, and beyond which I knew there was a fairly worn footpath, down a hill into the pond. I parked and started walking, biting the end off of my Bance's cigar and lighting it up. I knew that once I was on the trail, I was pretty much out of earshot of the houses, but I was still doing my best to be fairly quiet, watching my step, and gently moving overhanging branches out of my way as I walked. I think the fact that I was being so quiet was the only reason that I even heard her clear her throat. Just ahead I heard the grumbled sound as I'd reached the end of the path, and I just thought, oh crap, someone else is actually here. I had wanted some time alone, in the quiet, to just sit and think, and I'd thought that this place would be perfect. I'd been here before in the daytime to fish, and even then I rarely saw anyone else. Thanksgiving night seemed even less likely a time to expect company. It was a pretty dark night. The sky was clear, but the moon was almost completely black. My eyes were adjusted to the gloom well enough to see where I was going, but to stare too far ahead, I really couldn't make out much detail. I certainly did not see anyone else down by the pond. I was sure that I was as dark to them as they were to me, so I assumed that they must have seen the glowing tip of my cigar, because I then heard a voice from somewhere ahead ask, "Hey, do you have a light?" To my surprise, it was a female voice. Maybe it's sexist, but I wondered that a woman would go out in the dark to an isolated pond alone. This might not be the city, but it just sounded dangerous. Then again, I never felt any danger. Hearing her voice, which sounded normal enough, I was no more than mildly startled to be addressed. "I'm sure. Sorry, where are you?" I still could not see anyone, but I was looking in the direction from which I thought I'd heard her speak. She laughed a little. "I'm right here." "Can't you see us?" "Us," I thought to myself, and then asked out loud. "Well, yeah, silly. Us. And just one of you." I started to sweat a little then. When she said it, her voice didn't turn evil or anything, like you might imagine in a horror movie. She didn't speak "you" in a deep, dark voice. She spoke it just as normally, as pleasantly, as she had everything else. And then I felt dumb. Of course a girl didn't come out here alone. She and some of her girlfriends did. That made more sense. They were probably just all hanging out. Still, probably not a good idea for them to talk to me. What if I were some psycho? "Sorry, I can't see you. Where are you?" I asked again. But she didn't answer. Hello?" I asked out loud, still not really freaked out, but a little spooked. "Here," a voice whispered into my left ear. "And here," another whispered into my right. I swept my head from side to side, but saw nothing. I felt someone blow into my ear, and I turned and grabbed in the dark. I caught her arm just at the elbow, and she shrieked. Not in fear, but as if playing a game. You got me! He got me! He got me!" That's when the laughter started all around me. What the hell? I couldn't tell how many voices there were, but it sounded like they all were female, except for one. "Tag, you're it," he said just above a whisper, his voice coming from the path right behind me. He did not sound like he was playing a game, though. My heart went into instant overdrive. I let go of whatever girl I had just got and ran for the pond, hoping that maybe if I got away from the path and into the open, I might be better able to see them. After all, they seemed able to see me clearly enough, cigar or not. But that doesn't help. I thought to myself, and dropped the stupid thing. And as I ran, I could feel hands from the dark, slapping at my sides, not really trying to grab me, just teasing. I could make out their gray shapes, their smiles brighter in the dark, and I could hear them laugh and giggle and taunt. Run, run, you're it. I remember thinking that it couldn't be real. This was the stuff of a really poorly made horror movies. People did not do things like this. Knowing that it had to be a stupid prank that was probably being filmed in night vision and would end up with me being the chicken crap loser on the funny YouTube video, I stopped running and turned around. All right then. If I'm it, then I chase you. I tried to sound brave as I said it, but I still could not see anyone very well at all, even though I could now see their basic outlines. There were at least 8 of them. And here I come. I started striding right towards the biggest looking one, the one I assumed was the man I had heard behind me at the exit of the trail. He would see that I wasn't just some stupid victim. I was angry. I walked right up and swung. He did not even try to move, and I felt my fist connect with his nose. "Screw you!" I shouted, and walked for the path to leave. I saw 2 very tall silhouettes there at the mouth of the path, and behind me I heard the male voice say, "Tag. I'm it." I just lost it. I ran at the 2 tall shapes and watched them shift to stand shoulder to shoulder, but I just put down my head and charged. It felt like I'd run into a wall when I hit them, and then I felt their fists as they pounded the back of my head and my neck. I curled up on the ground and just yelled, "Why are you doing this?" Cliched, I know, but trust me, if you are ever in a situation like this, I bet you'll ask the same thing. It all made no sense. There was no reason. If you're gonna die, you at least want to know why. At some point, they stopped, with a final kick to my stomach. They hadn't beaten me too badly because I was still conscious, but gasping for breath. Then I felt a kiss on my neck, and a female voice asking, "What are you thankful for?" "What?" I asked. This was just wrong. "You heard me. What are you thankful for? It is Thanksgiving. Won't you tell us? Or should we start first?" She laughed then, and I heard them all start taking turns, saying all of the things for which they were thankful. "Rope," one girl shouted. "Duct tape," said another. "Sticks and stones," said one of the males. "Thin skin," said one. "And sad eyes," said another. "Dark moons," another male voice. "Dark bruises," spoken almost seductively. "Pumpkin pie," shouted one of the women, and they all laughed at that. Then right in my ear, the female who had kissed my neck whispered, "Victims." I knew that they were going to kill me then. The way that she said it took away any doubt. They wouldn't just beat me and leave. I still didn't know why or what I had done to provoke all of this. I felt her place a knife against my throat then, and she said, "Stand up, pretty please." I was sure that this was the same woman who had asked for a light. I stood up. "Do you still want a light?" I asked. She then laughed so hard that I could feel the knife in her hand shaking against my neck as she shook with laughter. Funny, but she did have a pretty laugh. "Sure, honey. Give me a light." I reached into my pocket and, before I could let myself reason through things, pulled my hand out with my pocket knife, flicked the thumb tab, and stabbed to the right into what I assumed was her stomach. She was so stunned that she dropped the knife at my neck. How easily could she have just slit my throat then? I ran, slashing the air in front of me with a small knife in my hand, directly at the mouth of the path. I could see it, lighter than the trees on either side. It was not currently blocked by the two men. They must have assumed that they had had me already. I felt a hand grab my arm, and I slashed it twice until it let go. Things happened so fast, but it felt like slow motion. I ran up the path, tripping but not falling, and made it to my car. I jumped in and started it, headlights lighting up the path in front of me. No one followed. I drove home, cursing and screaming the whole way, filled with adrenaline. I did not go to the police. I have not told anyone. And I still don't really know why. Maybe because I stabbed someone. Actually, stabbed someone. I can still recall how that feels, and it is sickening. I threw my knife away. It was a present from my brother, but I just could not look at it. I think that is the worst part, that I stabbed someone. That is the part that I just can't get out of my mind. There was a feel and a sound to it. I just can't describe it. It was horrible. Like a fool, I did go back to the pond the next day. During the day, of course. I don't know what I expected to see, but there was nothing. No one else was there. No pentagram burned in the grass or abandoned abduction kit. No pools of blood that I could see. Anyway, that was the last time that I went to the pond. I hope that after sharing this, I can just let this become a forgotten memory. I'm so sorry. 39. This might be a long post. I know we're not supposed to moan about story length, but just a heads up. I've told the story many times before, and as a result have seen it condensed over many tellings. I'll try and return it to the full length as best as I can. Another forward is that this is still going on. It's just that many choices have been made since that have resulted in a much calmer atmosphere. She's still the crazy, delusional woman she always was, though. I just have more distance from her. So, the scene is the summer of 2010. I had just finished primary school. For you non-Brits, it's the place you leave when you're 10 before high school. And was ready to start the summer. Summers when you're 10 years old or younger are typical. Maybe a holiday. We weren't and still aren't the most well-off family there is, so holidays were something to look forward to and enjoy as much as possible. Some sleepovers, maybe a theme park visit. Apart from that, just waking up whenever, watching TV, anything. I remember being the inquisitive kid I was, and I loved imagining. And being imaginative means you're sometimes a little nosy. I distinctly remember walking into my dad's studio, he's a musician in a rock band, and seeing a ring on the table. and not thinking anything of it. I mentioned it to a friend who was a little more concerned, saying my parents might split up. I was a little more on edge after that conversation, but the summer went ahead as normal. I remember finding a book in the kitchen titled Ways to Save Your Marriage, or something like that. Again, I just thought my parents were working something out. My mom was in the conservatory, and I went over to talk to her. I remember the conversation like it was yesterday. Me: "Are you and Dad splitting up?" Mom: "Yes. It's simple, I know. But above all, I remember the environment. I was looking out the window into our back garden, near the hut we kept the guinea pigs in. I remember turning to face my mom when she said yes, and just having this look of utter shock on my face. Being the overly dramatic 10-year-old I was, I threatened to run away into the valley, which is a huge forest landscape behind our house, and stuff like that. I got some paper and pretended to write a book about how sad I was. I loved attention, but was heartbroken at the same time. Not a good mix. The worst part was that I was starting high school in around a few weeks' time. You might think, that's okay. You'd have friends to help you get through it. Nope. I was moving to a new high school, with only 2 people from my primary school going with me. 2 girls who never really spoke with me or had any friendship. I felt utterly alone. High school started September 2010. My dad had already moved out and gone to live in a flat somewhere miles away. I can't remember exactly where it was. I remember crying all the time and having my mom comfort me. I wasn't, and still am not, one of the tough lads who plays footy and drinks, etc., etc. I'm a musician and a programmer, and as a result got a lot of shit over the years for expressing myself in music, a couple YouTube channels I had, and overall being a little reclusive. So this didn't help me with the situation at home. Whenever possible, I went over to see my dad. He had bought himself a flat. You walked into this small hallway, and his was on the left. There was another to the right, then a staircase that went upstairs to a few more places. I think it was around Saltaire, as I remember going for walks around there somewhere around 2010-ish time. The apartment was nice on the first glance. A fire, large window to look out onto the road, TV, which my dad hooked his computer up to, then an upstairs with a bathroom and a bedroom, king-size bed or something similar. It wasn't until I went to stay over a few times that the main issue kicked in. It was freezing. We dragged a heater next to us to play a board game once and still shivered constantly. Sleeping was better, but still freezing cold. Above all was a constant feeling of something being off. You could never settle properly because you felt so uncomfortable. One day, the roof in the next apartment burst open, and the people inside had moved out a few days earlier or something. My dad wanted to leave after that. When he did move out, he learned that he was either the only person living there in the entire building, or there was another person who was hardly ever there. We also had to venture down into the basement once because the power cut out and the landlord couldn't come over, so he told my dad to do it. It was almost pitch black and led to the realization that there was a back door which was kept shut with a little chair leaned against it. Anyone could have given the door a little nudge and they would have been straight in. So my dad moved out. It turned out he'd been seeing someone else for months. Her name is Sue. So, Sue seems nice at first. My dad, quite suddenly, moves in with her. And then all the shit starts. I remember getting an email telling me that I had to come and see her, or something to that extent. Basically, I didn't want to see her, but the condition set forward was that I had to see her in order to see my dad. This left me distraught, but I eventually gave in. They pulled up one night, with my stepbrother in the back seat, Matt. Matt was around 9 years old or something like that. He was the nicest kid ever, and that just makes looking back on it all the more painful and, above all, angering. Turns out Matt never saw his dad. Sue barred him from seeing him, and so he instantly took a liking to my dad, and eventually called him Dad too. Their house was small, and a spare room had been thrown around into a small room for me. For months, I'd see my dad for a few hours, usually stay the night, then go back the next day. I was fine with this. Seeing my dad made up for the fact that Sue was there too. But something about Sue was off. The same feeling from the flat Dad had. She was nice, but in a somewhat sinister way. She'd randomly offer to make me some food gone 10 o'clock at night. I'd start playing some music and she'd run in and turn the volume up and start jumping around all hyper. She'd sit with bottles of wine and just drink for hours, sometimes days, on end. She'd go without sleep. She'd sleep without waking up. She was absolutely the most insane woman I'd ever met. I thought she was tolerable until one night. My dad had gone with his band to play a gig somewhere. I was alone with Matt, Sue, and Sue's friend Faye. Sue had the hilarious idea to watch a horror film. Now, I love horror films, but seeing her suddenly jump up and declare we were watching one was weird and, quite frankly, jarring. I suggested Saul just to shut her up, but she said, and this was funny at the time, "If you want to watch a baby film, that's fine by me," or something similar. We laughed for a bit, but then Sue sent Matt upstairs to go to bed. He was too young for something like Saw. Faye was really nice, and I'd made some trading cards for some monsters I'd made up or something on some website. I was going through them, sometimes printing them off and making little games with them. She would usually join in, or at least be interested. Faye seemed almost totally on my side. What I mean by that is, whenever Sue kicked off, Faye would usually defend me in some way. This was no exception. Sue randomly comes in and dumps a huge box of pictures from when her son, Anthony, was in the army. She also goes through some pictures of another son of hers, Ross, and Matt too. This went on for a bit, but then, and this was one of the many jarring things about her, she randomly stood up and exclaimed, "Right! Film in 10 minutes!" and turned the TV on. I went to a random number generator to see what Saw film. It said 4. These details are precise because I wrote down what happened that night in case I had to provide it as evidence. One time at Dad's old flat, we watched the first Paranormal Activity movie. I was a bit spooked by some bits. I was 10 years old when we watched it. She suddenly brought that up, saying now we couldn't watch Saw. I protested. She got angry. She suddenly said that all her children have tried it out on her, and I was getting upset. She'd obviously been drinking or was just off on some weird mood swing because she pointed to the door and told me to go to bed. I made out that the evening was becoming unfair. Then she said, "I'm telling you, as your stepmother, to go to bed." I was crying by this point, but Faye came with me. Sue comes barreling up the stairs with her phone in her hand. She tells me it's Dad and he wants to speak with me. Faye protested, saying I didn't want to talk, but she pushed past her and shoved the phone in my face. I pushed it away. She said, "Stop hitting me." At this point, you might see what kind of person she is. A disgusting, compulsive liar. So I take the phone. Dad said, over the phone, to go and apologize right then and there. I would take myself downstairs and say I was sorry. So I did. Dad said I should say I'm sorry, so I'm sorry. Or something like that. Well, she didn't like that. I apologized to Faye on the way past. She said I shouldn't be sorry. Sue was being unfair. Sue comes running up the stairs again, and Dad, over the phone again, says I shouldn't have said Dad said I should, or something similar. Dad would be home soon, so I was a bit scared. I said something stupid like, "I'm scared of being hurt," and she went downstairs. A little while later, Sue was heard pacing up and down the downstairs corridor. "Idiot!" What happened? Did she break something? Is she shouting to the TV? No. "You fucking arsehole! You piece of shit! You better pray your father still fucking loves you!" I heard Sue and Faye arguing too. Sue shouted again. "Anyone who puts Dad down is out. They are out. Never set foot in this house again, you fucking idiot. You piece of shit." Dad walks through the door. Sue must have said something like, "You're a fucking prick of a son," because Dad went ballistic. You, a mother, using language like that to talk about my son? At this point, my dad was the best person in the world to me. He comes upstairs, turns the lights on, and tells me, in an unexpectedly calm tone, to pack your bags. I shoved everything into whatever cases I brought and made my way downstairs. As I was walking towards the door, Sue was leaning in the doorway, shouting, "Well done, me. You got what you wanted. Well done. I hope you're fucking happy." And Dad pushed her back, shouting, back off, to her. He told me to sit in the car. Sue slammed the door, and Dad got into the car. We drove for ages. Dad kept stopping the car because Sue kept calling him. He had to get out, answer it, get back in, and then carry on driving. The initial plan was to take me back home, but after it became evident it would be a ridiculously long trip back home, what with the calls and such, Dad made the somewhat crazy move to go back there. We both went back. It was like 3 to 4 a.m., so I went to sleep pretty quickly. I was terrified nonetheless. In the morning I left, with Dad, and got home safely. When I told my mom about what happened, it turns out Dad only knew half the story concerning the events leading up to the outburst. My dad says he's never forgotten that and would never forgive her for it. So my dad initially, or at least I believe, met Sue at his old workplace. Together, they didn't really like their boss, and being the controlling person she is, convinced my dad to start a business with her. Dad was, or at least I think he was, happy enough at his job to get by. He got paid enough and was valued there. So I believe when she started chipping away at him, he gave in and quit the job with her. So they did. It was composed of fragments of my own and Matt's name, of course. It won't contain Matt because that's not his real name. But at the time, I felt really special and honored to have my name being used in a business. The company was an IT communications type thing, i.e., phone systems, company phones, and the like. It started off okay, I guess. I'm still to this day a bit in the dark about how the company really operated. They seemed to have piles and piles of phone boxes and phone systems in their office, which was a room with just a few desks. And every time I went over, they just seemed to grow and never really go down in number. If anything, they moved them around rooms in the house just to fit more in. And you're probably wondering what happened after she went ballistic. Well, of course, it remained in my mind, but wasn't something that was going to stop me from seeing my dad. I started taking more of a liking to Matt because now I knew what he had to deal with on a daily basis. And oh boy, she didn't like that. We used to go to this dodgy public swimming pool place. Now, Matt was terrified of going completely underwater. Kid, fear of drowning, they go quite well together. He's been to plenty of water parks and decided that the water is a bit of a scary place. I also had that same problem, but realized it's usually the people and not the water itself that's a bit scary. Being lost in a crowded swimming pool would just be a really bad situation for me. But, as like a 10-year-old kid, Matt would stand, petrified at the entrance to a water slide, and I tried my best to coax him onto them, but ultimately had to allow his decision to bail out. Now, being an only child, it kinda sunk my heart a bit to see him bail out, when I wanted someone to share my love of high-speed rides like roller coasters, water slides, etc. with, but had to come to terms with the fact that just wasn't going to happen. However, we both loved boss battles and games, so pretended that whilst he laid on one of those huge pool float things, like a massive disc, I would jump out of the water and shake the float to try to knock him off. Now, of course, I didn't purposely try and fucking drown the poor thing, but shook it enough to make him laugh and clutch on to stay on top of it and just generally have a good time. Yes, he would sometimes fall in and splutter a bit, but it was always an overreaction, as I always had him securely and quickly plucked him out and back onto safety. Where was Sue, you ask? Sat drunk on the side. Just spaced out on the makeshift beach they had. Dad stayed with her, so she didn't fall in, I guess. So it was me, and a 10-year-old kid who couldn't really swim. You can see where this is going. He falls off the float and I don't see. So I see my dad, who's frantically pointing at something. I turn to see Matt flailing about and quickly drag him upwards. Quite a minor event, isn't it? Yes, I wasn't looking for a moment, but for God's sake, trusting a 12-year-old with essentially a 9 to 10-year-old kid's life was pointless and very, very dangerous to say the least. Another anecdote. Dad, Sue, and I went to a park together. We were playing football, and I can't kick as I'm nowhere near the sporty type. Yep, I hit her square between the eyes. She takes it personally. We're in the car. I had a cardboard tube left over from some sweets. She leaned her makeup-laden face between the seats as she wanted a kiss or something equally as disturbing, and I didn't see her. I chucked the tube into the back seat, but instead, it hit her in the face. She took it personally. These anecdotes seem a bit random, don't they? Well, I remember I used to get emails in which I was picked up on having done these things, and I used to get accused of trying to drown her son. Are you kidding me? He fell off the floaty for like 3 seconds, and I picked him up again. There should have been a responsible adult in the water, too. Kicking a football in her face. Yeah, I did. You make it sound like it was intentional, though. Throwing a sweet tube at her face. This one pissed me off nearly as much as the Matt drowning one. She claimed it left a big bruise or something equally as stupid concerning the bruise on her face. Claimed it went all red or something and left a mark. Next time an empty cardboard tube the height of a couple thumbs bops me on the nose, I'll try to give you guys an update before a major emergency rhinoplasty. Spraying hairspray in her eyes. This was like their wild card. They'd draw this one out randomly. I can't remember doing this. I sprayed some spray in Dad's face a while before and can't even remember why. But it wasn't her. And it wasn't relevant. So, about this business they had. The second Dad and Sue quit their jobs, they desperately tried to bring in some cash. Very slowly. And I mean, very slowly, they began to bring in some money. It wasn't really much, forcing my dad to stop paying child benefits. This caused a huge tidal wave at home, basically trying to make out that he was leaving me in the dust for his new family over there. Once money started to come in, I was taken out. We'd go to theme parks, water parks, mostly around Blackpool, but we did go to Lightwater Valley and Ripon a few times. And it was all a huge cover-up for how much of a time bomb Sue was. She'd still have little episodes, but nowhere near as bad as the aforementioned outburst. Dad would give me something like £10 and let me loose in a game shop for a bit, along with Matt. We're both Nintendo people, so we just got Pokemon, Mario, Zelda stuff, and played co-op wherever we could. Basically, Matt and I were together as one against Sue. I felt like a brother to him, and he looked up to me as one. It was weird at first, but soon it became nicer because I knew he had been desperate for someone like me to come along, ever since Sue savagely cut off the connection between him and his dad. My dad tells me they're moving house. Only down the road, or something like that. I take it as a fresh start. It's time to just leave the events of that one fateful night in that room and move somewhere else. The first time I went to the new house, it was quite nice. It was a lot roomier. There was a much larger living room. Definitely an upgrade. I assumed they bought the new house with their money and still didn't pay my child support, which, as I said before, continued to ruffle everyone's at-home feathers. It became slightly angering every time I went over, though. My dad had taken up smoking. Again, he had stopped just after I was born. One, to cope with stress, but two, because she was doing it. They'd close the kitchen door and just puff for hours on end. You'd walk in to get a drink, and just this cloud of smoke would billow out. Now, I don't really do great with smoke. Makes my lungs hurt and shit. It's probably a placebo, but still caused me discomfort. I'd cover my nose and mouth with my jumper if he started smoking in the car, which he did eventually, and the like. Sometimes this annoyed Dad, but I did it for my own good. It wasn't my fault he was giving himself cancer. I regularly argued about trying to get him to stop, but just gave up in the end. They made up a spare room for me, again, but this time Ross was around a lot more and practically moved in. Ross randomly got stabbed one time, and we had to get up in the middle of the night to go and see him in the hospital. Not a very nice area to be in, as you can guess. So Matt was around him a lot more, because they really are brothers. But Matt still loved to take advantage of the fact I write stories, and wanted me to do these interactive stories like those fighting fantasy books people used to buy. You know, the ones that are like, you see a door, go in or keep walking, etc. And because it was all done on the spot, it could change wildly, or I could change the plot completely in one decision. Could have a little inventory of items and use or keep them. As you can see, he's just a kid. In this environment with a drunken excuse of a mother, she'd randomly tell him to shut the fuck up. and the like, to which he would instantly stop talking and just have this terrified look on his face. Poor kid. And once they all settled in, nice and tight, the drinking started. Again. She would go through phases, as Dad and I called them. Couple days of niceness, then what Dad called the drinking day, and then just marathons of sleepless nights and binge drinking. She would accumulate empty wine bottles at the side of the sofa. I slept on the longer sofa, at like a 90-degree angle to the rest of the room. I'd be trying to get some sleep, and she'd still be watching TV when I got up. Matt and I would play downstairs sometimes. The floor is lava and all that stuff with cushions, etc. Matt was such an innocent kid. It pained me to see Sue do shit like this. She'd ring into Matt's school and say he was sick. He wasn't. She would proceed to turn him into a butler for a day, bringing her water, food, tablets, etc. Why? Because she was too drunk to get out of bed, that's why. And this kid would just sit watching TV all day, missing his education just to serve his alcoholic mother her water. We went to Wales this one time. Sue quit drinking but still smoked. For the whole week, she was like the calmest person ever. And I can honestly say it was such a great time in my life. I loved it so much. But good things never last. We went on another trip to a hotel somewhere. The plan was to go to this hotel, sleep overnight, go to Lightwater Valley, the theme park, and drop me off back at home. Matt and I got our own room together. Sue and Dad had a room that was like way, way over on the other side of the hotel. The night we got there, we decided to go to this little playground nearby. We get there, Sue's been drinking, and there's a few people on the playground. It's like 8 at night. There's a small group of girls on this bowl swing thing, just talking and minding their own business. Sue drunkenly walks over and starts yelling, "Come on, girlies! Off the swing! Come on! Get off!" Over and over. These girls get really creeped out and leave. I seem to remember one of them crying. She then reveals, as though we were just going to clap her and give her a medal, that she cleared the swing for Matt and I. We get on, and she starts frantically getting all giddy and pushing the swing with Matt and I in it. She starts properly pushing it. We're going really high. Matt started getting scared, if I remember correctly, and then I say something like, "What are you doing? You bipolar or something?" She runs off crying, so yeah, I guess. Dad pulls me to one side and says she got diagnosed bipolar a few days earlier, but that I should go apologize. To her. For getting pissed and scaring some people off a playground to erratically push Matt and I to dangerous heights on a swing. So I go over to this little obstacle course thing further down the playground where she's seated, and I start doing the sorry shit, until she shuts up whining how she wants us to have a good time and all that. I didn't believe her for a second. She wanted to have a good time with us all, and that was her entire best interests. We go to Lightwater Valley. I seem to remember she got pissed, but I was having too much fun to care about what she was doing. I got home, and that was it, really. Oh, wait. The event I shall now describe is known as the comment. Basically, all of Sue's kids grow up, realize she's a mess, and cut off all contact with her. She has like 3 or 4 kids, Ross and Matt being the only 2 she ever really speaks with. So one of her kids, in this case we will refer to her as Anna, had a child. It was a really nice thing, but Anna didn't want to speak to Sue, and as a result never saw her. Sue says to Dad, "Oh, Anna's had a baby," or something, to which my dad says something like, "Great, another person I'll never get to see." Zing. She did not. fucking like that. Wow, she did not like that. If steam could come out of her ears, she'd be a freight train. She must have decided at this point her and Dad were over, and began to make his life hell. Dad would be on the phone to a customer. She'd walk in and throw something at him and be like, "You wanker," and then walk off. It must have been pretty embarrassing. She was usually too drunk to get out of bed and run her own business. Dad was literally running a business solo. He had a few people helping, but the point was it was her company, and Dad's too, of course. They got 2 dogs. Meant to get 1, but there were only 2 left, so Sue guilt-tripped Dad into getting them both. Named them Beth and China. Matt loved them to bits. Their old dog, Lucy, had died before they moved from the old house. Poor thing. So, the comment. Well, Sue began saying some pretty bad stuff. She would put on Facebook that Dad hit her, abused her in general, and awful stuff like that. She claimed Dad put porn on her son's computer. She rang her parents and told them Dad was hitting and abusing her. She started to cut herself for attention. She would cut herself until she had to be taken to hospital, usually overdosing too, just for Dad to drive all the way to the hospital and take her back home. One night, Dad was driving her home and she was splayed across the back seat on the phone to her parents, slurring her words as she'd been drinking. "I am sat with that man that hits me." Dad just kept driving, but she just kept going. And because he had heard me say this, he will probably beat me when I get home. Now I got it. She was trying to get my dad in prison or something similar, so he was out of her life, and she could rope in another poor man to become Matt's next dad. Literally, all of her kids had different last names. How did I not see this coming? I remember they had rows after rows. Dad would wake up. He has sleep apnea and so needs all the sleep he can get and requires the use of a machine. And she would not leave him alone for the whole day, arguing, drinking, whilst he ran her business for her. She laid off the other people working for her, so it was quite literally becoming Dad's solo mobile phone company. She kept with the whole beating and abusing stuff, accused my dad all over Facebook how he was hitting and punching her, and her black eyes and bruises she suffered under the hand of my dad. One night, it came to a point. She stood near the bed and drunkenly slurred out, "Go on! I know you want to. Go on then. Hit me." She gestured for Dad to hit her. Dad obviously did not. Instead, grabbing a suitcase and beginning to pack his sleeping machine, some clothes, and his phone as well as some more things. Whilst she drunkenly stammered around in the background, she grabs his sleep machine, opens the window, and launches it outside. This is some really expensive hospital lent shit here, so this was a really bad move. Matt is standing in the doorway, rubbing his eyes with sleep. Why, you might ask? Because Sue's ordered a taxi. She doesn't know where she's going. She just ordered one to make a scene. She was now taking her child, on a school night if I remember correctly, shoving him in a taxi with a complete stranger and going God knows where. What a truly terrifying environment. As I said a while ago, I think, my dad is in a rock band. He has been for a while and has a bit of a following around here. Sue used to come to some with him and get completely pissed. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. Sue got her drinks. Dad and his sister and her boyfriend were all present. At this point, Dad had married her, so this was his wife, making a complete arse of herself. She gets pissed. Now, when I say pissed, I don't mean a little tipsy, oops, said something I shouldn't have, oh how drunk I truly am, kind of drunk. I mean pissed, loaded, to the point where you probably couldn't hold a conversation with her for 5 seconds. She gets all rowdy, but the gig is ending. Dad packs up and decides to go for a takeaway. As they go in, there's a couple having their food. She leans over and in one fell swoop grabs some chips off the woman and eats them. Of course, the natural reaction is one of, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" And then she gets all bitchy about it. Effin' and jeffin' in the middle of this takeaway. Dad honestly thought it would become a punch-out. She starts arguing and shouting to this woman, so the boyfriend gets involved. The whole, "who the hell do you think you are" kind of thing. My dad sees there is now potential for danger and so tries to break it up, literally getting in front of the guy, about 20 years younger than him but still quite big, and trying to back him off and defuse the situation. As she got in the car, Dad proceeded to absolutely tear a strip off of her on the way back. She tried to reverse it and pin it on Dad, but he was having none of it. This was it. It had gone on far enough. He quite literally says, "Fuck this," drops her off at home, then goes to his best friend's house. Greg is a good friend of my dad's, and then my dad's other friend, Eddie, is the drummer in Dad's band, and he has a van. The fucking heist begins. This was one of the best stories I'd ever been told before. They rock up at night. Sue's passed out drunk upstairs. They open the van, all three of them, and sidle into the house as quietly as possible, trying desperately to pluck out anything of value, namely my dad's guitars, speakers, racks of CDs, and some clothes. He couldn't find many clothes, and he wondered why. Then he looked out the back window. She'd burnt all his clothes. They were all singed and in one smoldering heap in the back garden. Dad knew he had to go ASAP because this woman was life-threatening. He gets everything he can, including the machine that luckily landed on the grass and suffered a few scratches when he picked it up a few nights before. This was scary at this point. This woman could probably kill. He walked into the kitchen to see the dogs. They hadn't been let out in days. There was shit all over the floor and their bowls were empty. Sue later pinned one of the dogs, Beth, to him and said, "You're taking one." She's laid on the sofa next to me as I write this. Happiest dog I've ever seen. Her sister China, I worry for. Poor thing. He packed it all into the van and got away ASAP. He drove all the way to one of his band members' house and crashed there for a few nights. Then went to his parents' house, miles away, and set up camp in the spare room. He lived there for a while because he'd left with absolutely nothing. This woman took him in and spat him out. She was a reckless, abusive, alcoholic sociopath. Dad stayed at his parents' house for a while. The next time I saw him was to help him move out. His sister had a flat which she had recently moved out of. Being the angel she is, she lent it to my dad so we could get his life back together. It was like the flat again, just me and Dad and Beth. No sociopaths, no violence, no fear, just a nice, comfortable father-to-son relationship. I'd go over and we'd order pizza and watch a good horror movie, not Saw. But she just couldn't let it go. Phone calls, over and over again. Leaving the phone alone usually resulted in about 20 or more missed calls. If Dad answered, it would be about him being a wanker or something. Nothing important. Dad got a call from her one day pleading for him to redo the website for her dramatically failing company. Being a software developer myself, I decided to throw myself into a bit of PHP and learn it more. I would use the larger TV screen to do graphic design for the website, logos, banners, ads, etc. Dad would sort it all out and design the website with it. It was quality time spent together, fixing problems that had come up together and rejoicing when we fixed something. And Sue even said we'd get paid. So we finish it. Dad has a few chats with her. So we finished the website. How much do you owe us then? Or words to that effect. What money? Or something equally as agitating. That scheming woman got us to devote almost a working week to making a nicely functional and appearing website to get told no payment would be given. That's just one story. Dad would get calls in like 2, 3 in the morning. Huge texts about him being a twat and all that. I was there a few times he responded. One time she claimed she'd run out of tablets and ordered Dad, with me being there, to drive all the way to hers to drop some tablets off. So recently, she bought some laptops off the internet. They were very cheap, but very high quality laptops. Dodgy. Dad said they looked too good to be true, basically, and was wary about the whole thing. Recently, the cops busted the guy selling the laptops. He was ordering them into the company he worked at, some big music company, saying they were for staff. Now Dad wanted nothing to do with her. She had eroded Dad's credit card with a gambling addiction, run the business into huge debts, we're talking like $40,000 here, and now this. She faced a huge fine. She tries to pin it on Dad, labels it as fraud, actually rings my dad's workplace, and this happens. Put me through to Dad. Who is this lady on reception? It's his wife. He's wanted for fraud. So she puts the call through to Dad, but says beforehand she was getting a call from his wife. My dad said to just get rid of her. Hang up. Anything. Eventually, he gave in and accepted the call. She tries to warn Dad that she can take him to court and ruin him financially. Dad says he told her from the start of this dodgy deal it was bad and didn't feel right. She rings Dad's boss. Can't remember how she managed, but she did. Must have asked to get put through to his boss. My dad had run to see his boss beforehand. He knew she was a bit of a nutcase already, but Dad explained the situation and said she was just trying it with everyone. The call comes through. Hello? No. I'm not No. Do you want to buy something? Do you want... No. I don't care. I'm not interested. Do you want to buy something? Yes or no? Then hung up on her, I guess. It was a funny shutdown, but how she tracked my dad's workplace down, she didn't know where we worked or lived, I don't know. She is clever with her malice. She is still going on today. My dad met someone new who was genuinely nice and a breath of fresh air. Beth is as happy as ever. I don't know about Matt. He must be about 13 now, probably 14, in November of this year. But what happened to everyone. She occasionally tries to call Dad, but he installed a blocker app. His partner just sits in shock, listening to the voicemail she keeps leaving. I was young at the time, like 10 years old, and I was scared. Don't sit in silence if this is beginning to happen to you. Tell your school. Tell your parents. Tell your grandparents. Tell a friend. Tell the internet. There are communities dedicated to helping people who are in the situation I was in, out. There are some evil people out there, and abusive, alcoholic, pathologically lying, bipolar sociopaths are some of them, her included. She was a disgusting person who represented everything I disliked. In a way, this was good, as getting rid of her, so to speak, was like shaking a raggy demon from your leg. And the whole thing taught me not to trust everyone. I'm not saying become socially reclusive, I'm saying be careful. Sue was nice at first, but couldn't keep it up for long. Look at people you have your suspicions about, not as enemies, but people to take with a pinch of salt. I feel like if I had punched her, I would carry a completely different burden to the one I do now. A much worse one. Thank you all for reading and commenting. To answer a few questions, my mom was very much involved. It's just like a separate story, like a side story, if you will. She fought for me constantly and wanted what was best. Yes, my dad made mistakes, but he was depressed, diagnosed, and anything to make him get up in the morning was a huge plus. Sue became the plus out of desperation. Dad once said he married her just because it would magically solve all the problems they were having. Of course it didn't. "40. I used to live in a market town in the United Kingdom, and like every town, we had our town mascot. You know, that one person everybody knows about. That crazy lady that does loads of meth, or the creepy drunk that shouts at strangers. Yes, that type of mascot. The guy everyone knew was in my place was called Johann, sometimes referred to as Johann the Guitar Man by the locals. He was an average-sized guy with a dark beard and a happy demeanor, and he was very religious, a born-again Christian. He would often be found on the street corners, talking in tongues while strumming his guitar. He could also be spotted singing one of his songs while giving his posters, every word of which was in a rainbow font, to passers-by, or waving at schoolchildren. That, and he'd have maracas he would just shake at random intervals. I guess you could say he was some sort of pseudo-street preacher. To most, he was harmless, though there was a lot of stories floating around about Johann, and at school there would be frequent stranger danger warnings about him. One such story was that he was in a car crash and he had severe brain damage. Another was that he was initially going to study science at the University of Cambridge, but had a religious experience and gave it all up. By far, the worst rumor we heard was that he'd raped some young girl, but was so overwhelmed with guilt by the act that he lost his mind and decided to convert. There were also weird things that Johann actually did do. It was his birthday sometime in July, and he's given out invitations in the street to a party he was going to have. I'm afraid I didn't go myself, though I'm curious if people actually did. His apartment, a place above a shop, adorned with the words "Jesus loves you" painted across the outside wall, was tiny, and he invited a lot of people. The overall local attitude towards Johann was that even though he was nuts, he was more or less harmless. Over the years, I collected numerous amounts of his posters, and he'd pop in occasionally to where I worked, a local shop, and we'd chat. I even got one of his CDs off him. I probably still have it somewhere. Even teachers I knew would put up his posters in their classrooms. I vividly remember my English teacher displaying rainbow-colored, size 36 words stating, "You are all wonderfully loved," obviously gifted from Johann. Anyway, back to me. I had many experiences with Johann over the years, and most of them were pleasant. Generally just saying, "Hi, Johann," as I passed on my way to work and school and whatnot. To be honest, I did get funny vibes off him, but I decided to just ignore them. He actually lived on the same street as me, so we were neighbors, and I was eventually used to his constant appearances. One particular day, however, he greeted me by name. I had never told him my name. "Good morning, my dear sister, Hiragi Ghost." I wasn't all surprised by this. He knew the names of a few of my friends, so perhaps they had told him my name at some point. I greeted him in return and told him I was doing fine. I didn't want to talk for too long as I had to get to my friend's house, so I tried to keep it short. We talked about something menial, probably the weather. I made my excuses to leave, and he ended the conversation with, "May Jesus shower his ever-flowing love on you. Would you like me to bless you today, Sister Haragi Ghost?" I thought this was sweet, so I hesitantly agreed. And hey, it would be a funny story to tell my friend, right? This probably wouldn't take too long anyway. Johann proceeded to put down his guitar and roughly grabbed me by the hand, chanting hoarsely in tongues. It hurt. He had scraped my wrist in the process, and it was then I noticed he had grossly long nails. It would be an understatement to say I was a little freaked. The chanting got more intense, and then he suddenly reverted to English. "May the love of heaven flow over Haragi Ghost, her descendants, and all those that care for her. May she find a loving husband to provide for her. May her demons be driven from her soul. Jesus loves you, Jesus loves you, Jesus loves you. Bless her, bless her, bless her, bless her, bless her." During all the Jesus loves you and bless her parts, he was leaping up and down enthusiastically while still holding my hand tightly, scratching me further. He was excited, laughing maniacally. He then ended the blessing, if you could call it that, with some vicious, high-pitched mouth trumpeting like he was impersonating a kazoo. If it wasn't totally terrifying, I would have laughed. He eventually let go of my hand. I shakily thanked him and walked away as quickly as possible. Of course, after all that, I made my way to my friend's place, and we just laughed about it, although I showed her my hand, wrist, and she was just as freaked out as I was. However, I didn't rule it out as intentional harm, and we both forgot about it and did whatever we were going to do that day. Eventually, I left town and went to university, forgetting all about Johann. But then, through a pal on Facebook, a link to the local news was posted. Johann had been arrested and was to face trials for stalking and sending threatening messages to a girl around my age. It appeared he was angry at the girl for not responding to his advances after he wanted to be more than just friends with her. And in this town, everyone from around 10 years old and upwards generally had befriended Johann. And the messages became creepily sexual, asking the girl if she wanted a taste of his chocolate cake. He believed the girl was his wife, and believed their love was a sign from God, and they were apparently destined to be together. He eventually ended up threatening to kill the girl, her boyfriend, and their families for crimes of adultery. It turns out he was friends with a lot of local gang members, and he was considering sending them to the homes of the girl and her boyfriend. The chilling words on one of his final letters to her said, "God, unfortunately says that unless you give up your ways, he will have to execute you. You've seen all the thunder and lightning. Take that as a sign. It would take just one lightning bolt to finish you off, my lovely." What makes it even worse is that the girl used to go to my school, and although it wasn't at the same time as me, I used to work at the same place as her. In that regard, I question the motive behind all the friendly chats Johann would have with me, and whether he did mean harm behind all that oddly rough-handed grabbing. For the most part, though, I believe that he was a man that needed help, but he was largely ignored due to being harmless. It's a shame myself and my old hometown, including that poor girl, had to find out the hard way. He eventually got detained under the Mental Health Act, and I have to say that I'm relieved for him. Johann, as nice as you were in the past, I hope we don't meet again.
Number 41. Going to 7-Elevens today still gives me the chills because of this incident. Bit of backstory. I'm female. I was 15 at the time, fairly petite and dangerously polite. My brother was 12. My cousin was 4 years old, but was, and still is, much taller and more built than his age, as he takes after his giant of a father. It's the summer of 2013, so sorry if some details are a little fuzzy, and my parents are struggling with their finances. We can't go on any happy vacations, so they ship us off to our aunt and uncle's place a couple towns over. They're happy to have us as my cousin is an only child and liked having someone to play with. It's our 4th or 5th, can't really remember, day there. A Saturday. My uncle works in the nearby city and is finally back from an extended stay. He wants to take us to a zoo about 45 minutes from their house, as it's really big and has a great elephant exhibit, and elephants are my cousin's favorite animal. My aunt decides not to go as she's recovering from a bad ankle sprain, so my uncle decides to take all 3 of us by himself. Was this the smartest idea? Probably not. But I was more than capable of helping to look after my brother and cousin and had done it multiple times by myself before. My uncle's also huge, as mentioned. He stands at 6'5" and weighs a solid 240, and he looks really intimidating too, with a clean-shaved head and big muscles. However, the phrase gentle giant has never applied more to anyone. We drive for about 20 minutes before we stop at a gas station to use the restroom, get drinks and snacks, stretch, etc. It's your standard 7-Eleven, but more long from entrance to the back of the store than it is wide, if that makes sense. The drinks are in the back of the store, so after using the bathroom, we go there. My uncle wants to buy chips as he has a serious savory tooth and heads to the next aisle to check the section out. My brother's being impossible about his drink choice, so we're standing there trying to decide what to get when a guy enters the same aisle as us. Keep in mind, it's been all of 2 minutes since our uncle left us. He's sort of old, maybe late 50s, and looks a lot like Santa Claus. It sounds crazy saying it now, but for a second I was genuinely stunned into thinking that this guy was the jolly fat man from Christmas movies. White hair, bit of a white beard, small little spectacles covering twinkling eyes, and a button nose lightly tinted pink. I think his appearance lulled me into a less suspicious state. The only thing that didn't resemble Santa was his outfit, something more summer appropriate. I can't put my finger on today. And the type of twinkle in his eye. Sure, Santa may have liked kids, but he didn't like them that much. He starts off by lingering 5 feet away from us, pretending to check out drinks while glancing over from time to time. My guard is up, but I just grip both my brother and cousin's hands and remind myself that my uncle is just in the next aisle over. He slowly inches closer to us with a weird shuffling motion, and when he's about a foot away, he smiles really widely. "Your brother is really adorable," he says really quietly, almost in a whisper. My grip automatically tightens on my brother's hand, but then I realize it's my baby cousin the guy is talking about as he's staring right at him. At this point, the dangerously polite part of my brain kicks in and I say, "Thank you." Stupid, I know, but although I'm not naive, some of the manners drilled into my head always come back to me at the worst times. Besides, my cousin was pretty cute, as he was a bit chubby and had big brown eyes, rosy cheeks, and a dimpled smile. My brother has yet to acknowledge the guy, as he didn't hear him and is concentrated on picking his drink. The guy inches a bit closer as I inch a little away and try to push my brother and pull my cousin as subtly as possible. I have a granddaughter close to his age, Why don't you get in my car and I'll take you to her so your brother and she can play? I look young for my age, but I must have looked especially young that day if the guy thought I was going to get anywhere near him or his car. No thanks, sir, I say, trying to sound as firm and menacing as possible, raising my voice a little. The guy notices and looks a little panicked as he scans the area quickly and shoves his hand into his pocket. He pulls out a second later and opens his fist to reveal gummy vitamins, the ones covered in sugar that your parents used to trick you with to take them. Now I can remember them to be individually wrapped in what I believe was saran wrap, with about 5 gummies in total. Here, take these. You kids need your vitamins, he insists, trying to shove them at me. At this point, I'm done being polite and loudly shout, "Uncle Tim!" He's there in a flash and nearly gave the guy a heart attack, as he must not have realized the huge guy in the next aisle was with us. We're Asian. He's Caucasian, and since my aunt is Asian, my cousin looks more like us than him. The guy takes one look at my uncle and dashes for the front door. My uncle chases him, but he's much slower, as the guy is surprisingly fast for a mid-50s man. And by the time my uncle gets to the entrance, the guy has jumped into a car with the engine still running and peels out. My uncle informs the store clerk, who in turn calls the police, who show up 20 minutes later and can't really do anything about the situation as we didn't get a license plate. We do give him a description and they send a patrol car out to look for him, but by then he was long gone. We ended up going straight home after the incident, and it shook my uncle up really badly. I think to this day he still blames himself for not sticking directly by our side. It was only a couple days later that shit actually hits the fan. The guy had dropped the gummy vitamins on the floor in his haste to leave, and the police had taken them to get tested. The results came back, and the stuff I thought at the time was sugar wasn't actually sugar. It was meth powder. So to the sick fuck that tried to give little kids gummy bears coated with meth, I honestly hope you rot in hell. Number 42. I've posted this story on Ask Reddit, but came across this sub and thought it would fit in. In my childhood neighborhood, my neighborhood's pool was larger than the other surrounding neighborhoods, so people often visited ours instead. When I was 8, I went to the pool with my sisters on one of the first days of summer, as I always did. When the lifeguards kicked all of the kids out for adult swim, I sat out on the pool chair next to my sisters. This guy, between 11 and 13, lay down in the chair next to me and said, "You're beautiful. Will you go out with me?" My sisters thought it was funny and teased me about it, so I kind of laughed, but it made me uncomfortable. I was really shy back then, so I wrapped my body up in the towel I brought to cover myself, and he was staring at me very openly. He introduced himself as Chris and kept trying to talk to me even though it made me uncomfortable. I soon forgot about it, until I went to the pool next time. There he was, telling me how pretty I was, petting my hair, asking me to go out with him, and introducing me to his disabled grandmother, who brought him to the pool. Anyway, one day this girl came up to me and asked me if Chris was bothering me. I lied and said I didn't really care, and she rolled her eyes and joked about how he used to ask her out too, and that she was glad he'd found someone else to pine over. The girl, Elizabeth, started hanging out with me when I went to the pool, which was almost every day since I was allowed to go by myself if I wanted. She explained that she and Chris were good friends from a different neighborhood, but came to our pool because it was bigger and had more room for his grandmother to work on her physical therapy for her legs. We became great friends and laughed about how Chris was always following us around and asking me out. One day, I noticed that Chris followed me all the way back to my house and tried to hide behind a mailbox when I turned around. As funny as it sounds, I didn't think it was funny back then and rushed back into my house. I began to notice that he was getting more aggressive and annoyed with me for refusing to date him. He started asking me to go on walks with him through the park and brought his grandmother so I didn't feel like I could say no. He would take me into the woods or behind the jungle gym, out of sight from his grandmother, and make creepy comments about my body and touch my cheek while telling me how pretty I was. He'd pet my hair and try to bounce the curls. His grandmother would offer to let me sit on her lap during these walks while she controlled her wheelchair, which made me really uncomfortable because I didn't know her well, and being a stupid, ignorant 8-year-old, I thought her atrophied legs were a little gross. He continued to follow me home, even when I took shortcuts through the woods or the long way that led in circles. His presence began to make me nervous, because I wasn't sure what would happen if I continued to turn him down. I started avoiding the pool when his grandmother's handicap van was there, but I'm pretty sure he just fixed that by showing up later than usual, so I'd already be there when he arrived. All of my friends, including Elizabeth, thought it was funny, so I never told them I didn't want to go to the pool anymore, and I never brought it up to my sisters or parents. So if someone asked me to go with them, I'd just go and hope he wasn't there. Finally, during the last week the pool was open, I went to the bathroom. The bathrooms are a bit off to the side of the pool and closed with a large, heavy metal door so kids don't sneak in and vandalize it at night. The second I entered, the door shut behind me and the lights turned off. Then I heard Chris say, "I'm not letting you out until you agree to go out with me." And he locked the door. The bathroom was cold and pitch black, and I was terrified of the dark at the time. The tile was that disgusting, slimy, wet feeling that tile gets when it's wet with bits of dirt and sand on it, which is why I never liked going in there in the first place. It smelled like chlorine, and a typical subpar public restroom. Stuff of nightmares for an 8-year-old. I started banging on the door and screaming for help, but nobody could hear me because of the really heavy door and the location. But then some angry soccer mom started screaming at me to stop pranking her and how much trouble I was in. Turns out that she'd been locked in there too, and was mad that while she was peeing, the lights turned off. She called for help with her phone, and I was eventually let out of the bathroom. Being 8, I didn't think about it much, but I now realize how creepy the whole situation was. I should have told someone the first time he followed me home, and it never occurred to me to just stop going to the pool. The lifeguards stopped allowing people from other neighborhoods due to an unrelated series of break-ins, and I heard that he was banned from the pool for locking me and the mom in the bathroom. But the next summer, I saw a boy who looked just like Chris, but taller and with blonde streaks dyed into his hair. It might have been his brother or a spot-on look-alike, but I never went to the pool again after that. And thankfully, I never met Chris or Elizabeth again. Number 43. This series of events happened 10 years ago, but some of these moments haunt me every day. I was a senior at a large university in the South. I was deeply in love with my girlfriend at the time, Destiny. Our relationship had survived several stints of long distance, often across multiple continents. We were truly devoted to each other. We shared a room in the bottom half of a 2-story duplex with our roommate, Teresa. The duplex had 2 rooms and was bright orange, precast slab concrete. The government built our entire neighborhood in the 1940s for returning WW2 vets. Over the subsequent decades, the students, who took over as the tenants as the older families moved to the suburbs, painted the duplexes vivid pastels in all sorts of funky color combinations. The accumulation of students and the wild color schemes earned our neighborhood the nickname Partywood. Our city was vibrant. It was full of art, live music, and youthful energy. There was a new gallery opening or a music festival to check out every weekend. The place was a student's dreamland. It was also low on crime. Though these points sound like a perfect combination for fun, they were also a recipe for carelessness and a false sense of invincibility. One late night in autumn, after Destiny and I returned from a late-night concert, we encountered a visibly shaken Teresa in the living room with a blanket pulled up to her neck. The TV was tuned to static, as the local broadcasts had stopped and we were poor students who couldn't afford cable. She was just looking at the static and listening to the white noise, shaking her head. "Jesus, Teresa, what's wrong?" asked Destiny. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Teresa looked at us and said bluntly, with terror in her eyes, "There was a face in my window. I saw it." I immediately ran into her room, pulled the curtains back and looked outside. There was nothing but the stately pecan trees in our backyard, swaying in the night breeze. While Destiny comforted Teresa, I went outside and checked the area near her windows for any sign of an intruder. Again, nothing. Here I should note that Teresa was a very kind and gentle person, but was prone to drink. That very night, we saw evidence of 2 newly finished bottles of wine. There was also a stack of horror films, which she habitually watched atop the VCR. Destiny made a bed for Teresa on the couch, and eventually we made our way to the bedroom. "Do you think it's possible her imagination got the best of her, babe?" I whispered to Destiny in the dark. "Maybe so. But she seemed really shaken up," she replied, nuzzling against my chest. "We shouldn't just dismiss what she said." "You're right," I whispered as I kissed her forehead. "I'll talk to some of the neighbors in the morning and see if anyone has seen or heard anything suspicious. Love you. Sleep well." The next day I did my routine jog through Partywood and encountered some friends picking up the beer cans and solo cups scattered across the yard after a rager they'd thrown. One of them, Sam, was a buddy from my hometown who I shared a couple courses with at the university. I told him the events of the night before, and he began to shake his head slowly as a grimace took over his normally cheerful face. "Oh man, Duke, this is bad news. I've been hearing about a peeping Tom running through this neighborhood. I know Teresa does a lot of sipping, but y'all should take this very seriously. I mean it. You never know with these guys. They always get bolder and bolder. Watch your back, man." I thanked Sam for the info and, with a heart heavy with concern, turned away to jog back home. As I started to run, Sam caught me by the arm. "And hey, Duke, if y'all need me, just holler and I'll be there for help. You hear?" Thanking him again, I ran home. I told the girls what I had learned over coffee that morning, and we all agreed to keep our eyes open and to try not to leave anyone home alone at the house. Things were quiet for a couple of months, and the fear which had been in front of our minds gradually disappeared as classes, parties, and the joy of being young and in love returned as our primary preoccupations. That all changed one afternoon in winter when I returned home from class to find a police squad car parked out front. I ran inside to find one police officer searching the house and the other examining a broken kitchen window. Apparently, while Teresa was showering and Destiny was napping in our bedroom, someone had broken in and stolen several pairs of panties out of the dryer and Teresa's keys, which of course included our house key. The police found no physical evidence of the intruder, but urged us to change our locks and remain hyper-vigilant. One officer took me aside and walked me to the backyard. Outside the bedroom window was a chair I didn't recognize. It was pointed at the windows next to our bed. He had been watching us for God knows how many nights, watching us sleep, watching us make love. I nearly threw up. We were, again now, on edge. Teresa took to taping her curtains to the wall so that not even one sliver of space could provide a view of the inside of her room. Destiny had long been planning to move to Germany for a study abroad program, and she said goodbye with a worried face. "I love you. Be careful and take care of Teresa." I was despondent. I missed my girls so badly, and I didn't feel safe in my own home. I took to joining Teresa in her nightly drinking, and we kept to the living room where there were no windows. I tended to sleep on the couch, the bed seeming too large without Destiny there. One night in January, Teresa was out with friends and I was drunk and full of self-pity. It was approaching 1 a.m. and I headed to the bathroom to relieve myself. My mind drifted to Germany, and I wondered what Destiny was doing at that moment as I sat on the commode. Suddenly, I heard the crunch of dead leaves far off in the backyard. My ears perked up and adrenaline immediately coursed through my body. I was, however, not finished with my current activities. The crunch of leaves became louder and nearer, and the pattern was unmistakably that of human footsteps. I can't begin to describe the feeling of absolute dread I felt, anchored to the toilet, unable to move, knowing he was coming towards the bathroom window. Finally, the footsteps stopped. The window was about 7 feet above the ground, but there was an air compressor beneath it that someone could stand on. I waited. My breath held, fear coursing through my brain. Slowly, so freaking slowly, I saw fingers appear at the ledge of the window. Like the legs of a tarantula, they wrapped around the ledge and I saw the top of a head being pulled up into view. Time seemed to crawl to a stop as his eyes and face came into view. We made eye contact, and I have to believe he was surprised to find, rather than a freshly showered young woman, me, pants around my ankles, fear and rage in my eyes, my fist raised, screaming, "You motherfucker," at the window. He fell backwards, and I prayed to all the gods that ever were that he had broken his neck or leg as I quickly wiped my ass and pulled my pants on. I sprinted to the backyard and saw his back as he leapt a fence and disappeared into the darkness. I called 911 and the cops came quickly. They informed me that they'd been keeping an eye on the neighborhood as the peeping Tom events had become more frequent. I rode around in a patrol car for an hour trying to find and ID the guy. Nothing. He simply disappeared. Teresa moved out. She couldn't handle the fear any longer. And to be frank, I didn't blame her. My landlord even cut the rent so I could afford to stay while I looked for a new roommate. The word had spread about the Partywood peeper, though, and it was very difficult to find a taker. I'm an honest person, and when people asked why the last roommate left, I felt compelled to tell the truth. That was usually a conversation ender. I talked to Sam about the situation. We came up with a plan. We set a camera up in the bathroom and ran a cable to the TV. We ran the shower, turned the light on, and parted a curtain to make it appear that someone was probably wet, naked, and peepable. Meanwhile, Sam and I watched the monitor in the living room and waited to see if a face appeared in the window. I had purchased a stun baton and bear spray, as well as the zip tie cuffs that riot police use on protesters. We intended to run to opposite sides of the house, bear spray his face, zip tie him, and then take him inside where I honestly planned to use the stun baton on his testicles until the police arrived. I know, that's savage. I know it's taking the law into my own hands and that there would likely be legal consequences, but I didn't care. The sense of unease and violation I felt had ruined something inside of me. Something was rotten, and I wanted to take it out on him. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on your perspective, we never had a chance to enact our plan. He never came to my windows again. Soon, I too left the country for a job teaching abroad. Destiny and I reunited in a different continent and tried to put the events behind us, and for the most part, we did. I learned years later that he'd gone on to break into a house and rape one of my neighbors. He was never apprehended. I only wish I could have stopped him before anyone was hurt. That's the story. Thanks for listening. It helps to share this. Number 44. So, this encounter took place approximately 2 to 3 years ago in my local village. I was about 11 years old, and female. It was the last day of year 6, the United Kingdom's equivalent to 5th grade for you American listeners, at my primary school. And after school that day, my friend and I, we'll call her Lola, decided to stop by the local supermarket to buy some candy. Now, with it being the last day of year 6, Lola and I got our school shirts signed in Sharpie marker by our classmates. It's a pretty big thing at most primary schools in the United Kingdom. Anyway, we entered the supermarket and a man who looked to be in his mid to late 50s approached us. He was quite overweight, and he was wearing a manky yellow polo shirt covered in sweat and grease. He had next to no hair on his head, and what little he had left was greasy and matted gray strings. He basically looked like your stereotypical pedophile and stalker. Lola and I were relatively aware of the whole stranger danger topic, as we had talked about it in school and our parents had lectured us on it at home. So we felt a little uneasy when we saw his appearance, and not to mention the awful stench of BO wafting from his body. The man started the conversation by saying a simple hello. At first, Lola and I assumed he was just a sweet old grandpa trying to be friendly, but he soon began asking us more personal things. I noticed that he began to stare at our small, developing breasts for a few seconds each, and I began to feel very uncomfortable. He proceeded to ask us why our shirts were signed, and being the naive, slightly stupid 11-year-olds we were, we told him that our classmates had signed them, and it was our last day of being in year 6, which probably gave him an idea of how old we were. When we said goodbye to the man and rushed into the sweet aisle to try and get away from him, we were starting to freak out, so we quickly grabbed what we wanted and headed straight for the till to pay. Guess who stood right behind us in the queue? Lo and behold, it was the creepy old man, who held one packet of pork scratchings in his hands. He shot us a super perverted smile that stretched from ear to ear, and he moved ever so slightly closer to us. By that point, we were just about ready to abandon our items and nope the fuck out of the supermarket, but we didn't want to look suspicious or out of the ordinary. After what seemed like years of waiting in the queue, we finally paid for our sweets and bolted out of the supermarket door. The creep soon realized we'd left the building, and before we knew it, he was right on our tail. I forgot to mention that the supermarket is directly opposite our primary school, but because it was late in the afternoon, nobody was in sight on the school grounds, so we couldn't exactly walk in there. We walked at a quick pace down the road for about 7 minutes, with the man following us every step of the way. We eventually came to our favorite Chinese takeaway restaurant, which we sneakily hid behind in order to see where the creep was, without him noticing us. We happened to be standing next to a rubbish bin located a few meters away from the restaurant. We were left stuck trying to plan out how we were going to escape from our hiding place unseen, when out of the blue, a miracle happened. Lola's mom walked past with her dog, Marley, on a lead. She was obviously completely oblivious to the fact that we were scared and hiding from the old man, who stood only a few meters away from her. We decided to say fuck it and run towards Lola's mom. We weren't going to risk what could have possibly been our only chance of escaping. We loudly told her everything that just happened, and she immediately changed direction to walk us back towards Lola's house. While we walked, I turned my head to look behind me and I saw the creep quickly walk off into the distance in the opposite direction. After that terrifying day, Lola and I never saw that man again. He definitely wasn't a local, and we hoped he hadn't caused trouble for any other kids around our area. So, creepy old pedophile, let's not meet again. Ever. Number 45. Some years ago, I worked in a nightclub in a UK city. Although initially I only agreed to work several nights per week, after a while I was working 5 or 6. It sucked a bit, but my colleagues were excellent banter and I needed the money. We were bar staff, but had to take turns venturing out to collect glasses and clean up, etc. This club was quite colorful, the type of place where furniture is bolted down and everything was plastic to avoid use in fights. Free entry till 3 a.m. every night, and buy one get one free cheap drinks. Nights without fights, thieving, or people being inappropriate in various places were rare enough. You get an idea about the type of environment of this story, as the place was often chaos. Even the legion of door staff couldn't be on top of everything. One night, when I wasn't working, I had time to kill before meeting friends at the local bar, so I stopped by to see friends who were working. I didn't notice this guy at the time, but he must have been lurking about. Later, when the pub shut, drunken friends wanted to keep dancing, so they dragged me back to there. I was tired, so I went to find a seat while they lurched about like idiots. There were only 3 or 4 big booths in total. Strangers often got squashed in together as the seating was limited unless you went upstairs. Some guy moved and pointed that I could sit on the edge of the booth. I figured he was just being polite, so I sat and said thank you. I sat on the edge of the booth with my back to him, watching my drunken fools on the floor. He kept trying to talk, but it was loud and I wasn't interested in conversation. He was much older than me, middle-aged, Indian or Arabic, and I was 19. At this stage, I should say that I have some difficulties with interpreting people's tone and expressions. I find social things awkward and struggle with anxiety. Recently, my counselor wants to get me tested for autistic tendencies. I just wanted to clarify that I maybe missed some indications or didn't react as I should have. It has been known to happen. It was getting late and my friend fell on his arse, and so I decided it was time to go home. Nothing untoward happened at this point. The trouble started not long after, however. I start seeing this guy in the club often when I'm working. Maybe I didn't notice initially. Many people come and hang out frequently, but I start to notice him. He's there nearly every night. At first, he's just lurking in a dark corner on the opposite side of the bar, staring. Then he's sitting in a booth, staring. Eventually, he's standing in front of my till for extended minutes, just staring at me. Not ordering, just staring. I tell him to move, as he's obstructing the customers, so he steps to one side and keeps staring. Every time some colleagues come near, he melts away into the crowds. This happens again and again. I look up and find him there. I learned afterwards from other staff that on nights I didn't work, he was there harassing other barmaids, asking where I am, information about me, that kind of shit. He told them he was my classmate, or my friend visiting from another place. Some idiot actually gave him my email address, and he starts emailing me in all capital letters, very bad English, telling me how I'm his one and only Rose, love of his life, the princess in his heart. All this weird shit. I ignored the emails and tried to think what I should do. Not having a car and my bike being stolen, I had to walk to and from work. One night, I stopped at a 24-hour shop near my flat, and when I came out, he was there. He started trying to make conversation and tailing me to my building. I didn't know how to get rid of him. I was rude. He laughed. Instead of my building, I went to the next one and pretended it was my place. He started on about a goodnight kiss and I refused. He tried to back me into a corner and kiss me. I panicked and turned my head, and he more or less missed, but I could feel his breath on me. I jumped sideways and got through the door, but I had to promise to reply to his emails to get him to go away. I spent a long time in that stairwell before I went to my own building. That freaked me out, but I didn't know what to do. I didn't have many close friends, no partner, my family weren't in the same country, and I don't talk about much with them anyway. My flatmate was rarely home, and we had a difficult relationship. I only talked with her when there was no other choice. I should have called the police, but I was distrustful. I didn't feel I could go to my boss or supervisor as they were very harsh and I couldn't communicate well with them. He didn't do anything for a while except pelt me with emails and Yahoo messages. I warned my flatmate to be on the lookout for anyone skulking. Things more or less went back to normal and I didn't see him and began to forget about it. Work went on, studying went on. My flatmate and I kept falling out. One night when she came home, we fought, and I decided I would go to the club to get away with her. I could sit on the end of the bar and have a beer, talk to my workmate while she was working on the glasses, you know. I didn't see him, but something happened. My colleagues saw me have 2 beers. I felt fine and seemed fine to them. At about 11 p.m. I left, feeling tired, though I don't remember it. I have no idea what happened next. I think I went to the local folk club for a while. I last remember walking in that direction. Next thing I know, I wake up 4 p.m. in the afternoon, covered in bruises in my flat and feeling like I was going to die. My flatmate was irate, as was the landlord, who drove there to go a bit nuts at me for insulting the neighbors. It seems that at about 3:30 a.m., I showed up at the building, eventually managed to get inside somehow, tried to get into the wrong flat, then fell down and wet myself. My flatmate was terrified as she couldn't wake me up. To this day, I don't know what happened, but I hadn't been assaulted. I wasn't taking drugs and only had those 2 beers, so my assumption was that I was spiked but had gotten away from the person before they could see where I went. Having no memory of those hours was terrifying. I must have been just wandering around somewhere or passed out in a heap. I reported it to work, but the boss shrugged it off. The flatmate accepted it, and they didn't feel that they believed me, and I thought the police would be the same. Nothing more happened for a while, but I did explicitly tell my colleagues to look out for that guy, and also not tell anyone anything about me. I also talked with the door staff and new supervisor. The door staff in particular were concerned. Many female students worked there and had to walk home. One night, close to closing, I thought I saw him, but I couldn't be sure. I continued my usual routine, cleaning the bar, loading the dishwasher, brushing the floor, etc. The supervisor came to me and asked me about the creepy man. Then she told me that I shouldn't leave the building under any circumstances. He tried to come in a little before last entry, asked the doorman about me, and they denied him and told him not to return, so he apologized and left the premises. But they watched him. He walked down the street and into an alleyway that I would have to pass on the way home. 2 of the doormen were suspicious and slipped out to walk past the alley. They found him lurking there in the dark, waiting behind a bin. They warned him in the strongest terms to stay away from anyone at club and the entire street. Another bartender told me they beat the living shit out of him. The supervisor told me to take the back door and let me home in her car. I quit soon after. I now know the police should have been involved, but I'm just thankful that nothing worse happened. Now I'm much more tuned in and aware of what I should do, but I hope that sharing here might help people be aware of what creepy people can be lurking around. Number 46. This is my first time posting in a sub like Let's Not Meet, so forgive me if the style isn't as similar to the other stories here. This is a very real situation that is currently happening to me, and I'd really appreciate some advice about how to feel safe in my own home. A bit of background info. I'm a university student southwest of England. I currently live in a house share with 3 other girls, only 2 of whom are here at the moment, in a somewhat dodgy area. My bedroom is the only one on the ground floor, with a back door that leads onto a small and discreet patio in the kitchen. It's a semi-detached, so there's houses on either sides, and there's a lane behind the gardens with no street lighting. Recently, we've had bad weather in the area, so the dividing fence on one side has fallen down, as well as some of the fencing to the lane belonging to the other houses. The first time it happened was the end of December. My housemates were all still at their parents' for the holidays, but I'd come back early to revise for an exam I had in January, so I was there alone. I always keep the back door in my bedroom locked, and I have blinds that cover the full length of the door and window, with a gap probably around 3 inches in the middle. I was sitting on my bed with my laptop, and since I had the lights on, I couldn't clearly see outside as it was dark. However, I kept thinking I could see something in the peripheral vision through the gap in the blinds. I wouldn't have been able to see anything outside unless it was close to the window. I looked up a few times and thought I saw something pale move away in the lower right-hand corner of the window and the door, which would have been directly by the gap. I figured I was probably just being paranoid and ignored it. Later on, I went upstairs and noticed through the hallway window that the people we share a lack of fence with were having people over. My bedroom was on the opposite side of my house, so my patio and window wouldn't have been visible to them unless they'd come into the garden and walked over. Around 2 a.m., I heard what sounded like all their guests leaving and figured that maybe someone had drunkenly wandered over earlier on. At this point, I had all my lights off and was sat in my bed with my laptop and heard what sounded like someone shuffling around outside. I immediately closed my laptop, so my room was completely dark and nobody would be able to see anything from outside. I crawled across the floor to the window and peeked through from the very edge of the blinds on the right. There was a man crouched outside my door, trying to look through into my bedroom. I realized later that I should have made it obvious I knew he was there by yelling something at him, but at the time I was frozen solid in fear. I had absolutely no idea what to do. After a couple of minutes, he realized he couldn't see anything with the lights off, had the nerve to tut, and then crept away. I debated calling the police, but decided I didn't really have any information for them, so it would be a waste of their time. Needless to say, I didn't get much sleep that night, and have no idea how long he'd been watching me. I spoke to my landlord afterwards, and he's had a concrete wall put up between the garden and alley, but the other fence with the gaps in it belongs to the neighbors, whose landlord is in America and apparently impossible to get a hold of. So there's currently still nothing securing our garden from the next door neighbors in the lane. 2 nights ago, my boyfriend and I were in my room, sitting on my bed and watching Netflix. Since the first time it happened, I've been massively paranoid and had nightmares about it happening again. So at first I thought I might be imagining it. However, this time, I distinctly saw the upper right part of a face peering through the gap at us. He was wearing dark-framed glasses. Immediately I froze and whispered to my boyfriend that I could see someone, and I definitely wasn't imagining it, and don't fucking move until we figure out how to react. He insisted that we leave the room, and I went upstairs to the landing window and saw someone walking off down the lane, but no one else in sight. I was quite upset that it had happened again, but thought the likelihood of him coming back twice in one night was rare and decided to talk to my landlord in the morning. We managed to hang a coat up over the gap in the blinds so you couldn't see into my room at all, even with the lights on. My boyfriend had work in the morning, so he left around 11 p.m. Literally within 5 minutes of him leaving, I was stood in my room facing away from the back door and deciding whether to watch more Netflix or go to bed. I heard some faint scuffling sounds and 2 clicks, but tried to convince myself that it was all in my head. It occurred to me a few minutes later that the clicking sound was the noise the door handle makes when someone tries to open it and it's locked. As this was dawning on me, and I was about to react, whoever was out there tried to pull my window open. It's important to note that it's a tiny window, and it's at the top, so around 5 feet from the ground. It doesn't close all the way as the latch is broken, but I have a dream catcher with wind chimes hanging off the inside handle, so as they pulled it open, the wind chimes began rattling against the window. I was terrified at this point. I'm very small and have no idea how to defend myself, and someone was actually attempting to enter my house through my bedroom. I have no idea how I summoned the courage to do it, but I whipped the blinds open and made a big deal out of slamming the window shut, then peered outside. I couldn't see anyone. Straight away, I called my boyfriend, who then came back and insisted I stay the night at his place. When I spoke to my landlord the next morning, he said he was going to get motion sensor intruder lights installed, but couldn't fix the fence as it was the neighbor's landlord's property. I was still pretty freaked out, but I thought that the wind chimes rattling must have made it clear that trying to get in wouldn't go unnoticed, and the gaps had been covered so there wouldn't be any point in returning again. Last night, we made a thick covering over the blinds with jackets and coats, so there was absolutely no way anyone could see in. I triple-checked the door was locked, took the key out, and attempted to wedge the window closed. Feeling safer, we smoked a joint and my boyfriend dozed off a while later, probably around midnight. I got up and turned the lights off and put the light on my phone to make my way back to the bed. Feeling paranoid, I decided to peek through the blinds quickly to confirm no one was there. My light was making it difficult to see, but I saw someone wearing a hoodie hunched outside. My hands were shaking, and the side of the blind balancing on the coat in the middle slipped a little and rattled. I instantly let go and turned the light off on my phone, and a few moments later I saw a weak light coming from outside on the other side turn off. I must have sat on the floor not moving and listening intently for about 10 minutes before I dared crawl back to bed. I woke my boyfriend but didn't explain what happened properly, so he assured me I couldn't have seen anything and was probably just really baked. I spent most of the night staring at the blinds. I would have thought the wind chimes would have put anyone off, but for them to come back the next night really made me feel uncertain about what to do. I was thinking tonight I might try to get something set up to see if anyone comes back, like tying some string a few inches from the ground across the entrance of the patio, as I'd be able to hear if anyone tripped over it. I also thought I might stay somewhere else and set my laptop webcam up to record the window all night with the screen turned off. I still haven't called the police as I don't have much information and feel like it'd be wasting their time. I don't know what to do in order to feel safe in my home anymore. I'm 19 and currently at university. This encounter happened to me when I was in secondary school, around the age of 14 or 15. It was an IT lesson. And I was, doing the usual, playing games and messing around with Instant Messenger across the room with my friends, until the class was disrupted by 2 police entering. After the whole class died down, they proceeded to tell us that we needed to be careful as there were reports of a middle-aged guy driving around this area in a white Toyota van attempting to talk girls our age into coming for a ride. A few days passed since the police came into class and spoke to us like they'd done with the whole school, presumably. I would usually finish school around 2:35 p.m., but decided to stay later to catch up on some work, so I left school around 4 p.m. Of course, I got to the bus station and the bloody school bus had left early, as usual, the jackass, so I decided to walk home. Only if I knew what was going to happen, and called my mom to pick me up instead. I'd say the walk home was around 30 minutes. I was about 3/4 of the way home. This is when I reached a long stretch of road going through farmer fields with a small path alongside for bikes. This road was dark and had no streetlights because it was winter, and it was also quite dark already. I could see headlights coming up behind me. Didn't take too much notice of them and assumed it would be another oncoming car. Then I see this white Toyota van pass me and pull into a turning lane going towards some of the farmers' houses next to the road. This was about 200 to 250 meters in front of me. As I walk past, I'm obviously on high alert at this point. I hear a door swing open, turn around and see this tall, scraggly-looking old man step out of the van and stand there, staring at me for a moment. At this point, I'm ready to nope the fuck out of there and sprint to either the nearest farmer's house or the end of the road, quickly realizing that these two options may be too far to reach already. I turn around again and, at this point, assess what's going on as he starts walking towards me, so I bolted as fast as I possibly could in this stupid pencil skirt and I begin running and I can hear him behind me. He's pretty quick too. The road was veering around to the right, so as soon as I got round the bend, I was out of sight in a few seconds. I literally threw myself into this large bramble bush and sat there hiding. A few moments go by and he's nowhere to be seen, but I was so sure he was right behind me. After 5 to 10 minutes, I thought I was safe and pulled myself out of the bush. I was covered in scratches and scrapes. At the time, I didn't care what the bush was. My main priority was hiding. I began walking down the road again. I was so close to the streetlights in my village, so I thought I'd be okay, until I saw the white Toyota van pass me again. I sprinted all the way home, and as I got to my road, I saw him pass again. I told my parents, and they called the cops and reported it. They didn't find him that night, but they did find him a few days later, lurking outside our school attempting to talk to girls again. I assume he got convicted of something, as I've never seen him since. Sometimes I wonder, what made him pull up and pursue me over a short distance? What would have happened if he got a hold of me? What were his intentions? Makes my skin crawl. And what is it with the white van stereotype being so accurate? Number 48. This is a story I haven't shared till recently, probably 3 months ago. I've only told 2 people, and I think getting it out there might bring me some peace. Just a few quick notes. My dad is a drug addict who relapsed 1.5 years ago, and his life went downhill fast. He lost his house last year around March to the bank, so it's been sitting abandoned since, with some of my dad's and brother's stuff still inside. Also, I live in a small town, maybe 300 people inside city limits. Many are druggies or sex offenders, and since there's no police, it's easy to get away with shit. But back to my story. My grandpa gave my dad an electric heater last February to keep warm since his gas had been cut, and he never bothered to give it back. It's been really cool this year, even though at the time it was the end of February. It still felt like the dead of winter. My grandma asked if I would drive over there and pick it up because her bedroom had no heater and she wanted to get it before the next snowstorm. I reluctantly agreed, mostly because I was tired of sharing my space heater. I drive over there, not bringing my money or even my knife with me, thinking I'd be home fast, since my dad's was only 3 blocks away. Let me first explain the layout of the house. It's a small 2-bedroom. You walk in and there's a small living room, and to the right about 5 feet away is a hallway with a bedroom at both ends. There's a bathroom in the middle of the hall. I walk in. Since neither the bank nor my dad decided to lock up the house, the windows are open except my dad's bedroom, which is the bedroom closest to the living room, about 10 feet around a corner. I walk in and I get a worse feeling than what I had before. I tell myself it's just my anxiety and that nothing was wrong. And then I hear something that makes me freeze where I stood. A low, loud groan coming from my dad's room. For some reason, I look to the kitchen, which is almost a straight shot from the living room, and notice there's cans of food on the counter. They're not dusty, and I know my dad didn't leave them there because my dad didn't have any food in his house. Then, I hear another groan and stop moving completely. I again try to tell myself it's my anxiety, but the feeling of danger refuses to leave. Then I hear a loud bang come from the room, as if someone is getting off the bed that my dad also didn't bother to take out of the house. I reach for my knife, but I know where it is. It's laying on the bedside table 3 blocks away. I quickly weigh my options. I'm a 6-foot, 200-pound 17-year-old who knows her way around a knife, but not knowing what I'm up against, I know I needed to book it out of there. I get the realization that the room is only 10 feet away around a corner. A few steps and whoever's in there will be out soon, and I'll have been spotted. I book from my pickup that's 20 feet away on the other side of the yard. I don't even bother to run around to the driver's side. I just jump in the passenger and quickly crawl to the driver's side. Thank God I left it running, so all I had to do was put it in drive and floorboard it out of there. I get to the end of the block and I tell myself that I probably just imagined the whole thing, that it was my anxiety. Before I turn, I put the pickup in park and turned all the way around, and I'll always remember what I saw. Not one person, but 3 guys standing on the porch, looking in my direction. One of them, holding what I'm presuming was a bat my little brother left behind. I'm not sure what happened between me being frozen in fear and me driving away. I think I blacked out for a few seconds out of fear. But next thing I know, I'm speeding to the main road. I slow down a bit to turn and I speed home. I lock my pickup and run inside as if I were still being chased. I get in and my grandma asks where her heater is. It took me 10 minutes to tell her a somewhat cohesive story. My grandma insists that I was just hearing things, and to this day doesn't believe me. She tried to get me to go with her, but I refuse. No one's bothered to try and get it, and I sure as hell don't plan on it. I hate to think what would have happened if I didn't leave. Would I have been killed or kidnapped or even raped? I don't know where those guys came from, but I never seen them before in town. They were probably a bunch of druggies running from the law. I live close, and I pray they don't ever decide to come and do something horrible. I sleep with my grandfather's gun by my side leaning on my bedstand now, and I keep my knife inside the pillow next to me. Call me paranoid, and I'll admit it. I want to get my open carry license when I move into my own place. I'm going to carry my knife with me everywhere from now on. So, 3 guys in my dad's house? Let's not meet again. And if we do, I'll have my knife this time. Number 49. I recently moved into a new apartment. It's a fairly old building with annoyingly thin walls, but the rent is cheap and it's got its own gym, so me and my roommates were easily sold on the place. We live in the corner apartment, so we only have 2 neighbors. One is a fairly old man, his partner, and their dog. They're pretty nice. The other neighbor I only met a week ago. I originally heard about her from her boyfriend. One morning, a Monday, as I head out to the elevator to go to work, I'm asked to hold it by a guy running down the hall. I let him on and we start the ride down. He asks if I'm new and if I like the place so far. I say yes and give small answers, still half asleep and clutching my coffee thermos. The guy laughs and says, "You look just like my girlfriend, Amy. She's barely coherent until she gets her first cup of coffee." I laugh weakly, sleepy brain, a little annoyed. Yeah, I'm not a morning person. It's clear that this guy is head over heels for Amy and is a morning person. The 2-minute trek to the street outside our apartment is his excitable gabber about Amy. Apparently, he's planning something big for this weekend. He wants to do something nice for her birthday. We part ways at the street and I don't see him again. A couple days later, I'm heading home from work. I just get into our elevator when a girl bursts in behind me. She's in her mid-20s and looks kind of frazzled. I tug my headphones out and ask, "Hey, are you okay?" "Oh, yeah, I'm just..." She stares at the entrance of our building until the doors to the elevators close. I'm getting a bad feeling. What's up with her? She looks scared out of her mind. I ask what floor she would like and if she's okay again. The girl shakily replies, floor 7, my floor, and that she's fine. We get out together and I realize that she is in fact my other neighbor. Trying to seem friendly, since she's clearly had some sort of horrible day, I say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself sooner. My name's Alice, and I live next door." She shakes my hand, having calmed down some, and saying, "I'm Amy." I smile. "Well, have a good night, and tell your boyfriend I say hi, okay?" My stomach twists as I see what little color has returned to Amy's face drain away. I don't have a boyfriend. Trying to fish for some realistic explanation in my head, I press on with, "Your roommate, then? Sorry, I didn't mean to assume." Amy shakes her head. "I live alone. Who told you that they were my boyfriend?" I explain my meeting with the elevator guy a couple days prior. Amy, now looking sick, hurriedly explains the situation and insists I go file a police report with her then and there. This man, whose name I learn is Dan, has been stalking Amy for over 3 months. He's her ex-boyfriend, and things ended very badly for them. She's been trying to get a restraining order since he's shown up at her work regularly, been making phone calls, and now apparently figured out where she lives. I explained Dan's plans to do something special for Amy that weekend to the police. We ask if there's any way someone could watch the complex for the night. The request goes nowhere, and a restraining order can't be taken up yet. Apparently not enough evidence, and she's never been harmed by Dan. We head back to the apartment. Amy thanks me and says she plans to spend the night, and the rest of the week in fact, at a friend's house, just in case Dan tries something now that we know he's been in the building. Thankfully, nothing happened and I never saw Dan again, but Amy packed her things and moved out the following week. So, Dan the stalker? Let's not meet again. Number 50. So, before I begin, this is a string of events happening from 2014 to now, April 2016. I live in a small town in Oklahoma with a population of 300, mostly old people and druggies, but it's been okay living until recently. In 2014, I shared a story on Let's Not Meet about how I went into my dad's empty house and was confronted by 3 men who were camping out there. But really, things didn't start going downhill until this January. I have 3 horses, one next to my house and a mother and foal on a lot basically 3 blocks away from my house. Now, the fence I have on the lot is a mix of wood panels, wooden and metal fencing connected by barbed wire. People have been known to untie the ties just to be assholes, so parts of the fence sag unless I fix them. I'm pretty tall, 6 foot, and muscular for a girl, so I figure I could be intimidating if I was pissed off enough. It was nearly 11 p.m. I had fed my horses and decided to fix a tie on the fence. I heard laughing coming from the other end of my block, near my neighbor's house. I look, and under the streetlight, I see 2 people running from one of my neighbor's yards, and I'm guessing since they saw the beam of light coming from my phone, they dove in the ditch. I just kind of shrugged it off, wanting to finish the fence. Something told me to look up again, so I shone my light and looked up, and when I did, they were now in the field my neighbor had for her horses. They dove back onto the ground. It was then I noticed the gaze on my horse's face. She and her baby were staring contently at the people in the field. Keep in mind, I'd just given them their feed, and it takes a lot to get a horse to stop eating unless they had to. That was my only clue that I could be in trouble. I looked back down and mumbled to Rain, the mare, that I was going to finish the tie and get the fuck out of there. 5 seconds later, I look up without the light, and they're closer, on the ground. I didn't finish the tie. I just pushed my tools back into my Carhartt jacket and get ready to leave. Fuck this, I said again. I look down to prop the wire where it wouldn't drag on the ground, when I hear laughing. I look up, without my light again, and they're running towards me and laughing like crazy. I was pissed, and I knew they were threatening me, and that was a big mistake. I whipped my knife out, shone my light, and yelled, "Hey!" Once I did that, they ran back where they came from and down the alley. I was still pissed, so I jumped in my pickup and sped down the alley trying to look for them, but couldn't find them. I figured out where they'd come from, behind my neighbor's house where she kept her trailer, which was near where her horses like to hunker down for the night in the winter. So, what I could have guessed was that they may be looking to steal her trailer. I later told my neighbor, who spread the word, and somehow, a week later, I found a post that had been dug 2 feet deep fallen into the pen, and because of that position, I knew my horse couldn't have knocked it over and that someone had to have dug it and pushed it in. The post weighed about 300 pounds, so they would have had to use a vehicle. So, I was out until 3 a.m. fixing the fence in the February cold. Now, I've been finding sections of my fence down, and every time I fix it, and it seems to go back down once again. Then, last Friday, we caught a guy who was clearly a meth user trying to steal my grandfather's work trailer at 2 in the damned afternoon. When he was questioned by my grandpa, he said Jeremy, the CEO, told him to pick it up. By the time I ran out with my gun, the guy sped off. But a week or so before, cops were called because a man in a van was trying to pick up kids around town. This happened on a Wednesday, so there was an above-average number of kids playing around in town due to church activities. Cops were called, and I went to the preacher's house and interviewed 10 kids, ranging from 5 to 13. Then, today, cops were called to the water tower because they found a body. I don't know much about this instance due to the fact they haven't released anything yet. All I know is I've seen tons of cops and a sheriff of a neighboring county. But things are getting bad, and with no law in town, the druggies and the sex offenders around here are getting braver.